Chapter 1101. You have to hug your thighs thickly. It seems that Pompeo was pressed into a hurry, and only then remembered asking Xiao Feng to help him deal with money laundering. Considering his power, there must be many people in the United States willing to help him with these things. But precisely because of his power today, he has to be more cautious. Those who can help him in the United States and are willing to help him are also likely to betray him. And if you go to the big guys behind him for help, this favor is not so good. Originally, he had already broken free from the hands of those big men. At this time, if you go to those big guys for help, isn't it the equivalent of sending the dog leash around your neck back to the big guys? But asking Xiao Feng for help is different. First of all, Xiao Feng is a foreigner, and the two have a community of interests. Pompeo can help Xiao Feng expand his business in the United States, and Xiao Feng can provide Pompeo with a steady stream of cash support. Moreover, I found Xiao Feng, and it was not easy to overturn the car, because of the attributes of his Chinese. Even if he was found out, how reliable are the words spoken by that Chinese population? It is said that Xiao Feng is not a native of the United States, and there is a greater force behind him. He didn't believe in the investigation team under Percy, and dared to find Xiao Feng's head. Even if Xiao Feng's head is found, will they dare to move Xiao Feng? Even with a hard bone like Shannon, Xiao Feng can smash it with one kick, let alone Percy's investigation team. It is estimated that they will come to the door today, and they will return to die at home tomorrow. So in this matter, Pompeo asked Xiao Feng for help. In fact, he wanted to test Xiao Feng's goodness. If Xiao Feng can help him level these things, it will prove that he is indeed a thicker thigh. So good birds choose wood to live. Why doesn't he want to choose a thicker thigh to hug? The most important thigh is a foreign thigh, and the side effects of holding it up are even smaller. For example, the current leader, many people know that his family is inextricably linked with Mao Sun country. But you can't produce actual evidence. How can you stand others? Anyway, even if it is turned off, you will not be afraid. Anyway, the commander has given the most reasonable demonstration. At that time, just do it in accordance with the method of the general leader. Xiao Feng listened to Pompeo's request, but didn't decline, and directly asked Pompeo, "How much do you plan to handle?" 60 million, right? Pompeo said a number hesitantly. When Xiao Feng heard this, he sneered, 60 million. Are you kidding me? With this little money, you can find any company to do it for you. This is just the first. Pompeo gritted his teeth and told the truth. That 60 million was actually just the first test for Xiao Feng. If this deal is handled beautifully, he will have a steady stream of more money to send back. Well, this is a favor. I can help you, but I need you to do something for me. Oh, what's the matter? Pompeo naturally knew the principle of equivalent exchange. If you want someone to help, then you have to pay back the favor. I bought a piece of land nearby in Pine City, but the local redneck gave me a headache. I need you to help me fix them. Xiao Feng stood up and went to the wine cabinet, chose a bottle of whiskey for himself, poured it into the glass, and added some ice cubes. Recently in the United States, he likes drinking this kind of American wine. Pompeo was taken aback when he heard what he said. Pine City? Where is that? Mississippi? A small town south of Little Rock. Xiao Feng replied with a smile, and Pompeo couldn't help cursing his mother when he heard the name. Oh, Fuke, that shithole. Hey, no wonder Pompeo feels a headache when he hears this place name. Speaking of Mississippi, this is the least prestigious state in the United States. If you don't mention it, it is estimated that many Americans can't remember that there is still such a place in the United States. But why Americans are reluctant to mention this state? Because this state is the poorest state in the United States. Even CNN once investigated and made a documentary, calling this state the Libya of the United States. Mississippi is the southernmost state of the United States, close to the Caribbean Sea. Louisiana is on the left, and Alabama on the right, both of which belong to the middle and lower reaches of the economy in the United States. And Mississippi is even poorer. The GDP of the entire state is only $100 billion US. Of course, this is also compared with other states in the United States. If this data is obtained worldwide, this data can already be compared with the data of the copper country. Of course, in terms of living standards in the US, this state is really the poorest. In fact, Mississippi was not poor in the early years. Before it was incorporated into the United States, it was a French colony. The capital is New Orleans, which is one of the largest cargo ports in the southern United States. A large amount of cotton and soybeans are shipped from here to France, and it is also the largest slave-receiving port in the United States. Millions of black slaves landed here in North America. Because it is close to the Caribbean Sea, it also leans on the Mississippi River, and controls the entrance of Mississippi in the sea. The agricultural conditions in this state are very good and very suitable for planting. From the beginning of development, this is the largest cotton and soybean planting area in the United States. In the later Civil War, this place was also the strongest anti-Northern force. It was precisely because of the Civil War that year that Mississippi was designated as a slave state. Later in Washington, there were always unspeakable repressions against this state. Later, the white people began to move out in large numbers, and it became the state with the highest proportion of black people in the United States. According to statistics in CNN's documentary, more than 60% of the population in this state is black. As early as the last century, the US government was like clearing out the blacks in this state. Later, a plan for the return of blacks to their hometown was formulated, which grabbed a piece of land in Africa and established a country. Let the blacks of the United States move back. And this country is now Liberia. The main targets of migration are these blacks in Mississippi. But no matter how you do it, most of the blacks in Mississippi chose to stay. Now race, poverty and many other issues have become the main colors of this province. The United States has basically ignored the existence of this state when propagating to the outside world. If you don't look at the map of the United States, you probably don't know that there is still such a continent in the United States. And these politicians in the United States, especially white politicians, basically when it comes to elections. Then I went to Mississippi to go around and fudge the local people and let them vote for themselves. But after being elected, they will forget this state and the promises they made to the people of this state without exception. This is also the main reason why people in this state are increasingly dissatisfied with the government. So the public security situation in this state is also very bad. Regarding the public security situation here, whether it is the local police station or the FBI, they all turned a blind eye. Basically, as long as there is no large-scale mass incident, it is regarded as not seen. Therefore, in this state, it is not an exaggeration to say that many places are divided into territories. In many places, especially in rural areas, it is basically the strongest family in the region that is ruling. A large family can often have dozens of people, or even hundreds of people. And they will monopolize the large local farms and forests, which is also the most troublesome place for the authorities. These people can be said to be extremely barbaric, and there will be battles that erupt because of turf grass every 3 to 5. Shotguns, murders, kidnappings, and robberies are more common. Even if the police find out the murderer, when you go to arrest someone, they will drill deep in the mountains and old forests. Unless you get the FBI and the state police, you don't even want to catch people. Therefore, Mississippi, in the eyes of many politicians, is the place where the poor and the bad waters come out of the people. Many people don't even want to hear the name of this state, let alone have anything to do with them. Xiao, why are you going to Mississippi to buy land? There are so many good places in the US. Why should we go there? If you have other options, just say hello to me and I will definitely be able to get it for you. As soon as Pompeo heard that Xiao Feng wanted him to help solve the problem in Mississippi, his head immediately shook like a rattle. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly. mcg.untlenovel.com. If you want to launder the money, You have to help me get this land this time. Oh, can you ask why? Pompeo couldn't help being curious. Xiao Feng was such a big boss. His business is very easy to make money. Why does he have to go to Mississippi to buy a place? Xiao Feng smiled and took out the phone, opened Google Maps on it, and then expanded, and then pushed the phone down in front of Pompeo. Have you seen this farm? Pompeo saw Xiao Feng's expanded farm. The farm is not small in size and the environment is also very good. The most important thing is that there is a river meandering down the mountain in the distance, and a small lake rushes out in the middle of the pasture. Then it winded all the way south, and finally merged into the majestic Mississippi River. Yes, got it. This is the farm I want to take. And the reason I want to take this farm is because Mississippi was in 1987. In order to revitalize the state's economy, a decree was issued to build a ferry casino within 1,000 feet of the Mississippi River. So now, on the Mississippi River, the most sightseeing boats are gambling boats. But these ferries are almost all controlled by the local Jefferson family. And this time we'll launder money. We can't go to the Jefferson family. And like Las Vegas and the casinos in the Indian Autonomous Region, we can't go. Then since we can't go to their casino, why don't we build our own? Moreover, is there anything that can achieve the goal you want faster than a gambling boat? Xiao Feng finished talking and leaned back on the sofa with a smile, while Pompeo on the other side was stunned with his mobile phone. Chapter 1102 Poor mountains and evil waters create troublesome people. Anything like this? Pompeo was dumbfounded, regardless of his background as a lawyer, but he really used to focus on criminal law. He really didn't know much about such local laws. In fact, the fees charged by the US lawsuit sticks are high. And there is naturally a reason. Because the United States governs the country according to law, and there are thousands of laws in the United States. Not only are there national laws, each state will also formulate its own laws. For example, this law in Mississippi is actually known to many people. After all, the casino is involved, which is a very profitable business. But if you haven't set foot in this field and rarely go to Mississippi, then you definitely don't know this law. McGee Pompey is naturally in this list. Speaking of casinos, this kind of business is nothing new in the United States. The most famous is of course Las Vegas, Nevada, which is one of the world's 3 largest cities alongside Olympiad and Monaco, in the United States. In fact, there are far more than only places like Las Vegas that have open casinos. As early as the last century, in order to make up for the excessive measures against the Indians, the US government promulgated laws that allowed Indians to open casinos in their own land. Therefore, in the United States, many Indians have established casinos in their own homes. But the scale is incomparable to those of Las Vegas. As for the casinos in Mississippi, not many people know about it, because the casinos here are not opened on land. They are all gambling boats on the river. And each boat is not too big, it looks more like a tropical sightseeing boat from the outside. But if you underestimate the profitability of these ships, you are quite wrong. I have done a survey, and now a gambling boat on the Mississippi River can have a gross profit of $90 million a month. The most important thing is that besides gross profit, this gambling boat can help us do many things. Xiao Feng smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand and shook it. The ice cube hit the wall of the glass with a crisp sound. Pompey on the other side swallowed unconsciously. You really are a genius. That's right, you are really a genius. Pompey muttered to himself. He no longer knew how to describe his feelings at this time. Who else can come up with this horrible idea? With this gambling boat, let alone his 60 million. Even if he puts out 600 million, it can be easily cleaned for him. More importantly, Xiao Feng is right. Now in the United States, what else can be faster and cleaner than dry cleaning banknotes in this way? And it is not easy to attract the attention of others. Go to Las Vegas. I'm afraid that his representative just showed up in Las Vegas, and news about his dry cleaning will spread all over the sky the next day. Go to those Indian chiefs. I am afraid that they have helped themselves here. and a lot of political demands will be raised the next day. That is really asking for trouble. As for the Jefferson brothers, haha, forget it. Pompeo himself is right enough. And the Jefferson family in Mississippi is a family more right-wing than him. Speaking of the way of thinking of this family, it is almost no different from that of Stephen Shannon. It is even worse than Stephen's right-wing tendencies, white supremacy, and racism. It is said that their family is still inextricably linked to the KKK, and their family's gambling boat has helped many unseen organizations dry clean. So Pompeo didn't want to deal with them at all. But if Xiao Feng came to build this casino, that would be another matter. At least this Xiao Feng would not have any political demands on himself. He was a pure businessman. Well, Xiao, then tell me, why do you need my help? As far as I know, you have people and money, and you want to buy a ranch. It's simply not easy. Why do you still need my help? Pompeo asked Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng shook the wine glass in his hand. Ha! It's actually because of the Snell family, the owner of this farm. Actually, I sent someone to contact them before and wanted to ask if they could buy it from their farm. However, the person I sent out did not come back. When Xiao Feng said this, Pompeo couldn't help but straightened up. This kind of thing is normal in Mississippi, where village bandit bullies are emerging in endlessly. Especially this state is also full of tropical rain forests and swamps. Most of the state is farmers and all kinds of households. These people are very stubborn and very difficult to deal with. Some guys are even more difficult to deal with than the rednecks in the Midwest. If Xiao Feng sent someone to ask for a price, he might annoy them and kill them. When the time comes, throw people into the Zoe's field. You don't even have to look for them. It is no wonder that Xiao Feng feels a headache. In fact, it is not difficult to deal with them. I can send someone over and kill their entire family. But the Snell family is a big family, with more than 150 core members plus peripheral members. They have penetrated almost every corner of Pine City. The local sheriff and even the pastor are their people. So the outsiders will arouse their vigilance as soon as they arrive in Pine. The most important thing is that I don't want to make things big in a private name. We want Snell's ranch. It's entirely because of the location of his ranch, far away from the main channel of the Mississippi River, but because of its tributaries. It is counted within the scope of the Mississippi state law to allow the construction of a ferry casino. Take their ranch and we build a ferry casino on a tributary within the ranch, so that it won't attract the attention of the Jefferson family. You know, the Jeffersons regard Mississippi as their prohibition. If there is an intervention from outside forces, they will definitely resist. If it's normal, I don't mind touching them. But now, it's a time when you urgently need to dry clean your money, so now is not a good time to go head-to-head with Jefferson's family. So we need this ranch even more. Opening a casino on the river within the ranch will neither attract the attention of Jefferson's family nor the attention of interested people. If the boat can be built, you can dry clean your money in just a few days. So this farm, we are determined to win. But the difficulty is that we have to take down the pasture without disturbing others. Xiao Feng explained why the ranch was taken, and the main reason why Pompeo's help was needed. After listening to Xiao Feng's explanation, Pompeo nodded immediately. That's true. It's true that this is not the time to face the Jefferson family. It's better to keep a low profile. But this Snell family, he also felt a little difficult to handle. If Xiao Feng told him earlier, he would definitely be able to kill the family, let them be obedient and let the farm out. But now Xiao Feng mentioned it to him, which was a bit too hasty for him. Even if he arranges for the investigation by manpower, he doesn't know if he can fix the Snell family before Percy and the others can find out the money he is hiding. At this time, Xiao Feng also laughed, and then continued to speak. Later, I also felt very strange. You know, the quotation I sent to the Snell's family was very sincere. It is 3 times the price of the same type of ranch currently on the market, but not only did they have no intention of selling, they actually killed the messenger I sent. This makes me even more curious about why this family insists on doing so. After all, running a traditional farm in Mississippi now doesn't make much money. Especially in the case of the sweater war with China this year, Many farmers are already on the verge of bankruptcy. But I found that the Snell's house was very moisturized, and it could even be said to be very luxurious. Their children drive in luxury cars, and the old lady has to take a private jet to Miami. Later, through my people's investigation, it was discovered that this family is not as clean as it seems on the surface. They planted DM fields in a nearby cave, and they also run a flower business. www.untlenovel.com is the largest local flower distributor. When Xiao Feng said this, Pompeo finally sat up straight. Sure enough, it was the place where the poor and the bad waters emerged. He felt that this family was not normal earlier. Now that Xiao Feng said so, he understood. No wonder Xiao Feng offered 3 times the price, and they were unwilling to sell their farm. Do you have any evidence about their family? Pompeo asked with a smile. Xiao Feng said with a smile, I don't think you can guess how their family sells flour. Oh, come and listen. The local pastor Chandler is a very pious pastor. He preaches almost every weekend, but because there is no large church in the area, he will preach on the water every time. There is Lake Bluff near Pine City. Every weekend, believers nearby will gather on the lake in small boats to listen to Pastor Chandler's sermons. And during this period, there will be some devout believers who will buy some Bibles from Pastor Chandler. When Xiao Feng said this, he found a photo from his mobile phone and sent it to Pompeo. Pompeo picked up the phone and looked at it, and it happened to be a secretly taken photo from a distance. But the camera lens is obviously very good, because it can be far apart, and the opened Bible can be photographed clearly. The Bible looks normal from the outside, but when you open it, you can see that the inside has been hollowed out. In the hollowed out position, there is a small bag of flour. Damn. These guys are really a bunch of geniuses. This is the second time Pompeo has praised someone as a genius in the same day, because the creativity of the Snell family is really unreasonable. Chapter 1103 Walk for the Sky. Jack Snell is the current patriarch of the Snell family. He and his wife Peggy Snell lives on their farm. The wooden house on the farm has been passed down in the hands of their family for hundreds of years. Their 3 children were all born here. Now the boss is the sheriff in Pine City, while the second and third are staying by to help. On this day, a black Chevrolet Tower drove into their farm from a distance, and Jack frowned when he saw the car. A few days ago, a young man came to ask them whether this farm was intended to be sold to the outside world, and the car was also driven at that time. But last time the young man came alone, but this time 4 Angzang men jumped out of the car. Although these people wore suits and leather shoes, they couldn't hide the sturdy spirit in them. The leader is an Asian with black hair and black eyes, but he is also Asian from the looks of it. From the physical point of view, this guy can go to UFC to be a wrestler. The 4 talents got out of the car, and Snell's nephews drove over from the barn and the farmland in the distance. Who are you? Snell's second son Thomas asked first. We are from the Canal Company, and there are some things we want to talk to Jack Snell. The Asian taking the lead was very polite, and Thomas glanced behind him. His old father Jack nodded at him through the window, and was accompanied by him and the other 5 or 6 nephews and the raised thugs. A group of people entered the old house. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Snell. My name is Steven Zhu. These are my colleagues. Hello, young man. What can I do for you? Jack was very polite on the surface, but in fact he gave Steven Zhu a good start. He turned a blind eye to Steven's stretched hand. You must know that he is an old and stubborn right-wing who is more right-wing than a redneck. Their ancestors first started by trafficking black slaves. During the Civil War, there were 7 or 8 ancestors in their family who fell under the guns of the Northern Army. Although the South failed later, their family is still a staunch supporter of racism, let alone black people. They look down on all people of color. So he was naturally unwilling to shake hands with Steven Zhu, and Steven did not get angry because of his rudeness. Well, Mr. Snell, we came here this time just to ask. Before, we had a colleague who asked King Richard to come to your house, but later, he never went back. I want to ask if you know where he is now? While talking, he took out his mobile phone, which happened to be a picture of an Asian man. He held up the photo in front of Jack, only a few centimeters away. Stephen's questions and actions caused the temperature in the room to drop immediately. Even Jack Snell's nephews have quietly stretched their hands to their waists. Jack's face froze at first, then smiled and replied, "Sorry Stephen, I don't know any King Richard. The person you are talking about has never appeared on my farm." At this time, Stephen's face changed into a strange smile. "Is that so? But we found it based on the GPS on his car. It seemed that his car was parked in a barn in the distance. Do you mind if I go take a look?" As soon as Stephen's voice fell, the face of Jack on the opposite side suddenly changed, and the big guys next to them all drew out the pistols from their waists one by one. Jack's wife Peggy walked out of the room with a thunderous short shotgun. "Didn't I ask you to dispose of the car too?" Seeing that the situation was under control, Jack couldn't help shouting at his second son Thomas. Thomas shrugged with embarrassment. "That car is quite new, isn't it just right for the brothers to drive? Anyway, they can't get out of the farm. They just brought another one today." Thomas turned his head and looked at Stephen, and they said with a grinning grin. And then Stephen looked at them with a smile, "You don't seem to know who you are challenging." Boom. No one thought that the grumpy Peggy would actually shoot, and one shot smashed the head of a companion next to Stephen. "We don't care who you are. Damn yellow monkeys. Letting you in the house is an insult to us." Who would have thought that this old lady was such a cruel person? That guy said the same last time. "If you want to find him, then go to the crocodile pond on Bluff Lake." A group of people in the room immediately laughed grinningly, but soon they became quiet again, because at this moment that Stephen's expression was too strange, and the Snells were not good people. Murders are commonplace to them, and there are at least hundreds of grievances in their manner. But there has never been a calm like Stephen, knowing that his companion just got bombed by his side. If this is an ordinary person, I am afraid that he would have screamed and lost his voice a long time ago. But when they just laughed wildly, this Stephen not only didn't panic, but also laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Thomas came up to give this guy a stab, but just rushed over to listen to Stephen. "Look outside." The Thomas family turned their heads and looked out the window, and they just saw a helicopter flying over their ranch. Then a person was pushed directly from the helicopter, falling down from a height of hundreds of meters. When the person fell to the ground, it was like a broken water bag. With a sound of Piaggi, he fell into a mess. "No, David." After just one glance, Peggy recognized that this man was her third son, David. Boom. Apostrophe. Before the people in the room recovered from their shock, Stephen and the others had already shot. Stephen hit Peggy's right hand with a single shot, breaking the old woman's right hand on the spot. And the other two fighters beside him also showed super combat effectiveness at this time. He twisted his waist and drew his gun to fire, and several actions were completed in one go. Although the Snells are the village bandit bullies here, they also bully ordinary people. It's not enough to look at the professionally trained killers like Stephen and others. Thomas and the others can only pull the trigger instinctively. In the small space, gunshots were heard loudly, lightning and thunder. Within 3 minutes, the gunfire in the room stopped. In the dormitory far away from the farm, people from the barn constantly rushed out with various guns and rushed towards this ancestral house. Unfortunately, halfway through the run, I found the helicopter overhead. The side door of the helicopter was opened, and a machine gun protruded out of the cabin. The quickest rushing guys were beaten to pieces on the spot. The other people are already scared and silly. Some are agitated. They will lower their bodies, like in the movie, and start looking for cover. Fear stupid, then turn around and run back. But after 2 steps, he was still knocked down by the machine gun overhead. Some people who had just rushed out of the house had found something wrong, and immediately got into their pickup trucks. He started to rush to the outside of the farm, but only a few steps away, he was blown up on the spot by the helicopter overhead. Others fled to the outside of the farm on foot, but only to the fence in the distance. The off-road vehicle roared from a distance, directly hit and run over. The battle ended in less than 20 minutes. and dozens of vehicles rushed into the farm one after another. There were more than 50 people in the Snell family on the farm, and none of them escaped. And at this time in the ancestral house, Stephen was sitting on a chair, and the brother next to him was bandaging the wound on his arm. The steel of the shotgun were clipped from the arm by the little brother, and threw them on the plate with a crisp crashing sound. Every time he pulled out one, his brows wrinkled slightly. Fortunately, he and the other two brothers both wore heavy body armor, otherwise everyone would be seriously injured even if they were not dead. It's just a pity that the first brother to be headshot. No one thought that Peggy old Jupo would be so hateful. The Snells' luck was very good. Jack and Thomas were both shot twice, but they were not fatal. Peggy's condition is not very good. MTLnovel.com. One hand was broken. At this time, due to excessive blood loss, his face became pale. Stephen and their reinforcements entered the room, saw a few of them still alive, and raised their hands to make up their guns. And Stephen stopped them as soon as he raised his hand. No, don't shoot. Keep them for now. Take them to the crocodile pond on Bluff Lake in a moment. Where did they leave Xiao Wang? I want them to know the fate of offending us. Have the people who went to catch Arthur Snell come back? Stephen's words made the face of Jack on the opposite side look ashen, and Peggy couldn't help shaking. Their second son Thomas couldn't help but sit up straight. What do you mean? Stephen turned his head at this moment and said with a grinning look at the Snell family. What do you mean? I asked you before. Do you know who provokes you? But you don't listen. Then I will tell you. Starting today, there will be no more Snells in Mississippi. There are 156 people in the whole family, ranging from 80-old people to 3-year-old children. No, you can't do this. Jack, Peggy, and Thomas all pleaded and shouted almost at the same time. But Stephen said coldly, why not? Think about the black slaves who were enslaved to death by you for years, and the ordinary people who were poisoned by the flour you sold, and the little king who was killed by your disagreement. You racist should have been extinct from this planet long ago. I'm just walking the way for the sky today. The Snell family, who had been flaunting their teeth and dancing before, all bowed their heads at this time. Chapter 1104. Time is tight and task is heavy. In fact, after knowing that they don't take other people's lives seriously, the action team sent this time has already made up their minds to eliminate the roots. Everyone really don't look at the high-quality Americans. Not all Americans are high-quality people. Among them, many Americans are quite anti-intellectual. For example, the Pew Center once conducted a survey, and currently more than 40% of the people in the US are very anti-intellectual. For example, many of them believe in the existence of God and firmly believe that the earth is square. Some people even say that the earth is round in order to prove that the earth is free. But scientists are deceiving the people. In order to prove this point, this person also built a flying machine, planning to fly to the sky to take videos and photos to prove that the earth is square. As a result, he fell from the air and fell to his death. And in 2008, when Teddy Bear beat up his younger brother Georgia, many rednecked people in the south of the United States were actually furious. They took guns to the streets to stop the militia and kill the Russians. Because there is a state called Georgia in the south of the United States, and the spelling is exactly the same as Georgia. Many Americans don't even know where Australia is, or Brazil is in the southern hemisphere. He even scolds Huago every day, but he doesn't know the name of Huaguo's capital. And most of these Americans live in the countryside in the south of the country, and most of them are rednecks like the Snell family. His brain is stubborn. His temper is stinking, and he seems to be deadly. But in fact it is a stumbling block on the road of human society. For example, the Snell family are almost all staunch racial discriminators, and this has penetrated into their family's bones. So there is no need for a family like this to exist. The reason why the action team sent by Xiao Feng this time used such thunder methods. There is also another purpose, which is to demonstrate like other families nearby. In the future, Xiao Feng will send someone to take over the Snell's ranch. If you don't let others know, they have thunder means, the other hillbillies here will definitely use some excessive means to take advantage. So from the beginning, The action team planned to leave a legend around here. The destruction of the Snell family did not cause any waves at all in the local area, because first of all, it is located in barren hills and old forests, with a radius of tens of miles, except for Pine City, which has a population of less than 100,000. They are all tropical rain forests along the river, sparsely populated. Secondly, it is because of the Snell family. For the people in Pine City, what virtue is the Snell family in the end? They couldn't be clear. They all knew that this family was a local bandit bully. Their family is dead, and many local people will not be sad, but they will clap their hands and praise them. The news of the collapse of the Snell family was only a small piece of tofu with a few hundred words in the local tabloid in Pine City. The general introduction is that federal agents have discovered a large-scale flour-selling syndicate in the out-of state. Then I followed the vines, and finally found the Snell family, whose family was also involved in these flour raids. Then the FBI sent agents to arrest them. But the Snell family would not only not cooperate, but also stubbornly resist. In the end, most of the members of their family were killed, including the sheriff who infiltrated the people and the boss of the Snell family. On the way back to the distant family, he was shot dead by FBI agents. The police received a large amount of flour in the Snell family's ranch, and found a DM field in a cave in their woodland. Moreover, several corpses were found under their ranch. These texts are only a brief introduction to the situation, and many details of the case are covered. You must know that if this is changed, just these small details can attract the attention of reporters. Finally attracted a lot of media reports. But who makes this the Pine City where birds don't shit? And who makes this the Mississippi with the least attention? The case of the Snell family is actually a big one in Mississippi. If it were to be reported, it would definitely cause an uproar, but when the case was reported to the state government level, the governor personally came forward and demanded that the case be suppressed. You know that Mississippi is the worst economic state in the United States. Apart from agriculture, the biggest industry is tourism. Every year, many people from outside the state come to Mississippi to take a cruise and travel on the Mississippi River. Then go to New Orleans to have a drink and experience the South American style. But if you explode this news at this time, it will definitely be a huge smear for the image of Mississippi. Originally, the Americans disliked you as there are many village bandits and bullies in Mississippi. Okay. Now you have provided the material for people. When people don't come to travel, how many people have to drink Northwest Wind? We must know that the last time Mississippi caused widespread concern in the United States was the Hurricane Katrina almost 15 years ago. The backwater caused by the hurricane caused the flooding of New Orleans. Countless people were left homeless, which led to a series of looting incidents. In the end, the president had to send troops into the disaster area to maintain stability. But the incident did not give Mississippi any good image. So the governor absolutely does not allow this kind of thing to happen a second time. So about the destruction of the Snell family, there is only such a small piece of tofu. At this time in Washington, Xiaofeng and McGee Pompeo were studying the map of Snell's house. Ha! I didn't expect that their farm actually has more than 3,000 acres. But most of them are forests, and many places are tidal flats. Under the care of Pompey, the canal company has taken the land of the Snell family at a rapid pace. Because long before the Snell family went extinct, the canal company had signed a sales contract with their family. Purchase the land of the Snell family for $5.8 million. The money has reached the overseas account of the Snell family, and Jack, the head of the Snell family, has signed and pressed his fingerprint. I didn't expect that something happened to Jack's house before he went to the Land and Resources Bureau to transfer the property. Although the Snell family died, the contract still had to be executed. Pine City and the Mississippi state government were very in favor of the canal company taking over the Snell's farm. The entire delivery procedure was completed within 1 day. This is the first time that U.S. government departments have shown such high efficiency. As for how the canal company intends to operate this ranch, it is not within the management's plan. Anyway, the land is yours. What you love to do? Of course, This is only for certain individuals and companies. If you are a small farmer with no background, what do you think you can do on your own farm? Ha ha, dreaming. Even if you want to cut a few trees on your ranch, you must get approval from the local forestry department. If you want to dig a lake in your own home, you will have to investigate for several years by the local Environmental Protection Department. So those who advocate the private ownership of European and American land should stop talking about it. The maintenance cost is really staggering. But with Pompey behind his back, naturally no one would dare to embarrass this canal company. What's more, everyone knows how this canal company got the Snell's farm. Do you dare to offend a company that dares to operate like this? Aren't you afraid to end up like Snell's home? Therefore, all the business activities of the canal company are naturally a green light on Mississippi and Pine City. At this time, Xiao Feng was pointing to the small lake on the farm, and then explaining his plan to Pompeo. At present, this small river with Mississippi on the farm still has too little water. I plan to build a dam on the mountain. It's just the rainy season. It only takes about a week to collect enough water. Then release the water and flood this small lake and the 3 acres of land around it, expanding the area of this lake to 20 acres. Then I plan to place at least 3 ferry casinos here and build a resort hotel by the lake. Pompey heard Xiao Feng's plan, but his brows were still frowned. In other words, in another month's work, my money can be dry cleaned. Yes, www.mentalnovel.com. Everything can't be done overnight. What can I do then? Those dog legs of Percy have extended their paws to one of my former personal accountants recently. The reason why Pompeo is anxious is also because Percy and the others move too fast. Originally, he could delay for a while by himself, but he didn't think that the group of people actually found his private accountant who retired before. And this personal accountant happened to be the accountant when he took the investment of the Octopus Group before he was engaged in the airline. To be honest, the Octopus they gave 100 million yuan. He squandered many of them, and he was full of his own pockets. It was precisely because of the ostentation at the time that he later met his wife. And if those dogs, from which accountant find out these things, although the money has nothing to do with the country, it is enough to make him win or lose. And Xiao Feng didn't expect Pompeo's opponent to move so fast. He turned his head to look at Pompeo. Are your accounting reliable? Don't worry, he has already got cancer, and it is only 3 months away. I have already arranged his son to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He will help me steer those dogs in other directions. No wonder Pompeo still has the mind to sit here and talk to himself. If the crisis is at his root, it is estimated that he can't sit still a long time ago. Xiao Feng frowned. Then you estimate, how long can he help you fight for? It's only 2 weeks. And the longest is only 3 weeks. Xiao Feng frowned as soon as he heard it. Time was tight and the task was heavy. Although the Snell family's farm was taken down, it would take time to transform a farm into a gambling boat management company. Chapter 1105. I have to say it again, you are really a genius. Even if the canal company's magical powers are vast, it would be unrealistic to set up a river-crossing gambling boat in Snell's house within a month. Those boats are not simply available on the market, they all require special customization. Even if you purchase a second-hand ship and rebuild it, it will take time. And Pompey's money is 60 million, you have to build a ship of similar specifications. At least a few hundred tons of tonnage will work, because the corresponding passenger flow will only be available when the tonnage is reached. Only when there is a corresponding passenger flow, an accounting company can make a corresponding flow. Otherwise, if you build a Tenton boat, you can say that this is a gambling boat that crosses the river, and it runs tens of millions in a month. Don't you give your opponent a knife? It can't stand scrutiny and investigation at all. If you really do that, you are not saving Pompeo, but harming Pompeo. After all, this McGee Pompeo is now Xiao Feng's key investment object. He can't look at his future and just fold it into his own hands. He can't give Pompey's competitors a handle that can't stand scrutiny. The problem now is that you come back with a big boat, In terms of the transportation capacity of the small river in the Snell's Ranch, such a big boat can't float on the river at all. What kind of ship is it called if it can't float? In this way, it does not comply with the regulations of the Mississippi state government, which gives people a legal excuse. This is also the main reason why Xiao Feng wants to build a dam on the mountain, flood the small lake below, and build a large artificial lake. It takes time to complete all this. But what they lack most now is precisely time. Xiao, you must help me. Pompeo was also anxiously sweating on his forehead. I heard that Shannon jumped the wall in a hurry. This time his operation on the main island in Colombia failed. The damage to the soldiers will be very serious. And the old men he has taken refuge in are also very angry. So they want to get back from me. Because if I don't fall, they won't be able to move you in the United States. Pompeo explained to Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng didn't know. It's just that he didn't expect that Shannon's counterattack would come so fiercely and so quickly. And this time this guy has learned his skills. He didn't start from himself, but from Pompeo. If you kill Pompeo, your most powerful umbrella in the United States will be gone. And his current main opponents are not only Shannon, but those with vested interests who can get huge profits from the Panama Canal every year. It's the big guys on Wall Street. So if a Pompeo falls, it's not just that Wuxing Railway on the Columbia side that may be ruined. These businesses in the United States are also likely to be targeted by those big bosses. So he must save Pompeo now. But what should I do to keep this guy? Attorney General Percy is not a vegetarian. The investigative team under him is said to be a group of young people who intend to make contributions to bring down Pompeo. For those people, it was a good opportunity for success. So those guys are very motivated, and the poison bait that Pompeo planted, it is estimated that under their intense pressure, it will not last long. So how did you help Pompeo launder the money? Xiao Feng frowned. Suddenly he saw the books on the wall behind Pompeo. There was a famous Jack Welch's autobiography. Speaking of the former CEO Jack of General Electric, Welch, his international fame, has mixed praise and criticism. In China, he is the of operation and management in the hearts of many entrepreneurs and business operators. The flat management model of modern enterprises that he pioneered has even been regarded as a classic by many enterprises. Many of Huago's corporate management structures have been learned from him. The Huago boss who likes to pretend to be has this book Jack Welch's autobiography. In the United States, the reputation of this big brother is not so good. This Jack Welch, when he first took the position, happened to be when General Electric was defeated by Toshiba, Panasonic and other NEC companies. And this Jack, after Welch took office, he adjusted the company's organizational structure and greatly reduced management costs. As a result, the company quickly turned losses into profits, and regained the market that Toshiba and Panasonic had robbed. Everything was fine, but when he was about to retire, he ruined his reputation. It turned out that when he signed the contract with the company, he had agreed with the company's board of directors. Not only will the company turn its losses into profits, but it will also make the company's annual growth beautiful. The purpose is to make the company profitable in the stock market. As the company's stock price rises, the net worth of the directors rises. In the last 2 years before his retirement, he frantically merged other companies in order to make the company's report look good. The company's stock price has been greatly increased, and the company's stock price has risen. He can get a lot of pension, and his annual salary for the last 2 years is as high as nearly $100 million. And his large-scale mergers and acquisitions of other companies reduced his internal R&D investment. This put General Electric in an extremely weak position in competition with similar companies such as Siemens and Philips for a long time after his retirement, especially in the field of medical equipment. General Electric was originally the dominant company, but later it had to divide the world by a third, or even a quarter. There is this Jack in it, contribution of Brother Welch. This caused him to have a very bad reputation among General Electric employees, and many people scolded him for being an old dog. In the end, in order to cleanse himself, he had to hire a gunman to write himself the book Jack, the autobiography of Welch. Don't say that the effect of this book is very good. After a lot of hype, it pushed him down as the of modern business. Especially the bosses of many Chinese enterprises have regarded this book as a standard. It's also funny enough. But Welch, who originally just wanted to wash himself off, didn't expect that he actually made a fortune by relying on this book. At this time, Xiao Feng, after seeing this book, suddenly had an inspiration in his mind. Hey, I have a solution. Oh, what way? Let's listen to it. Pompey, who had already frowned to the extreme, suddenly seemed to be a fully charged battery. He smashed the ground and bounced off the sofa. McGee, you can do this. Xiao Feng smiled and told McGee of his thoughts, while Pompo's mouth grew in surprise. You let me write a book? ? Yeah, I think it's good to just use the famous saying you said before. Huh? What famous saying? Glory of the American experiment, Wallide, where cheated, Westall. Look, I have figured out the title of the book for you. How about it? Cool enough. Xiao Feng looked at Pompeo and said with a smile, while Pompo's face was full of weird at this time. The expression seemed weird and constipated. Seeing him like that, it seemed that he couldn't help but rush up and punch Xiao Feng in the face. And Xiao Feng didn't have his expression at all, because he knew that he didn't dare to give him a lot of courage. Even if he dared to rush over, he would dare to let the first gentleman taste the iron fist of communism. Is this okay? Pompeo flutoed for a long time, and finally managed to suppress the breath. In fact, he really said this sentence. This is almost a year ago, when he was on a lecture tour at an agricultural university in Texas. A college student gave the answer casually when he asked questions like him. The question raised by the student at that time was also very tricky. It was about how the United States handled its relations with the big dogs in the Middle East. At that time, the new prince, who was a big dog family in the Middle East, happened to kill one of his opponents overseas. Moreover, the methods were very cruel, and this incident caused an uproar in the international arena. The United States has always regarded itself as an international policeman and a spokesperson for fairness and justice. Naturally, many people have criticized this issue. After all, the United States is a traditional ally of the Middle Eastern country, and now your ally has committed such a serious crime. How do you deal with it? You must know that you are fine, but you can call Pluto every day, the slogan of freedom. As a result, Pompeo gave such an answer at the time. Mentalnovel.com. We lied, we deceived, we stole. And this sentence hit the headlines of the United States the next day, and even caused an uproar in the international arena. Mao Zedong even publicly responded in the newspaper, saying that the Americans finally told the truth. Pompeo also became famous for this sentence. Many people laughed at him and the commander at the time. They were a natural match. Pompeo was embarrassed at the time. He never expected that the media would take his sentence out of context and interpret it like that. We must know that he answered the university student's question at the time, but it seemed to emphasize the correctness of the United States to defend its allies. In the end, those words turned him into a laughingstock. And now Xiao Feng asked him to write this sentence into a book. Isn't this slapped him in the face? And Xiao Feng explained to him with a smile, it's actually nothing. And I asked you to write this book for a purpose. Find a few gunmen and write the book quickly. I will set up a publishing company to help you publish it. Then let your wife's bank make a lot of purchases. After the purchase, it is treated as a gift to business partners. I will also arrange for other companies to purchase a batch. How smart is Pompeo? He slapped his thigh when he heard this. I understand. Ha ha. It's fine if you understand. Then the royalties alone will be enough for you to earn. Xiao Feng explained with a smile that Pompeo finally relaxed at this moment. Xiao, although I have said some things before, I still have to say aside, you are such a genius. Ha ha, you don't need to say this, I already knew it. Xiao Feng replied stupidly, in fact, this routine has long been ... useless. Chapter 1106. High, really high. So, you want your books to sell well, How can you not be a little horrified on this topic? Xiao Feng said to Pompeo with a smile. This situation is the same as the common headline party Xi Bei win in China. If you are an author of little reputation who write a book, if you want to attract readers, how can you catch the eye with the scary name? Don't think you Pompeo is now the first secretary of the United States, but in the literary world, you are just a noob. And you are not a great like Jack Welch, and you have never been elected President of the United States. Why should people pay for your books? In fact, the politicians in the United States have the habit of publishing books, such as the impeached Mr. Zipper and the predecessor Roa Wainhai. Both have published books after leaving office, and they all bought well. However, the reason why people pay for their books is because they have been the number one. The relationship in China is very light. Some people want to curry favor with them, so they are willing to pay for their books. Others are purely curious about what happened in the White House, and how these chiefs handled international affairs back then. I want to learn some management experience from it, so I am willing to pay for these books. But you, Pompeo, although you are a high-ranking authority now, but after all, you have never been an arbitrary leader, so why should others pay for you? So if you want Pompeo's book to sell well, you really have to be the title party. Naturally, the more horrifying and eye-catching the title, the better. The more frightening the title, the more eye-catching the book, the better the sales of the book. So even if the IRS comes to investigate, it can be justified, isn't it? Otherwise, if you print tens of thousands of copies, and then you can't sell them, you can only apportion them. Isn't this just waiting for someone to grab the handle? Pompeo had been thoroughly persuaded by Xiao Feng at this time, and at this time he didn't think he was embarrassing to say those few words before. Although many media had overinterpreted that sentence unkindly before, he also thought that sentence was a stain on his life. But if you make good use of the taint in your life this time, you will be able to help yourself wash away the current troubles. Moreover, the book can be printed infinitely, as long as it sells well. It will be printed for a few rounds. The royalties are not coming in. When the time comes, we will be engaged in an overseas collection of rights so that people can sell a few copies overseas. Is it possible that the guys from the IRS can still go overseas to check what are the sales of the books and who are they sold to? Ha, even if the person who bought the book went back then, it would just be the book to wipe his butt, or to start a fire, regardless of his business. At this time, Xiao Feng looked at Pompeo very seriously and said, "This matter must never be left alone." Huh? What do you mean? Want to do something? Pompeo looked at Xiao Feng and asked. Xiao Feng nodded with a smile. Yes, I am planning to do something. So why can I only let them check us? We can't follow their rhythm. We have to disrupt their rhythm. High, really high. Pompeo laughed loudly and gave Xiao Feng a thumbs up. It is precisely because the matter happened to involve his weakness, so he was also in a mess before. Because he has a lot of handle in this area and is easy to get caught, he is in a hurry. I didn't even think of counterattack, but now Xiao Feng's proposal is very good. Correct. Why? He can only check us. Haha, they are all officials in the US government. I don't believe it anymore. There is no in your ass. I don't believe it. How much cleaner can you be than me? Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Go ahead. What are you going to do? Pompeo looked at Xiao Feng and asked. Xiao Feng put down his wine glass and lit himself a cigarette. He still likes cigarettes more than cigars. As for smoking indoors, that's just for ordinary people, for privileged figures like Pompeo. Even if he ordered the house, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just start with this Percy. Didn't she lead the trouble? Then let's chop off their dog's paws first. Then there is the person behind Percy, and then the Shannon, and then the person behind Shannon. We want them to know that it hurts and that we are not easy to mess with. I really didn't expect that this time I came to the United States to do business, and it would involve so many right and wrong. Xiao Feng felt really tired like never before. He had never been so tired before when he was in China. But who makes this the world's largest market? Sometimes you want to bypass them. And there are some other domestic cash technologies, especially drugs, so it really won't work without them. But there are also a lot of evil wolves here, and a few will come out if you kill a few. And this time Xiao Feng intends to do a big vote to let those guys know that he is not easy to provoke. Only in this way can we dispel the greedy minds of those people. Otherwise, it would be a headache if these guys keep getting up. Well, I think it should be done. Pompeo also wanted to understand that Percy didn't give himself face. I quietly organized an investigation team to investigate myself, which really ate the courage of the bear heart and leopard. She must have forgotten that she is the First Minister of the United States, and she dared to dig a hole for Lozi. If she didn't teach her a lesson this time, how could she know how good she was? At the same time, it is also a warning to other people, telling them to give Lao Tzu to play yin, otherwise you will not be able to eat. What's the origin of this Percy? Xiao Feng doesn't know much about Percy's personality, but he knows that Percy, the Minister of Justice, is not simple. She is from the donkey faction. In fact, the commander doesn't like her very much. But because there were conflicts with the justices before, and in order to calm the grievances of the donkey faction, I had to give her this position. Before, she was pretty well behaved and didn't cause trouble for everyone, but who knew she jumped out at this time? Pompeo also didn't expect Percy's sudden attack, because the woman had been very low before. She is Latino, more than 50 this year. From what I know about her, she doesn't seem to have much guts. She used to be a mere promise. In fact, she is the product of a balance between various forces. She was originally in that position waiting for the end of this government. Pompeo expounded the status and image of the Attorney General in a few words. It's just a product of balance and compromise between all parties. Then who is behind her? Xiao Feng asked again. The Minister of Justice seemed nothing extraordinary. But the key is to add the Attorney General. Then this position is unusual. Mastering this authority means mastering a sword of Damocles, and investigating whoever wants to investigate in the United States. So if there is no big boss behind Percy, Xiao Feng doesn't believe it. McGee Pompeo thought for a while, and then said to Xiao Feng, "It should be Thomas of Massachusetts." "Lauren, who is he?" Xiao Feng continued to ask. McGee Pompeo sorted out his thoughts. "He is the party whip of the donkey faction, the representative of the Boston Consortium, the representative of the Kennedy family." "Wait. The Kennedy family? Then shouldn't he be named Kennedy?" Xiao Feng interrupted Pompeo, and then asked. McGee Pompeo shrugged. "He has changed his surname. A few years ago, the Kennedy family would have accidents every other time. Some people say that their family is cursed. And his parents, in order to let him grow up healthy, they changed his surname. He followed his mother's surname, and this happened to allow him to inherit his grandfather's hundreds of millions of fortune." After listening to McGee Pompeo popularizing these wealthy knowledge to Xiao Feng also gained insight. However, he suspects that this guy's father changed his name, perhaps even more rushing to his grandfather's hundreds of millions of fortunes. This guy has a great influence in the donkey faction, and he has also been a member of Congress for 2 terms. Only later did he return to Boston. "Wait, you said this guy was a member of Congress. Then he went back to Boston?" Xiao Feng feels a little confused. Although he has not been in the United States for a long time, he also knows that the Senate in the US Congress has great power. The Senate is equivalent to the House of Lords in the UK, and it is full of representatives from various consortia. Moreover, it can not only restrict the president, but also participate in the formulation of national laws. Until novel.com and future presidents are likely to be selected from the senators. And this Mr. Laron, logically speaking, came from a wealthy family. It's normal to take the political line, but shouldn't it be after a few years in the Senate to run for the president? But why did this old man go back more and more? After being a senator for 2 years, he quit and went back to the local council in Boston to become a member of the council. What does he think? Is it possible to be a guy who loves the country and the beauty more? At this moment McGee Pompeo also shrugged with a wry smile. "Don't ask me about this. I don't know what he thinks. But there is one thing I can tell you for sure. 20 years after he returned to Boston and Massachusetts, the business is unable to penetrate the knife. Rain cannot enter. That state has become their own private land. Oh, so this is returning to his hometown and becoming an invisible Earth Emperor. You really don't think this is nonsense? This is actually the status quo in the United States. Many states are actually reserved for wealthy families. The current domestic politics in the US is similar to that of power politics after the Three Kingdoms of China and before the Tang dynasty. The wealthy and prominent families basically monopolized the local operation and management. Then on the Congress side, they will select their own representatives and put them in the Senate to speak for themselves. So the village bandit bullies in Mississippi are insignificant compared to the wealthy and powerful like Thomas Loren. That said, if you want to move Percy, you have to touch this Mr. Loren. That's right, after all, Percy was pushed up by him, and he is also his representative in Washington. Chapter 1107 Know Yourself and the Enemy. Although he also knows that the wealthy and prominent families in the United States are more bullish, Xiao Feng still doesn't quite understand the nuances in it. Is Loren's family really that powerful? How much influence does family politics have on the United States? Xiao Feng couldn't help asking Pompeo. And Pompeo shook his head. You must have never heard of a common saying in the US. Call it old money. Xiao Feng shook his head. I haven't heard of it. In fact, this term refers to the emerging consortium in the West, describing the old family consortium in the East. As we all know, when the US was founded, there were only 13 states. Almost all of the earliest chaebols in the US came from these 13 states. For example, the Morgan and Rockefeller families in New York, DuPont in North Carolina, and the Boston chaebol in Boston. These chaebols have all existed in the form of families, and even in the first more than 100 years in the United States, these families have been firmly in control of the country's economic and policy orientation until World War II, the rise of the Los Angeles area. Later, because of the outbreak of emerging technology industries such as Silicon Valley, it also greatly weakened the influence of these established families. Old money has gradually withdrawn from the upper political circle in the United States and gradually moved behind the scenes, but in fact, their influence has not diminished much. Like this Thomas. Mr. Loren is a very influential guy in Washington. He is the party whip of the donkey faction, and he has another nickname called Kingmaker. When Xiao Feng heard this, he was a little confused. Wait, what does this party whip mean? It's the people who bring together a faction. You know, whether it's the elephant pie or the donkey pie, there are actually many internal branches. Even many people are in a state of disagreement. It can even be said to be the kind of enemy of life and death. For example, in the donkey faction, there are people with serious political differences like Hillary and Sanders. Hillary advocates catering to Wall Street's big chaebols, while Sanders advocates catering to the 99%. And Thomas is the one who can bring them together. Xiao Feng understood Pompeo's explanation. This is not only a peacemaker can do, but also must have a position. Authority can overwhelm all parties. From this point of view, Thomas has been in this position for 30 years. He is definitely not easy. As for the donkey faction in the Senate, there are more than 30 people arranged by Thomas. When Xiao Feng heard this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He could arrange more than 30 senators. No wonder Pompeo said that Thomas also has a nickname, called the Kingmaker. However, the higher the weight, the other way to explain that this Mr. Loren must also have a lot of things that are not easy to see. Xiao Feng didn't believe that there were still saints in this world. It seems that we really have to look into this Thomas. Mr. Loren. But in order not to be horrified, let's start with that Percy. Xiao Feng touched his chin and said, while McGee nodded with a wry smile. Then it's up to you. You know it's not convenient for me to show up for a lot of things now. They stare at me very closely. If I am not careful, they will easily get hold of the handle. But don't worry, if you have any needs, just call me and I will try to cooperate with you. Xiao Feng nodded. Well, I know how to do it. When it got dark, Xiao Feng said goodbye and left McGee's villa. I got on the plane and went back to San Francisco without knowing why. Although the East Coast is the essence of the United States, Xiao Feng is uncomfortable with this generation. Going back to San Francisco will make him feel much more comfortable. Maybe it's because there are not so many old money on the East Coast in this one. After returning, he released the spy team under his hands. Since a fierce battle is inevitable, we must first know ourselves and the enemy. The investigation team now formed by the clones is all transferred from the Secret Service of Ithaca. I have performed several missions here in the United States, and they have all done very well. These clones with modified bodies, their bodies are powerful information collectors. Eavesdropping and surveillance are a piece of cake for them. The most important thing is that they can also modify some small monitoring and surveillance equipment by themselves. Miniature electronic sneak shot equipment, infrared imaging equipment and so on. And even the CIA, which has the most advanced technical means at the moment, can't compare with them in terms of equipment and technical means. The manpower has been thrown out, and the next step is to wait for the results. And these few days, Xiao Feng has not been idle either. He first went to Little Rock City and met with Evans of Juice King to learn about Juice King's recent business situation. Boss, don't you know, now our profitability can definitely be said to be a full-fledged red. Seeing Xiao Feng's arrival, Evans' eyes were red. He was just an entrepreneur before, and he had to make up stories to deceive investors. To be honest, the days were frightening, because he was afraid that someday his Ponzi scheme would be exposed. If people know that the juicer he bought is an IQ harvester, then his company will be ruined. But how can I think that the bubble he wove was actually punctured by Xiao Feng? But what he didn't expect was that Xiao Feng did not send him to court, but instead left him to let him continue to serve as the CEO of this company, and also pointed him a new way for the company's development. Now he only needs to develop the company according to Xiao Feng's planned route. Now the company's scale has expanded to a valuation of more than $50 billion. As the helm of such a company, how can you keep Evans from getting excited? You must know that he is still only getting so little dead pain now. Boss, since we cooperated with Vogelin, our shops have been opened all over the country in one go. In the past month, we have been actively expanding and renovating new stores. Now we have opened more than 7,000 branches across the country. Moreover, the business results are excellent. Now we can maintain normal operations only by relying on our own profits. Evans was very proud when he said this. You must know that in the United States, as a startup company, it can open more than 7,000 branches within a year. And it can make a profit that year. They're Juice King chain coffee, but Xizibaba is the only one. In this way, I will be confident to surpass Starbucks next year. Evans is very optimistic about the future of the Juice King coffee chain. Now Juice King's chain coffee is too popular in North America, because their coffee has two major characteristics. The first is that it tastes good, and the second is that it has certain therapeutic properties. Look at the guy who had esophageal cancer. After drinking their coffee, his condition was obviously alleviated. Although I don't know if this is a case, but for ordinary people, regardless of him, anyway, as long as the legend can prevent cancer, they will love it. Therefore, even though Juice King Coffee has opened more than 7,000 stores in the United States, each of them is still full every day. Now our average daily turnover has reached 90 million, and the net profit is more than 5 million. Xiao Feng could only shake his head helplessly after hearing this. The cost of doing business in the US is high. The average daily gross profit can be more than 90 million. Which shows that the average daily gross profit of these stores is more than $10,000. But the net profit is only more than 5 million yuan, which is still the largest cost of coffee raw materials, all provided by him. This can only show that the labor costs and operating costs in the United States are too high. Of course, the cost of raw materials for coffee is accounted for by another company. This company is established overseas and is the exclusive supplier of Juice King Coffee Shop. If this part is added, the profit will definitely be higher. But Xiao Feng would not agree, because that would pay more taxes to the United States. It's better to be located in the Ithacan area, because there are no taxes. Boss, I plan to use the money to continue to open more stores in the United States. After all, Starbucks has more than 20,000 stores in the United States. We still have too few stores to compete with them. Mentalnovel.com at this time, Evans tentatively asked Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded. The number of stores in the US should be controlled at around 10,000, not too many. On the one hand, it is better to avoid abuse. On the other hand, it is to leave a way for competitors to stay alive, so as not to force them to jump over the wall in a hurry. Evans also nodded. I know the boss. Also, next year Vogelin may have a corresponding plan to open new stores overseas, and you have to keep up with the rhythm. Britain, Canada, Australia and New Zealand, these countries, as well as some European countries, will open branches. This gives Juice King a very good opportunity to enter the European market. Don't miss it. Xiao Feng told Evans about the future business direction of Vogelin, and when Evans heard this, his eyes immediately brightened. Really? That's great. It is better to follow Vogelin to enter the European market than to go alone. You must know that the conservatives in Europe, the new foreign things, especially the American food companies, are very disgusting. And it's challenging to think about bringing chain coffee to Europe, especially France and Italy, where it is said that even Starbucks can't get mixed up there. Evans is like giving it a try. His Juice King coffee, can he hit the sky again? By the way, our juicer is also very popular now, mainly because of the third generation products you brought. We have implemented the offline and online dual channel sales model, and the current channels are mainly arranged in the Juice King coffee shop. The sales momentum is very good now, and tens of thousands of units can be sold every month. Chapter 1108. You are kicking your nose and getting on your head. Huh? Can you sell so much? Xiao Feng was also stunned when he heard the data from the Evans newspaper. To be honest, he had never thought that that juicer could sell so much. You know, that is not a $399 juicer, but a $1,099 juicer. At this price, you can buy a small car in the United States. If Evans didn't mention this juicer, Xiao Feng would have forgotten it. The reason why this juicer was developed before was to wipe Evans' ass. Who made the previous Juice King be a juicer? And the juicer they produced is obviously a product that harvests the IQ tax. If it is not revealed by others, it is okay. If it is revealed by others, it will definitely be a catastrophe for the Juice King. Although the Juice King had already begun to transform at that time, the coffee chain had not yet started and the industrial chain had not yet closed. It is the most vulnerable and dangerous time. If someone exposes that the juicer is a liar, then the company is basically abolished. That's why Xiao Feng asked the cloning experts at Ithaca to speed up and rush out a juicer. In terms of overall appearance, the requirement is the same as the juicer previously launched by Juice King, keeping fit, with a strong sense of design, and high-level sense. However, in terms of function, it is not as weak as the Juice King. This juicer is really capable of squeezing juice. The most important thing is that this machine also has a self-cleaning function. The remaining fruit residue from the juice is collected in the bag, then it can be fermented by itself with the fermentation enzymes from the Juice King. The residue after fermentation can be used as fertilizer and can be used for gardening at home. If you don't want to ferment, just throw it away and it can degrade on its own. And this juicer can automatically flush and clean itself. This completely solves the problem that people want to drink juice but are too lazy to do it themselves. So in terms of function, this juicer is definitely the kind of equipment that solves the last mile problem. But the price is not cheap. The price of $1,099 is really not affordable for all families. But Xiao Feng didn't expect that it could sell tens of thousands of units every month. It seems that the spending power of Americans is really not that strong. And it also confirms another point of view, that is, Americans are really lazy. As long as you go to a US supermarket, you can know how lazy Americans are. In the freezer of the supermarket, processed food is everywhere. All kinds of quick frozen pizzas, burgers, pies, quick frozen vegetables, all kinds of ham, sausages. It is because they are unwilling to go home to cook, or go to the vegetable market, buy fresh vegetables, go home to wash, process, and make. That's too much trouble. So big companies have thought about it for you. They directly process food into semi-finished products, or 90% of mature products. You just have to buy it back, put the food in the microwave, oven, or pot to heat it up and eat it. This is the powerful food industry in the United States. In terms of drinking juice, it can better reflect the laziness of Americans. Obviously buy a few fruits back, wash them, peel them and put them in an ordinary juicer to get the juice. But many people are too lazy to wash the fruit, peel the fruit, and even more lazy to clean the juicer after juicing. That's why there is a big sales of Juicer King Juicer. A juicer is sold for $1,099, and the actual cost, even with the best materials, is only 200 yuan. So the net profit created by this juicer every month can reach more than 30 million. When he heard the data reported by Evans, Xiao Feng felt a little confused. The net profit of buying a juicer is actually higher than buying coffee. But this is only temporary. After all, the market capacity of juicers is limited. Evans also gave his own judgment, and Xiao Feng also nodded. Indeed, a juicer with more than 1,000 knives is really not everyone can afford. That is, these Americans now feel fresh, and after a while, it is estimated that sales will also come down. Very well, Evans, you did a great job. Recently I will ask someone to prepare a new contract for you. Annual salary? Just set it at 1 million. In addition, you are matched with 5% of the stock, and you can enjoy the company's net profit dividends at the end of the year. Evans was waiting for Xiao Feng's words, and his face turned into a chrysanthemum after listening to it. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I know what to do. Speaking of flattering and loyal, these foreigners are no worse than the Chinese. Are there any more promising companies this year than Juice King? Although the boss gives dry shares, the dividends that can be enjoyed every year are millions of dollars. When the company opens tens of thousands of stores all over the world, will the dividend for a year be tens of millions? What else can be more happier than these? After checking the operation of Juice King, Xiao Feng left here. This Evans did a great job and is worth growing. If the future depends on this guy and his performance is still good, he doesn't mind transferring him to Voglin's side. After all, Evans has an inherent advantage, and that is his account book. There are many things, let him come forward to deal with the political and business of the United States, are better than Helen and the clone Chamberlain. After checking the operation of Juice King, Xiao Feng boarded the plane again and went straight to Colombia. When he arrived in Colombia, he checked into the Pinivera Peninsula Hotel in Bogota. This hotel was formerly owned by Lao Li's family, but was later taken over by Southern Cross Asset Management. Later, it was renovated, and then renamed to Penivella Peninsula Hotel. Xiao Feng welcomed an important guest, Qin Xiaoshan, in the presidential suite of the hotel. Recently, Qin Xiaoshan has been staying in the Karapag Islands, staring at the construction work on the island at Huayang Petroleum leased to the north. In particular, the heavy oil refinery on the island is now basically in production, and he is very satisfied with the crude oil produced. This finally proved that Xiao Feng did not brag, and that the oil transported from Venezuela can be refined and shipped back to China here. With this feat, he will definitely be promoted after returning to China. He has heard the news recently, and he is preparing to adjust some important duties in the 3 barrels of oil. And he will have a great opportunity to go further. And he was able to achieve such results, naturally. All of them were inseparable from Xiao Feng's support. Last time Xiao Feng borrowed tens of billions of dollars from contacting domestic companies through him. Then I went to the United States to buy Voglin, and I already knew about it. The above agrees very much with Xiao Feng's acquisition. Many people are more optimistic and don't care how much money Xiao Feng can make from the United States. Instead, he values the channels that Xiao Feng has opened up in the United States and the political resources he can access. Because of this, Xiao Feng was very optimistic from above, and some people specially told Lao Qin to make a good relationship with Xiao Feng. Therefore, Xiao Feng just made a call, and the next day Qin Xiaoshan took a special plane from the Karapag Islands to Bogota. Do you want to build at Wuxing Railway? Looking at the map in front of him, after understanding Xiao Feng's grand plan, Qin Xiaoshan was completely shocked. He really didn't expect Xiao Feng to be so courageous. Just under the Panama Canal, he actually wanted to build a railway. Is this blatantly digging the corner of the American people? People say that tigers can't touch their butt, but this guy is good. Not only touched the tiger's butt, you have to slap the tiger on the face and pull the tiger's beard. You are slamming your nose and getting on your father's head. This guy really hates the courage of the bear, hart and leopard. In the past, there were companies in China who said they wanted to redig a canal in Nicaragua. But there was also thunder and heavy rain. Not only did the Americans fail to take the canal seriously, even the Chinese government was skeptical. Because of the intensive care, no matter how you look at it, it looks more like a lie. But this is different. Not only has Xiao Feng controlled Girardot and Port Apaltado, he has also completed the topographic mapping between the two cities. I even found the construction team to produce drawings, such as how long a railway should be built between the two cities, how many mountains to blow up and how many tunnels to open. Metalnovel.com. The construction plan has been mostly completed. This is definitely not a joke. Qin Xiaoshan doesn't know much about construction, but he also knows that this is no joke. Those drawings are definitely not silly. The most important thing is that once this railway is completed, its political and economic influence will definitely not be overshadowed. Let's say the Huayang Petroleum, the heavy oil that is now collected from Wago. Basically, I rarely take the Panama Canal, but take the Suez Canal or the South African route. After crossing the Atlantic Ocean, entering the Indian Ocean, and passing through Malacca, it can be transported back to the country. The route is long and the freight is high. Originally, the high cost of refining heavy oil, coupled with the high freight costs, has resulted in the loss of money to collect heavy oil from the country. But if you don't want it, you have to ask for it. Otherwise, what about the $50 billion that you lent to Venezuela? This is also the main reason why he leased the North Island from the Karapag Islands to build an oil storage base. After all, it is the closest route to transport Venezuelan oil directly from the Panama Canal and take the Pacific route back to China. This can greatly reduce the cost of Venezuelan heavy oil. However, there are several difficulties in taking the Panama Canal. The first is the tonnage of the Panama Canal, which can only exceed 80,000 tons of ships. An oil tanker with hundreds of thousands of tons at every turn can't make it through. This has to be inverted at the entrance and exit of the canal, which has greatly increased the cost again and again. In addition, the transit cost of the Panama Canal is inherently high, so even though the distance is much shorter in this calculation, but in fact, the freight has not decreased much. The second difficulty is political risk. Although the Panama Canal is nominally owned by the Panamanian government, but who didn't know that Panama has a U.S. military base? Chapter 1109. 3 country kills. Moreover, the United States originally imposed sanctions on Venezuela. Once one day, the Americans will really turn their faces. Otherwise, the tanker will be detained on the other side of the canal, and the loss will be great. So the strategic significance of this railway is really important. Compared with the Panama Canal controlled by the Americans, the reliability of this railway is much higher. The most important thing is if the reliability of this railway can be proved. After that, China will be able to enter and exit South America more conveniently and quickly. We must know that in the past, when dealing with countries in South America, the biggest headache was the transportation problem, because the distance is too far. For example, Brazil, the most resource-rich country in South America, and Argentina. Both of these big countries are located on the east coast of South America. To trade with them, the ship can only take the African route, bypass the Cape of Good Hope, Cape Town, enter the Indian Ocean, and take the Malacca route. Not to mention the distance, the risk is also high, especially in the Indian Ocean. that is basically the world of Americans and ASEAN. Especially in recent years, ASEAN has frequently found his presence in the Indian Ocean. This makes Hwago feel very uncomfortable. If this railway is really repaired, the situation will be different. Iron ore, meat, and timber imported from Brazil and Argentina can all be shipped to the port of Apaltado in Colombia. Change to the railway here and transport to Jurado port on the other side. Then it was just loaded from Jurado and transported back to China via the Pacific Ocean. Although such a series of operations are troublesome, it can greatly shorten the distance of cargo transportation. To greatly reduce freight, the most important thing is that the entire route is very safe and reliable. He will not be stuck in the neck of the United States, and it is not easy to be disgusted by stinky rascals like ASEAN. With this railway, China can reach deeper into the hinterland of the South American continent, have more in-depth economic and trade exchanges with South American countries. So the political significance of this railway is absolutely self-evident. Qin always has people with a big structure, and he figured out the advantages of this railway in a moment. Naturally, he knew Xiao Feng's purpose, and it was nothing more than the empty glove white wolf need to invest in the national team and spend money on construction. After thinking about these, President Qin immediately smiled. Mr. Xiao, this plan is good. Allow me a few days to report the project. After all, this is not a trivial matter. It is a big project. But you can rest assured, I believe the whole project will be approved soon. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, I can trust President Qin on this point, but I still want to tell you that this railway has more than 2 investors. Huh? Who else wants to join in? When Qin Xiaoshan heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brow. Xiao Feng smiled. Mr. Qin, you also know that this is a big deal. It is not so easy to dig the corner of the American people. So the project may have to introduce investment from Russia, as well as some investment from the United States. Qin Xiaoshan's mood gradually calmed down when he heard about the investment from Russia. Mao Xing and us must be standing together. After all, Mao Xing is now the strong support behind Venezuela. Hwago is responsible for the money, and Mao Xing is responsible for the effort. No. Some time ago, under the command of Mao Xing, the Venezuelan army chopped off the dog's paws sent by the United States. Not many people know about Xiao Feng's role behind it. Qin Xiaoshan certainly didn't know her level enough. But he knew that it was not a bad thing to have a bear on this railway, because if Americans knew about this railway, they would definitely find ways to destroy it. If the US really exerts extreme pressure, it is really hard to say whether China will be able to withstand it by then. But if Teddy Bear joins, it will be different. Unlike the Chinese way of thinking, Mao Xing's diplomatic model has always been tough. In the past 2 years, the United States brought NATO brothers to impose sanctions on Russia, and the Mao Xing simply decoupled from your United States. We don't need any US dollars in foreign exchange reserves, and we simply pegged them to the renminbi for settlement. Whenever you, the US, do things with Russia in the international arena, they will just give you back. In Syria, the 2 sides went from secret fights to direct fights. Here the US dispatched an exercise in the Baltic Sea on Gunkanjima. The next day, Teddy Bear directly launched a missile and flew over the US warship, frightened the American warships and immediately withdrew from the Baltic Sea. The US sent F-22 to the Teddy Bear border to provoke. The next day, they sent a White Swan to the west coast of the US to walk around in return. Although the economy is not as good as the United States, people's fists are hard. And if Teddy Bear joins this project, the chances of forming it will be greatly improved. But if Mao Xing joins, Qin Xiaoshan is very welcome. But you actually want to join the Americans? What's the matter? That's American. Is the Panama Canal theirs? You let the Americans in, but they didn't mess up this project for you. Qin Xiaoshan knew the attributes of a US citizen. At this time, Xiao Feng had to smile and explain to Qin Xiaoshan, President Qin, this is actually the case. The Panama Canal is actually controlled by a group of old money in the United States. Since hearing the word from Pompeo that day, Xiao Feng has become more and more aware of the word. After a few days, He had already figured out that this so-called old money was actually not an ancient domestic celebrity. And when he said this to Kingsley Ocean also felt a little understanding. You mean? Yes, in the United States, there are some people who have been upset with this group of old money for a long time. The old money control the Panama Canal, and they can collect money from sitting at home every year. And other people naturally want to find this kind of business. They are very optimistic about the Wuxin Railway plan, so they plan to invest. So with the participation of Americans, you don't have to worry about the problems of sticks at all. In fact, if they join, they can play the role of a shit cutter in the United States. In other words, once someone takes a proposal against the Two-Ocean Railway to Congress, someone will stand up and speak for us. When Xiao Feng said this, Kingsley Ocean immediately laughed. This can really be. Previously, domestic loans were given to Xiao Feng, so that he could take the money to buy Voglin and enter the United States. Isn't it just help that this long-sleeved, good-dancing guy can make the corresponding political power in the United States? Unexpectedly, this guy found it so soon. The savvy boy is really good. However, Kingsley Ocean certainly couldn't talk to Xiao Feng. It's just that at this time, he can understand Xiao Feng's idea of letting Americans join in. Well, very good. Leave this plan to me. I'll go back and give it to it, and you will be prepared. Once the project is approved, someone will definitely be sent down to investigate. This is not a trivial matter. Someone will definitely be sent to investigate the authenticity and feasibility of the entire project. After all, this is a big project that involves many people's hats. Xiao Feng laughed and nodded. Don't worry, I'm already prepared. Kingsley Ocean took the plan and left, and Xiao Feng did not stay in the hotel too much. This project is a Three Kingdoms kill from the beginning. No one can eat alone. After Kingsley Ocean was sent away, he got on the convoy heading to Apartado. Under the of Li Yun and his party, they drove for more than 2 hours and arrived at Apartado port. It was originally a very small city with a population of more than 10,000. It is not so much a city as a small fishing village. But now, the situation here has changed drastically. All kinds of construction machinery are everywhere on the seashore, and deep excavation is underway to widen the port. Li Xingkai's Liangyan Railway Company has already started the preliminary work. His underworld business is also unbroken, and the work of helping those big bosses with money laundering can also bring him a steady stream of income every month. Now these profits have been smashed into the construction of the Liangyan Railway. The Jirdo port on the other side is in the same situation now. www.mtlnovel.com is undergoing port deepening and widening projects. And Xiao Feng did not come to see Li Xingkai when he came to Port Apartado this time. Instead, he came to see Liu Jin. Liu Jin now is no longer the arms dealer who was hunted down by the CIA and dared not go abroad. He is now on the line with FSB and is mainly responsible for transporting arms to South America and contracting some outsourcing projects in South America. With FSB's endorsement, he has gone everywhere in the world. Of course, he still cannot go to some traditional spheres of influence in the United States. But in South America, Venezuela, he is still free to come and go. Therefore, Xiao Feng informed him about the construction of the Liangyan Railway at the earliest. He also spread the news back to China, and sure enough, the Russian side is also particularly interested in this project. Just a few days ago, Liu Jin, accompanied by experts sent from China, had already traveled to Jirdo port. These days, Apartado is investigating the construction progress of the port. The two groups actually met at the port, and after meeting Liu Jin smiled and gave Xiao Feng a big bear hug. "Hello, my brother, it's been a long time since I saw you." "Ha ha, yes, your complexion looks good." Xiao Feng looked at Liu Jin, who was full of red, and said. Liu Jin laughed. "Yes, the main reason is that I don't have to stay in the country. I'm much better. Come, let me introduce to you, my friend, Sergei Shah." And this Serge, as Liu Jin said, he greeted people from behind and introduced him to Xiao Feng. The man named Seshao was a handsome white man with blonde hair and blue eyes, while the Erg looked like a rough man. But just from the aura of these two people, Xiao Feng knew that these two weren't the same guys. Chapter 1110 Ballet on the Eggshell. Sergei is the founder of the Ural Investment Fund, and Erg is the head of ROS in South America. Their company just recently acquired 9.6% of the Venezuelan National Petroleum Corporation. They are all very interested in this railway. Liu Jin introduced the two to Xiao Feng, and the two also smiled and came to Xiao Feng and stretched out their hands. Xiao Feng shook hands with them one by one. "Hello, gentlemen, nice to meet you." Then he wandered around the port, and then came to the port's opinion office. Both Sergei and Ergo are very interested in this project, and Liu Jin has also told them about it before, and they didn't understand the specific content of the project. Xiao Feng came at this time and took out the drawings and explained them well. The two listened very carefully, and even Xi Shaw took out a small notebook to take notes. Then I asked a lot of related questions. For example, how much is the total investment in the project, how long the construction period is, and which aspects need to be involved, etc. Xiao Feng didn't hide anything from them either. China Capital wants to intervene. Sergei and Ergai have no objection to this. After all, the Chinese have money and some people. If the project is handed over to the locals, it will not be completed in 3 years. And if you leave it to the Chinese, this 100-kilometer railway can be paved for you in 1 year. You know that Teddy Bear is also very interested in going deep into South America. Over the years, the United States has frequently engaged in troubles around the Bear Country. For example, conducting military exercises in the Baltic Sea and launching war in Syria, which made Maoxung very abhorrent. Although Maoxung is no longer the second largest in the world, they still have great ambitions. In addition, because of the comprehensiveness of domestic resources, people dare to play hard decoupling with you. Moreover, it is also not to be indecent to come and go. Over the years, Americans have frequently shown themselves at the door of their homes. Maoxung has been very annoyed. At this time, he saw such an opportunity to gain a foothold in South America. How could Maoxung miss such an opportunity to give Eagle Source eye drops? In the past, Ying Jiang was at the door of Teddy Bear's house, disgusting Teddy Bear. Now I finally have the opportunity to set off fireworks in the backyard of the United States. Naturally, Maoxung is very happy. As for the addition of American capital, haha, what's the big deal? In terms of breaking into the enemy's interior, the Russians have done much better than China at this point. They are all white-skinned, so teddy bears have a natural advantage in penetrating the United States. Do you know who is the real tycoon behind Silicon Valley? Yuri of DST. Many people may not have heard of it, but people are the real men behind internet giants such as Twitter and Google. You see the United States clamoring for sanctions against Maoxung every day, but do they dare to impose sanctions on this tycoon? I dare not at all, because Maoxung has more than just investment tycoons in the United States. There is also the famous mafia, the Bearish Mafia, which is the only domineering in the United States. Even the crazy Mexican flower group had to give way to the three-pointer, because after dealing with them, you know that they are a paramilitarized organization, and there are endless ones who are not afraid of death. That American politician, if you dare to trouble them, people will dare to kill your whole family. That's why Maoxung doesn't take those American investors seriously. It would be better if US capital is blended in. Then they can help stir in US. Teddy Bear sees this thoroughly. It can be said that the two sides met each other late, and Xiao Feng liked this Sergei and Durga very much. They are all temperamental people. In many ways, everyone's personality and ideas coincide with each other. And with the addition of Teddy Bear, it can also very effectively deter some local xiao, especially the American Wall Street tycoons and politicians supported locally. At the beginning, it was just a talk, but afterwards, Xiao Feng simply asked people to bring a variety of fine wines. A few people started to drink while letting someone barbecue. In this way, at the wine table, I also discussed the issue of teddy bears staking the railway. But everyone has agreed that although this railway is invested by everyone, the real controller is Xiao Feng's Western Railway Company. As for other people, they can enjoy profit dividends based on the share ratio and can participate in the operation. But they must not interfere with the operation. In addition, the railway will offer discounts or free of charge to the companies they set up. This is also the safest way. Otherwise, in the future, the United States, China and Russia will allow either party to come to power, and it is estimated that the other two will not agree. That's why Xiao Feng's Western Railway Company had such an opportunity to dance ballet on eggshells. After getting Mao Zedong's side, Xiao Feng flew directly back to Milligan. This time he went straight to Washington, and Chinese investors have already seen it. Mao Zedong's investors have already joined, and now investors from the United States are missing. Before Xiao Feng asked Pompeo to contact those American investors, it was finally time to meet. The meeting was arranged by Pompey, and the meeting place was in Pompey's villa on the outskirts of Washington. A total of 6 people attended. One was Pompeo, and the other 5 were representatives elected by American capital. When he saw these people, Xiao Feng was a little baffled. Of the 5 people, 3 are generals of the U.S. military. To be precise, they are all retired generals. Pompeo smiled and explained to Xiao Feng. This is Major General McAllister, the former commander of the 101st Airborne Division, and this is Lieutenant General Allen, the deputy commander of the 7th Fleet. And this. Pompeo smiled and introduced Xiao Feng to these former military leaders. Xiao Feng smiled and shook hands with them one by one. You don't need to introduce this one. I know this one. Nice to meet you, General Murphy. This Murphy was once the DoD Minister of the United States. This guy can come. This shows that this group of capital is really not easy. There are 2 other representatives of consortia from Western United States. One is the CEO of a fund from Silicon Valley and a guy named Walter. There is another acquaintance that Xiao Feng did not expect, Helen's uncle Dalton Hamilton. When Xiao Feng first arrived in the United States, this guy had a business relationship with him at the welcome reception. I want him to help find a foundry in China to produce military boots. It was just a matter of effort. Xiao Feng arranged it for him. I didn't see each other much later. I didn't expect to meet in Washington this time. Dalton saw Xiao Feng's shocked eyes, then smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, you can introduce what you want later. Everyone is pointing to the money. The California consortium I represent must support you. Oh, it turns out that this guy is still a member of the California consortium. Think about it, too. The California Consortium, one of the 8 major consortia in the United States, knows how it is possible not to participate in this matter. Speaking of the California Consortium, you can understand why they are unwilling to stand with the rich guys on Wall Street, because compared with them, those old guys on Wall Street are traditional old money. The California Consortium was a new consortium that only emerged after the 20th century. At the earliest, it was a group of younger brothers in the eyes of the people on Wall Street. Belongs to the hillbilly picking up the leaks in the West. The outbreak of the California Consortium began in World War II. During the Second World War, Boeing was the largest fighter manufacturer in the United States. The California Consortium, as a supporter behind Boeing, naturally made a lot of money. The explosion of electronic technology after the war and the birth of Silicon Valley put the California Consortium on the express train of emerging industries. Coupled with the prosperity of Hollywood, the California Consortium developed rapidly and surpassed several traditional Eastern consortia. At present, in the United States, only the old Morgan and Rockefeller consortiums can break their hands with the California Consortium. Moreover, California, as the most economically prosperous state in the United States, became independent and even became the 8th largest economy in the world. However, every year, the US government stalks the wool, and then transfers fiscal funds to the eastern states. He even often wipes for the bankers on Wall Street, which makes the California Consortium and Wall Street Consortium have a deep quarrel, especially after the 2008 financial crisis. Bank of America, a California consortium, acquired Merrill Lynch. It has made the big brothers in the East disgusting for a long time. The two sides have been fighting openly and secretly on various occasions. McLenovel.com It is not difficult to understand why there are Americans who support Xiao Feng's construction of the Wuxing Railway in Colombia. Because the Panama Canal is controlled by the old money on Wall Street and the new force of the California Consortium, it is certainly impossible to say that it is not greedy. Now that someone wants to build a Wuxing Railway to dig the corner of the Wall Street gang, the California Consortium is naturally unhappy to support it. Gentlemen, this is the specific situation. So do you have any questions? Xiao Feng introduced the situation of the Liangyang Railway to these bigwigs in a PPT mode. There are not only PPT, but also a lot of video materials. The big guys are behind the capital of all parties. But Xiao Feng can understand that these capitals should mainly come from the West Coast. These generals are representatives of the retired military. According to the explanation that Dalton quietly gave him in private, these retired soldiers, when on stage, they are the marionettes of politicians and chairballs. And now that he retired, he was thinking about getting some benefits for himself, but he has been suffering from not having qualified investment channels, because in domestic and foreign countries, many channels for making money have actually been occupied or even blocked by bigwigs. With their status and status, it is difficult to get involved, and many of them are dissatisfied with the old chairballs who used to make gestures behind them. Oh, when it's good, let the army come forward to it. The infamy has been stolen by the army, and the benefits have been taken by them. Now everyone has retired, but they can only receive a small pension, and those wealthy families and their children and grandchildren can still spend money like money. Why? Chapter 1111 Human Blood Buns. The open-mindedness of American investors surprised Xiao Feng. He originally thought that the other party might mind the intervention of China and Maoxun capital. Unexpectedly, people don't care at all. Anyway, as long as they can pay dividends on schedule, the more China intervenes, the better. Because according to Dalton, their California Consortium also controls many companies in Brazil, most of them in agriculture. If China can do more and more business with Brazil because of this railway, then they can also get more benefits from Brazil. As for the retired generals, whether China and Maoxun will threaten the national interests of the United States because of this railway, the former DoD Minister Murphy only gave one answer. Ha ha. This made Xiao Feng feel very puzzled, but Dalton, who caught it, gave an explanation. If Teddy Bear and Huago can really muddy the water in South America, they will be happy. Oh, why? Because in this way, the military has things to do, and the military industry group behind them can also get more orders. After hearing such an answer, what else could Xiao Feng say? What national interests and national security are not important at all. Everyone has money to make. This is the most important thing. In this way, the quartet's cooperation proposal has been negotiated. Xiao Feng took out 60% of the shares and distributed them to the three parties. Each party has an average of 20% of the shares. As for the amount of shares, at least $2 billion. The Western Railway Company holds 40% of the shares and is responsible for the operation of this railway. In this way, the matter of that Wuxing Railway is so finalized. After the general direction is basically negotiated, the remaining details will naturally be handled by the following people. After dealing with this matter, Xiao Feng did not rush to leave Washington. He will stay here, waiting for Owen's report. Before, he sent an investigation team to investigate the Attorney General Percy. At this time, almost 2 weeks have passed, and with the efficiency of the clone squad, there should be results. The head of the intelligence collection team this time was Owen, Xiao Feng's personal bodyguard. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Owen brought a few clones to a villa where Xiao Feng was staying. This was previously leased to Xiao Feng. Let's talk about it. What did you find? In the mixed political circles of the United States, it is impossible to be clean at all. Xiao Feng is very convinced of this. Owen and the others didn't disappoint Xiao Feng, and they quickly came up with a bunch of information and pushed him down in front of Xiao Feng. Then someone took out a PPT and started to explain it to Xiao Feng. Wait for Xiao Feng to finish reading the content on this PPT, as well as the content introduced by the stack of materials. He was already shuddering. This Madame Percy, Nemu is so awesome. With these materials, the Lady Percy, he is sure that he will definitely be subdued. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng contacted this Miss Percy through some relationships. The place where the two parties met was in this villa. Miss Percy came at night to avoid attracting attention. It's nice to meet you, Miss Percy. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand. Percy had no expression on his face, and didn't even bother with the hand he stretched over. Looking at her, she was very arrogant, and she didn't know whether she looked down on Xiao Feng, or she looked down on the yellow race at all. Xiao Feng judged in his heart, she should have both in mind. During the day, you have to hold it in front of others and dare not show it. And now when facing herself, a Chinese businessman, her arrogant and discriminatory heart is no longer hiding. However, Xiao Feng wasn't angry, because he knew that Miss Percy would kneel down obediently after a while. I've heard of you, the real big boss behind Pennyvera Asset Management, a Chinese. It's a shame to control Vogelin. But don't worry, when I clean up Pompey, I will clean up you. You better be careful and make sure your business in the United States is clean, otherwise. Xiao Feng didn't expect that this Lady Percy would be so unceremonious and hostile as soon as she came up. Since the other party was so rude, Xiao Feng naturally didn't get used to her reason. The friend is here and there is good wine, the enemy is here, ha ha. Naturally a shotgun is waiting for her. Bringing Percy to the living room, he didn't even greet Percy to sit down. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I don't want to waste time here. Percy felt as if she didn't want to stay in front of Xiao Feng for one more minute. With the high posture on this woman, Xiao Feng really wanted to go up and give her a punch. But he knew that it was not the time yet. In fact, Percy also received a call from her boss behind the scenes and came over to find out the truth. To be honest, she has a very bad impression of Chinese people, and she doesn't catch a cold very much. That's why she has such an attitude today. Xiao Feng ignored her and sat directly on the sofa, then lit a cigarette for himself. Percy frowned when he saw him smoking in front of her. Does Pompey have anything to say? If not, let him wash his and wait to go to jail. Don't think you made those little moves. I don't know. Percy was full of arrogance. But Xiao Feng smiled at this moment. Go to jail. I don't know. Either of you will go in first. Speaking of this, he threw the pile of materials in his hand directly on the ground in front of Percy. Percy was furious, and just about to swear. She glanced at the information, but she couldn't help but change her color. I swallowed all the swear words that came to my lips. She squatted down suddenly, picked up the documents, and looked through it. The more I watched, the faster my breathing became, and the paler my face became. Even at the end, my hands started to tremble. I didn't expect that the Attorney General could do business like this. Your uncle, in the court of Loon, Pennsylvania, he actually sentenced more than 5,000 teenagers to prison in just a few years. The prisons they entered were all CCA, and the biggest shareholder of this prison turned out to be the younger brother of the Attorney General. This CCA company has only been established for 15 years, but now it has become the third largest private prison in the United States. I was very curious about the operator of this prison, so I checked his development history. Wow, I don't know if I don't check it, it really knocked me off. This company originated in Nashville, Tennessee, which seems to be where you started the local inspection. In the first few years, they have been very low, but the speed of development is not slow. Moreover, The explosive curve of this company seems to be exactly the same as your promotion curve of the Attorney General. From when you became a prosecutor, to when you became the Attorney General of Nashville, to when you became the Attorney General of the state, and then to the current Attorney General. The growth curve of this private company will always explode every time you rise. It seems that the prison business in the United States is really good. I have been thinking about whether I want to run a company. Wow, every prisoner is detained, the state will subsidize the prison $56 every day, and after deducting various expenses, the prison can actually earn $18.33 from each prisoner. The most important thing is that these juvenile delinquents must also undergo labor reform every day. Working 6 hours a day, the salary for a week is only $20. Wow! No wonder this CCA has made $1.8 billion after only 3 years of establishment. This profitability really surprised me. I also checked your uncle's conviction rate. Wow, he actually sentenced more than 5,000 teenagers to CCA prison in 10 years. Most of these teenagers are petty thefts, but your uncle convicted them for as little as a few months, as many as a few years. Tusk. According to the law, his average time to close a case is only 2 minutes, which means that these teenagers, without the company of a lawyer, were convicted by him for 2 minutes. No wonder. The United States is the country with the most prisoners in the world. This man's blood bun is really delicious. What's even more frightening is that when you became the Attorney General, there seem to be several such judges in every state. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Ha ha ha, do you think this story is magical? Xiao Feng barely said a word, and Attorney General Percy's face paled. By the time Xiao Feng finished his last sentence, the face of Percy on the opposite side was already as earthy. She never expected that Xiao Feng had such conclusive evidence. It is impossible to know the business experience within this judicial system, not from the people in the US judicial system. In the eyes of most people, the law is solemn and sacred. What's more, here is the United States that keeps calling for equality, freedom, and freedom. Who could have imagined that the people here treat running a prison as a business? Xiao Feng was not surprised when he heard that the crime rate in the United States was the highest in the world. After all, the rate of gun ownership among Americans was also the highest in the world. Some guys who tend to get hot-headed often get into trouble, but that's normal. But when he learned that US prisons are a big business, with annual profits of several billion yuan, he understood, especially after Owen and they sent him this investigation report, which involved many inside stories of private US prisons. He finally understood that Miao Guo's crime rate was so high. Why is the United States imprisoning 25% of the world's criminals? It turns out that there are benefits in this. Moreover, there are huge profits of hundreds of millions at every turn. Who would have thought that those prison operating companies could actually develop into an international chain? Yes, you heard that right. Thejua Group, Incorporated, GEO, the largest prison operating giant in the United States, was originally established in 1984. Now they control over 100 prison facilities in several countries around the world and hold hundreds of thousands of prisoners. Chapter 1112 Chop up and feed the dog. To be honest, before investigating this Percy, Xiao Feng didn't know much about the US judicial system. He only knows that the crime rate in the United States is high, and the prisoner detention rate is the highest in the world. But he really didn't know that even the prisons in the United States are privately owned. The annual net profit of the private prison industry alone has exceeded $10 billion. This is a big business with a prison average exceeding $60,000 per year. In the US, there are various juvenile prisons for young people, but they are called behavior correction centers, which mainly hold young prisoners. There are also a variety of prisons that specialize in heavy prisoners. On the contrary, there are light prisons that specialize in large-scale children or white-collar workers. And those light prisons are not so much prisons as resorts. In prison, as long as you pay, You can live in suites of different levels. Being a prison is really no different from vacationing. Moreover, those who can do prison business in the United States are not ordinary people, because this requires a permit issued by the federal government. But ordinary people can't get this permission. So in the field of private prisons, that is, the territory of such a few predators. And why is it so difficult to get into this business if you want to get federal permission? That's all because of doing this business. It is a steady profit without losing money, and a huge profit, so the predators who come in first naturally have to prevent the latecomers from sharing their soup. Before investigating, Xiao Feng could not imagine that opening a private prison would be so easy to make money. And they actually dared to sign a contract full of overlord clauses with the Federation. Yes, you read that right. All they have issued to the Federation are overlord clauses. The first of these is that the government must guarantee the occupancy rate of private prisons, according to the contract signed by the federal government and these private prisons in 2011. The occupancy rate of these private prisons is set at 90%. Can you imagine? This is a jail. It's almost like opening a hotel and making money. There is still a low and peak season to open a hotel, and due to various natural and man-made disasters, or fierce competition, the occupancy rate is insufficient. Even the most gimmicky hotels in Las Vegas cannot guarantee their own occupancy rate, which is maintained at 90% all year round. But the prison will do. To open a private prison, you don't have to worry about the off-peak season or engage in various marketing. Anyway, the federal government will guarantee your prison occupancy rate. This is the main reason why the United States has become the country with the most criminals in the world. They are imprisoning 25% of the prisoners in the world, all because of these overlord clauses. Because if the occupancy rate cannot be guaranteed to exceed 90%, the federal government will lose money. The second overlord clause is that the algorithm officer sentenced those criminals to private prisons. But this prison is not accessible to anyone who wants to come in. For example, criminals with various diseases are not accepted by private prisons. There are also heavy prisoners, such as serial murderers or gangsters. Such heavy prisoners are not acceptable to private prisons. When he saw this, 10,000 grass mud horses were running across Xiao Feng's heart. Is this still a prison? How can you be so picky? The third overlord clause is even more absolute. That is, if the private prisons fail due to poor management, the government must provide a foundation and unconditionally buy back the prisons. Seeing this clause, will many people feel speechless? So is Xiao Feng. When he saw the terms of these investigations, he was really moved. This special mother, is there any more profitable business in the world than this? It is really hard to imagine that the US government, which is so tough on the outside world and always sticks to a big stick, would actually sign such a contract with domestic private owners. These terms all sound illusory. But what makes people feel more mysterious is that the special mother of the US government really signed it. This Nima. And don't think that these private prisons are just detaining prisoners and relying on state grants and subsidies to live. As long as the private prison is opened and the prisoners are sent in continuously, they can open factories. Yes. This is a slave factory. From screws to circuit boards, there is nothing they cannot produce. Their main customers, from IBM, to Microsoft, Boeing, and even McDonald's, are all-encompassing. The prisoners must be guarded every day and work for 6 hours before they can eat. The weekly salary is only $20, and most of the profits they created were naturally taken away by the prison. And the prison gives such behavior. It is called to help prisoners correct their behavior, learn new production skills, so that they can return to society correctly in the future. As a profitable company, they still don't pay taxes. Yes, as business owners who run prisons, although they are detainees, their job is not easy, and many people will get psychological trauma because many punishment methods for prisoners are inhumane, and as enforcers, they will have psychological obstacles over time. So they use these to negotiate terms with the government, and finally let the government give them tax exemptions, or they have to reduce taxes. The CCA company of Percy's brother is even more powerful. A real estate trust fund was directly established, and finally all the income from the chain of prisons he ran was transferred to the trust. Then only do a little charity, and a large part of the tax is reduced or exempted. In the end, the annual income was tens of billions, but only 3.5% of the tax was paid. The other 96.5% went into the pockets of major shareholders. Xiao Feng was shocked when he first saw Owen's investigation report. There is such a profitable business in this world. This Nima is simply making money. You don't have to do anything every year, just sit at home and count the money. And there is almost no risk. Even more than that Wuxing Railway he built. It's no wonder that this Bessis family was just an ordinary civilian family in Nashville, Tennessee. But since she entered the judicial system, this ordinary family has suddenly jumped over the gate. In just 2 decades, he became a wealthy upstart in Tennessee. Especially since Percy became the chief prosecutor. It was only a few years. The CCA prison opened by her brother quickly expanded its business to the whole country. More than 30 prisons have been opened nationwide. In every state, Percy had a few foolish judges in that horse. These judges are very quick to sentence cases of teenagers, Latinos, and blacks. One case can be closed in almost 2 or 3 minutes, and those prisoners will eventually return. Most of them went to correction centers and prisons under the CCA. In the past 4 years alone, their prison occupancy rate has reached 99%, and the subsidy received from the state alone has exceeded $2 billion. This is not counting the money they made by letting the prisoners produce all kinds of materials. For example, the CCA prison in Indiana has received many orders from the Department of Defense. Military helmets, body armor, bullet chains, and identity cards are almost all produced by this prison. The total amount of these orders is as high as $1.8 billion US. And their prison in Seattle? They produced 30% of the headphones, speakers, and microphones for IBM. When these data are written on top of each item, when they are publicized in front of Percy. This Miss Percy, who was so arrogant before, was completely stupid at this time. She really didn't expect that her family had hidden such a deep secret, and she would be picked up by this guy so quickly. And it's so thorough. To tell the truth, prison management in the United States has always been a relatively taboo topic. The reporters and media in the United States also know that this involves many bigwigs in the judicial department. So they have never dared to investigate and write indiscriminately, because it really annoys the judiciary. People stare at you every day and throw it in for you sooner or later. These private prison owners are the long-term and most important donors of the U.S. Association. The members of the council are all political leaders who can influence Congress and the state assemblies. Therefore, no reporter www.mtnovel.com and the media dared to stab them in the dark nest. Therefore, Percy has always felt that his business is secret, safe, and can be operated for a long time. Unexpectedly, this time he was turned upside down by others. At this time, she had completely lost her previous posture of being above and above herself. Instead she looked like she was sweating profusely. She turned her head and looked at Xiao Feng. What do you want? I'm not used to looking up and talking to people. Xiao Feng doesn't have her at all. Aren't you proud? You wanted to humiliate me before? Then don't blame me this time. I will humiliate you 10 times. Percy immediately squatted down on the sofa opposite Xiao Feng. But her only got on the sofa cushion, and Xiao Feng on the other side sneered again. Did I invite you to sit down? You made fuke. Percy was completely angry, and no one had ever dared to humiliate her like this. But she was only half cursing, and Xiao Feng, who was opposite, slammed a glass of wine on her face, and then raised his hand and slapped it over. You stinky bitch. Shut your stinky mouth for me. Today I let you talk, so you can talk. No, believe it or not, I chopped you into dog food. Percy was slapped in the face by Xiao Feng, and she never expected that she was beaten by someone alone. And she's still a Chinese. The person of color she looks down on most. Before she could come back to her senses, Xiao Feng slapped her back, and this was a wake-up call. You said, if I throw out these news tomorrow, will your backer save you? Will your partners save you? I'm afraid they all wish you would never come back after you disappeared. Chapter 1113 Battle of Giants. Xiao Feng's words made Percy shiver involuntarily. This is true, she was fine when she was fine. But once her scandal was stabbed out, those her original business partners will definitely try their best to separate them from her. It might even send someone to kill her in order to shut her up. Don't think it's impossible. There is nothing new under the US sunshine. For example, the leader of the Clinton family, who would have thought of the former leader who stepped down because of the zipper door, will become America's top giants in just 20 years. And those who stood in the way of their family's ascent actually died more than 50, as small as the intern in the White House, as large as the Secretary of Commerce. Anyway, as long as you threaten the safety of that family, the only thing waiting for you is to lose your life. And her Madam Percy, the people who can threaten, are not much less powerful than the Clinton family. Speaking of the number of people, it must be much more than the Clinton family. So when I think of this, Percy immediately seems to be a discouraged ball, and it becomes soft on the spot. If Xiao Feng leaked these news out, it would cause the media to revel. Then her partners, maybe a day ago, they were still good friends who talked about the wine together. But the next day, someone will be sent to kill his mortal enemy. Therefore, at this time, Percy could no longer stand up in front of Xiao Feng. At this time, she is just a lamb to be slaughtered. After thinking about her departure, Percy immediately regretted it, regretting that she had been too arrogant in front of Xiao Feng before. To be honest, she is a staunch anti-China element in her bones, and she is also a racist. However, due to the nature of her work, she never dared to express her tendencies and opinions too much in front of outsiders. And today, because it is Xiao Feng, a Chinese businessman, a man who is in trouble with Pompeo, and Pompeo happened to be one of the people she looked upset, so she showed such madness in front of Xiao Feng. Unexpectedly, she would be overturned at this moment, but she had never thought of such a consequence. Xiao Feng's 2 slaps, although it was a shame and a big humiliation, but compared with his wealth and life, what was this insult? Even if she had a stomach full of fire, she did not dare to show half of it in front of Xiao Feng at this time. She squatted in front of Xiao Feng in a strange shape, looking like a dog. Ha! Do you think you look like a dog? Xiao Feng showed no mercy to this old lady, because this guy also said a lot of disgusting Chinese things before the camera. And she had acted so arrogantly in front of herself before, and she actually wanted to investigate herself. It's been so many years. No one dared to do that kind of performance in front of oneself. If it weren't for your identity, I would have let you evaporate from the world, you bitch. Who do you think you are? In our eyes, you are nothing more than a dog. Why can't you position yourself? Xiao Feng wanted to insult this Miss Percy, just to return all her previous arrogance. At this time, Percy closed her mouth very wisely, because she knew she had said so much wrong at this time. And it really annoys Xiao Feng. This guy can really do anything. And even if he really killed himself, not many people would trouble him at that time. Unfortunately, only your own family will be uprooted. Because of the legend of Xiao Feng, many people in the upper class of the United States have heard of it. It is said that behind him is a group of top Chinese scientists, who hold the most advanced medical technology in the world. And they are also very rich. Don't think they are silent, but if you provoke them, they will definitely not have your good fruit. Percy didn't want to be the first victim, so after 2 slaps, she had begun to calm down. Mr. Xiao, I sincerely apologize to you for my previous attitude. After all, it was a wading in the wind and waves. And Percy began to try to guide this conversation. And Xiao Feng was almost out of anger at this time, and he didn't want to continue to curse so meaninglessly. He waved his hand at Percy. In the war between us, a little like you can't get involved. There are a lot of things to say to you, but I can't explain it clearly. In this way, you can make an appointment for me. Thomas. Mr. Loron, I want to meet him. Have a fireside conversation. There are a lot of things in the US, and going on rampage does not necessarily lead to the best results. Sometimes negotiation and compromise are also an art. So Xiao Feng decided to see this Thomas first. Mr. Loron, see what he means. Well, he'll go back to the machine to help you make an appointment with him, and I will let you know when we meet. Percy cooperated very well this time, because now she knows that Xiao Feng is right, although her family can barely squeeze into the ranks of the powerful now. But compared with Thomas Loron and Xiao Feng, their family is a dwarf. In the war between giants, their best choice is to stay away. Percy left. Xiao Feng stayed in Washington, waiting for news from Percy, waiting to see Thomas. Mr. Loron. That guy was the real initiator of this Pompeo case, and without him nodding, Percy would not have dared to stop. And behind this, what actually involves is the struggle between the old and new powerful in the United States. The battle between the emerging Western consortium and the old money in the East. And myself, just coincided with the meeting, just participated. Although he doesn't like this kind of side selection, in order to continue the business smoothly, sometimes he has to participate in these things. Who makes the United States the largest and most prosperous market in the world? The United States is the most powerful country on the planet right now. Even if he wants to develop Ithaca safely in Copper Country, he can't avoid the influence of the United States. Just like before, they were able to provoke some politicians and soldiers in the Copper Nation at will, and act on Ithaca. So if you don't stand in the US, then Ithaca will not want to develop smoothly. The current Ithacan area is still just a vulnerable child. After he really grows up, Xiao Feng doesn't need to fear the pressure from the outside world. Percy was still trustworthy, and sent back news to Xiao Feng the next day. Mr. Thomas agreed with Xiao Feng and looked forward to a roadside dialogue with him. Xiao Feng smiled knowingly when he heard it. Not everyone can participate in Mr. Thomas' fireside conversation. It is said that he holds 2 cocktail parties every year in his villa in Walden Lake near Boston. Once I mainly entertained colleagues from the Donkey faction. The theme of this meeting was to draw everyone's feelings together and resolve their conflicts. The other meeting was to entertain elites from all walks of life in the United States and discuss the future economic and political development pattern of the United States and the world, a bit similar to the small Davos Forum model. And he often invites talents from all walks of life to speak freely by the fire in his villa. This is the embryonic form of his very famous roadside dialogue, and each of these dialogues will have a considerable impact on the politics and economy of the United States. And this time Thomas, Mr. Loron, actually agreed to start a roadside dialogue with himself. It seems that things should be discussed. It's just that Xiao Feng doesn't hope that this group of US nationals will be able to put themselves in the right position and stop using themselves as a bargaining chip for others. 3 days later, Xiao Feng's private plane landed in Boston on time. Although this is Loron's place, Pompeo has not weakened Xiao Feng's momentum at all. The local Secret Service will all be dispatched, and they will be solely responsible for the security of food, clothing, housing and transportation that Xiao Feng will implement this time in Boston. It seems that Pompeo is also afraid of these Boston guys playing tricks. After all, this is the birthplace of the Green Party, and the tea pouring incident started from here. Later, despite the fact that it became a mecca for education in the United States, and an economically prosperous province, the people and methods here are still very wild. Loron's villa is on a hill near Walden Lake. In fact, there was a hydroelectric power station on this mountain, but it was abandoned. Later, a barrier lake was formed behind this hydropower station. MentalNovel.com. Loron's villa was on the edge of this small lake, enjoying the lake view exclusively here. When Xiao Feng's motorcade arrived here, Loron was already waiting for him in the villa. Under the leadership of the butler, he entered the living room of the villa, and here he finally met the Thomas Loron. Although he is over 60, he is very well maintained. He is of medium build, neither fat nor thin, with pale white curly hair and thick-rimmed glasses. He has a gentle temperament and looks like a good old man. But if you really think of him as a good guy, then you are quite wrong. Seeing Xiao Feng, the Thomas greeted him with a smile and stretched out his hand. Long Yang Da Ming, Mr. Xiao, it is an honor to see you here. I'm glad to see you too, sir. Come, sit down. Lauren smiled and greeted Xiao Feng to sit by the fireplace, because of the altitude and the fact that he was in the mountains. Although it was early summer, it was still cold in the villa, so the fireplace was burning. Xiao Feng took a seat, and Lauren greeted people with a large plate of drinks. With coffee, tea, drinks, and drinks, he drew a gesture to signal Xiao Feng to invite himself. Xiao Feng smiled and gave himself a glass of Dynasty red wine. Oh, good taste. I have always thought that this kumquat wine is the most special among your drinks. Lauren looked at Xiao Feng's choice and said with a smile. When Xiao Feng heard this, he raised his eyebrows, and the old guy was clearly suggesting something, because he has never announced to the outside world, this Dynasty series fruit wine is produced in their family. Xiao Feng shook the wine glass in his hand, then smiled and replied, I think so too. Chapter 1114 Weasel gives Rooster New Year's Eve. This Thomas clearly has something in his words, which means don't think we don't know what you did. But now Xiao Feng is not ashamed of Mr. Lauren, because he also came prepared. Okay, let's get back to business. Mr. Thomas, I know that it was your idea for Miss Percy to investigate Pompeo. I don't know. Can you ask Miss Pompeo to stop this investigation? Xiao Feng didn't plan to go in circles with Thomas, so he asked Thomas directly. Thomas smiled, poured himself a glass of kumquat, and then began to shake. It's not impossible, but they always have to pay something. They? Xiao Feng frowned. Who else is involved? Ha, forget. Let's not talk about them today, and their business. Let Pompeo come to talk to us in the future, let's talk about us today. The jump of Thomas' thinking made Xiao Feng a little unable to keep up. How does it sound that this Mr. Thomas seems to be playing a big game of chess? And he seems to be just on this chessboard, but listening to the old man's meaning, he is beating from the side. Hey, this American game is more advanced as you play. I knew that coming to the United States for business was so exhausting that Xiao Feng couldn't choose to come. But if you only do business in China, you can ignore the United States. But if you want to expand your business overseas and also want to develop the Ithacan area quietly, it is impossible for you to bypass the United States. So people like Thomas, you can't avoid them. Mr. Xiao, you are really a rare Chinese talent. To be honest, you are really the most talented young man I have ever met. Especially if you insist on investing in industry, don't get lost by money, don't hype up financial ideas, and don't hesitate and impetuous like other young people. It is really precious. Over the years, I have seen many young people from China and the United States. They all started from scratch just like you. But when their business started, they were lost, and some were indulged in the beauty of the car and the wine. Some people are intoxicated, looking for all kinds of outlets, all thinking about making quick money, and no longer want to do business steadily. In my opinion, such people are stupid people who give up everything. And you, unlike them, you are the elite of the real elite. Xiao Feng didn't expect that Thomas would hold himself so high as soon as he came up, which made him a little wondering how to answer. But there was one sentence he never forgot, that is, the weasel gave a New Year greeting to the rooster. He must have been uneasy. At this time, the harder this guy's ecstasy soup was poured, the more he had to stay awake. In this way, he won't get into the routine by his words. But there is one thing he has to admit, that this Thomas Lauren is talking about reality, that is, most businessmen nowadays are too impetuous. Especially for Chinese businessmen. Thomas also mentioned the same for American businessmen. But in Xiao Feng's opinion, they were really too polite. Just look at what those Huago technology companies and American technology companies are doing. Look at other people's Google. Look at a certain degree of copying Google. Relying on the national policy support, He successfully became the first brother of the domestic search industry. As a result, Google was studying quantum computers, driverless cars, and mobile phone operating system Android. He is studying search ranking bids, and all of them are bids for certain hospitals. Using their search, the results found, the top few are almost all advertisements, or web pages containing fraudulent information. Then there is Ali, who copied Amazon, and waited for Amazon to study cloud computing, cloud storage, and cloud computing. People are actually completing the database construction and building a new online e-commerce framework system. And they are collecting big data of consumers, studying the consumption habits of consumers, and then pushing advertisements to consumers. Fortunately, they finally came to their senses, did something serious, and really did some big data. And this was still under the advice of some people, and they did it reluctantly. Then there is Penguin. Look at other foreign game companies. Every game they make is seriously developing and designing game engines. And they have made a skin-cooked king that can be launched for several years. Copying other people's chicken can play for several years. If they couldn't copy it, they simply spend money to buy the company. Innovation, persist in doing business and industry. In the domestic science and technology field, that doesn't exist at all. If you don't believe me, just listen to the conversations of those business leaders. Almost a few words are inseparable from where is the next outlet. All my thoughts are looking for the next outlet and creating a new business model. And these so-called outlets and business models, in fact, are really flickering to change the soup without changing the medicine. The purpose is to fool the people to take the money out of their pockets. But in the field of physical technology, no one wants to spend money on innovation. So far, as soon as he is sanctioned, he is diarrhea. Now when it's time to fight the bayonet, everyone realizes that they are really innovating and have a lot of investment in the field of scientific research. It turns out that there are only Warwick and Dejiang. As for the others, they are all garbage. The celebrity chefs under Xiao Feng's name are made by swordsmen, and they are completely in another field. His celebrity chef group seemed to start from catering, but in the end it created a model of Chinese fast food and even opened its chain stores abroad. This can be regarded as a very successful cultural output. Moreover, unlike TikTok's virtual one, his hard cultural output is real and realistic. Using the money he earned from opening a fast food restaurant, he turned around and invested in the creation of Sunshine Hospital. In the early days, I started with burns, scalds and medical aesthetics, but now we have added ophthalmology and dentistry, and each has its own unique skills. Seeing that it is about to start a general hospital, the most important thing is that the advanced technology that his hospital has mastered is definitely the only one in the field. And his 9th laboratory, not to mention, this company has become a benchmark for China in the pharmaceutical field. In the field of biopharmaceuticals, the 9th laboratory has now become a world-renowned company. Even if they insist that the Rejuvenation series they buy are healthcare products, the medical systems in many countries have already used their healthcare products as prescription drugs. In particular, they have recently developed a new type of medical fluoroscopic imaging equipment, as well as a special medicine for treating heart disease. And the heart transplant technology jointly developed with Sunshine Hospital has become a benchmark in the medical field in the new era. So it is not an exaggeration for Thomas to call him the elite of the elite. In particular, several companies under Xiao Feng now have super growth potential. This has become a coveted piece of fat in the eyes of Thomas and the group. Ahem, Mr. Thomas. You really appreciate it. Hey, Mr. Xiao, you don't have to be overly modest. You Chinese are good at everything, but I don't like it very much. It's clearly your own achievements. What can't you say? Could it be because you Chinese said that Mu Xuya Lin Feng must urge him? If Mr. Xiao is worried about this, you can completely immigrate to the United States. As long as you are willing, your identity is a matter of my word, and the US passport will be delivered to you tomorrow, Thomas said with a smile. But Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I have no plans to leave China now. I have a good time there. Thomas said haha, well, That's good. But Mr. Xiao, your business is getting bigger and bigger now. Will it be tiring just to support it alone? Sometimes it is better to find a few suitable helpers than to fight alone. And if you have multiple friends, you have multiple paths. Having more friends can help you avoid a lot of trouble. Xiao Feng naturally knew what Thomas was testing, and he smiled. He is obviously implying that when will the Celebrity Chef Group be listed? Mentalnovel.com. But it seems that the U.S. Securities Regulatory Commission has not been very friendly to China's concept stocks recently and demanded that all China's concept stocks be delisted! It doesn't matter, the same is true when listed in Hong Kong. Thomas pressed on every step of the way, but he didn't know that Xiao Feng didn't intend to list the Celebrity Chef Group from beginning to end. His company, unlike those electronic technology companies, has never been short of money. For example, companies such as Companies and Ari have to burn money in order to compete with competitors of the same type in the early stage of their business. But where do they have so much money to burn? Therefore, we can only raise funds and allow external capital to come in. In the end, after they have grown up, they are clearly profitable and do not need to go public at all. But at this time, they can no longer help them. The capital that provided them with financing at the beginning needs to maximize their own interests. So they will be forced to go public. Although this will distract entrepreneurs from the management of the company, they also have to agree to investors to go public. Xiao Feng's Celebrity Chef Group is different. This company has grown from its inception to its current scale. From start to finish, he has never been short of money. And he has never borrowed money from a bank or financial institution. He didn't even see the investors who took the initiative to send money to the door. Now there are tens of billions of net profits in the bank, so he has no need to go public at all. So, go public? Haha, what market? You guys want to wipe the oil and take my ride. In fact, it's not impossible, but it's up to me to take a ride in that form. Xiao Feng smiled and looked at Thomas. Sorry, my Celebrity Chef Group has no plans to go public at the moment. Chapter 1115 Boston Great Pit. After meeting and talking here, Xiao Feng had already figured it out. This Mr. Thomas agreed to meet with himself, but it was not for Pompo's business at all. To put it more bluntly, what he played was the routine of Xiang's Wang Yujian intended for Pei Gong. It seems that they are suppressing Pompeo, but they are actually targeting themselves. In fact, before coming, he was already worried that they would be like this, because after he came to the United States, starting from the Jonathan and his gang who first dealt with, they regarded themselves as sheep withered. After Pompey, no one regarded himself as fat. Now here comes Thomas again, but this is also normal. After all, his Celebrity Chef Group now looks like a money-printing machine. Who doesn't want to make money for such a company? Even if you can't grab it, at least you have to catch a ride. Such a company can be valued several times at random and raise several rounds of financing. As long as it can be listed, the stock price will be blown up within a few days. The biggest problem in the US is that there are too many banknotes printed, while the world has too few high-quality assets. This has caused a shortage of high-quality assets on a global scale. For example, why the United States is staring at Warwick to suppress it, because Warwick is not listed. Otherwise, a technology company like Warwick is not much better than Apple. As long as he goes public, it will be another Apple every minute. How many people do you think are waiting for the meat? But you just don't go public. In order to persuade Warwick to go public, the Americans, even led by the Morgan family, specially sent a big man to lobby Warwick with a team. As a result, I didn't even see the boss of Warwick. Why don't the Americans suppress him? And what companies are you looking at competing with Warwick? There is Cisco in the server field, Apple and Samsung in the mobile phone field, and Qualcomm in the 5G field. These enterprises are all hens who will lay golden eggs in the hands of these capitals. Well, now you Warwick not only won't let us buy shares, but also compete with our hens who will lay golden eggs. He even squeezed a hen to death. Do you think the Americans would pinch your Warwick on the neck? And now the Celebrity Chef Group, in the field of catering and medicine, has quite a new Warwick. even stronger than Warwick. Do you think the Americans are worried about it? Especially these people of the donkey sect represented by Thomas. These people are different from the conservative elephant sect. The guys from the elephant faction are basically the way of the oil and military-industrial complex. Most of their supporters are the first batch of landlords and business owners who landed in the United States. They are also mostly engaged in traditional fields such as heavy industry and agriculture. The Donkey Gang is different. Their supporters are mainly a new generation of powerful people who benefit from the development of the Western region, especially for those rich class who are emerging because of the electronic internet. Most of these people are supporters of the donkey faction, and they are more aware of the development potential of these companies in Xiao Feng's hands. So at this time, it was normal to find Thomas as their representative to pressure Xiao Feng to force the palace. But at this time, hearing Xiao Feng's categorical answer, Thomas was not angry. He smiled and said to Xiao Feng, "Young man, don't say something so absolute. I heard that you are planning to build a Wuxing Railway in Colombia. Did you know that you are violating the interests of the United States? We can shake off this news at any time." What do you think the American people would think? You Chinese have an old saying, "How can you allow others to snore on the side of the couch?" I think we Americans also understand the meaning of this sentence. In addition, you made Ithaca Autonomous Region in Copper Country. As long as we are not happy, we can send warships to cruise for a few laps every minute. So I think, that railway, you'd better not repair it. In addition, in the Ithacan area, I think it is very necessary for us to build a military base in the United States. After all, it is not very peaceful there, especially the Karapag Islands. I think it is very necessary for our US Navy to go there to maintain local security, because we heard that there have been a lot of foreigners, who seem to be all Chinese, have seriously threatened the human rights and freedom of the locals. Although Thomas said with a smile, the shamelessness of his words really made Xiao Feng want to go up and punch him in the face. Yes, this is the most typical American politician. If you dare not agree to my terms, you will immediately greet ferocious revenge. And he can really do these revenges. If he hadn't met with the military personnel recommended by Pompeo, Xiao Feng would really be bluffed by Thomas' words. But now, the new rich man in the West has been partially divided by him. The California Consortium has been tied to a chariot by him in the construction of the Wuxing Railway. There are so many retired generals who have already invested in his Wuxing Railway. Do you think those people have no influence in the military after they retired? Do you think that the US warships can be sent out if you want to appoint them? Lao Tzu, why did you work so hard to win over Pompey? So Xiao Feng was not at all afraid of these threats to Thomas at this time. Ha ha, Mr. Laurent. What you said is too far away. Let's talk about the problems in Boston first. Xiao Feng smiled and replied, he didn't come empty-handed this time, but came prepared. Earlier, I knew that it was Percy who had worked on Pompeo, and that behind Percy was the Thomas Laurent. Xiao Feng dispatched an intelligence collection team, and the special agents led by Owen collected materials not only about Percy. There are many more about this Mr. Thomas Laurent. Although others are very afraid of the donkey party whip, Xiao Feng doesn't like him. Although many people have talked to Xiao Feng, this Thomas Laurent is not that easy to provoke. At the very least, this part of Massachusetts was not spilled by the oil he operated, and the needle could not be inserted. It has become their own private land. But Xiao Feng didn't believe it. He had no flaws at all. Thomas saw Xiao Feng start to fight back, and he was not surprised at all. He smiled and asked Xiao Feng, "What's the problem here in Boston?" "Oh, you wouldn't say anything to Percy?" "Yes, the prison run by her brother does have my shares. But so what? If I can touch her, I can hold another person up. And then your Voglin won't even want to open in the United States." Mr. Laurent's meaning is very simple. If Xiao Feng, then Percy said something, he didn't mind immediately sacrificing Percy, but he would definitely still be holding someone up and smashing with Xiao Feng every minute. And Xiao Feng smiled. "Percy's business is Percy's business. What I want to say is yours." Wow. When I came to Boston, I also took a trip to the Boston Tunnel. It was really a magnificent project. As soon as Xiao Feng said this, Lauren on the other side was immediately disheartened. He really didn't expect that Xiao Feng really dared to break ground on Taisu's head. And what made him even more unexpected was that Xiao Feng hit his death hole with this one. I actually found this project. If you dig deeper into this project, and Xiao Feng on the opposite side naturally noticed Thomas' face. He knew that his heavy punch must have hurt Thomas. Naturally, we have to make persistent efforts and strive to code the opponent directly, forcing the Donkey Party whip to jump and stand on his side. Wow! It really deserves to be a beacon of democracy. Just the light of corruption can light up the world. You said, if I explode the story of this Boston Tunnel, will it cause a global sensation? Haha. The 2.4-kilometer tunnel was started in 1990 and was only completed in 2006. The entire project took 16 years to complete. From the initial budget of $2.8 billion to the actual expenditure of $18 billion, it was completed. This speed and efficiency is simply. Then in the first year of opening, one person was killed and it took $6 million to seal it. Then it took another 2 years to repair, and before and after the repair, it was over $4 billion. But after the renovation, there will be water leakage, which is dubbed the Water Curtain Cave Project. Every time Xiao Feng said www.mentalnovel.com, Mr. Thomas' face turned pale. He really didn't expect Xiao Feng to investigate this item so clearly. You need to know the specific cost of this project at the beginning, but apart from a few of them, no one else knows at all. This project, named the Boston Tunnel, was actually an engineering project that took off pants and fart. It just moved the financial street near Boston's Chinatown and a road connecting the airport to below the ground. The reason why this plan was originally announced was to reduce the burden of ground transportation. In order to preserve more of the historical relics and original features of the city, we will leave more memorable historical buildings for future generations. Then just under this road, build a 2.4-kilometer tunnel. This project was the first project that he recommended and passed after he returned from the Senate to the Boston Assembly. But this project took 16 years to repair, and it has been more than 20 years now, and more than $30 billion has been spent on the construction and post-maintenance. Yes, just such a 2.4-kilometer tunnel cost more than $30 billion. The construction cost alone is $22 billion, which is more than 130 billion soft sister coins. The cost per kilometer is 54.1 billion yuan of soft sister coins. What is this concept? This cost is 30 times the cost of the British and French submarine tunnel, one of the most difficult projects in the world. 500 times the cost of the Beijing-Shanghai high-speed rail. In Xiao Feng's view, this project can no longer be called the Boston Tunnel. It is called the Boston Great Pit, which is the most suitable. And now this big pit is still pitting money inside. Chapter 1116. 100,000 snowflakes silver. The fireplace in the reception room was still burning, and the firewood inside made crackling noises from time to time. But the room doesn't make people feel warm, but it feels cold. At this time, Thomas Lauren's face was frosty and expressionless. He looked at Xiao Feng as if he couldn't wait to rush up and swallow him. And Xiao Feng played the suit on his body as if he was leisurely, and at this moment Thomas suddenly laughed. Do you think that you can move to me just by relying on this? No one has investigated this Boston Tunnel thing. At this time, Xiao Feng also smiled. Yes, of course I know that there was a Boston Globe reporter before. Kevin Bryant once followed up and investigated this case. But then, he suddenly disappeared strangely. You said, if the American people knew this news, would they feel very mysterious? What a coincidence. Also, I also know that someone wanted to file a lawsuit against this project before, but then no court dared to take this case. There are no lawyers who are willing to provide legal aid for this project. At least in Massachusetts. Because they don't know that Governor Edward is your half-brother, the mayor is your bridge, and the director of the Massachusetts Highway Administration is your hand. If all these relationships were announced, what would you say? You can cover the sky with one hand in Massachusetts. Can you cover the sky with one hand in the United States? The entire Boston Great Pit project cost $18 billion in investment and construction, and another $4 billion was spent on repairs in 2 years. It's only been 4 years since it was opened, and the maintenance cost another $8 billion. The entire project has spent a total of more than $30 billion from construction to maintenance, and 40% of this money comes from Massachusetts. The other 60% comes from federal funding. That means every federal citizen has spent money on this tunnel. You said if they knew that their taxes had been repaired for 2.4 kilometers, but in the end they dropped a 4-ton ceiling. What would it be like if they knew that during the first overhaul of this tunnel, Josh Hang reported 60,000 loose ceiling nails? What would it be like? Even if you can cover the sky with one hand in Massachusetts, what about the United States? If I submit these materials to Elephant Buy, what effect would you say? I'm afraid those juniors of your donkey faction will kill you in the first place. Although Xiao Feng was talking with a smile, Thomas felt colder and colder at this time. Xiao Feng was right. If he really submitted these materials to the elephant faction, it would definitely be a disaster for the donkey faction. The information in Xiao Feng's hand was absolutely nothing more than an atomic bomb. Although Thomas did not intend to participate in this year's general election, his identity and status within the donkey faction is really important. If something happens to him, it will definitely cause a split or even a tear in the donkey faction. If this incident broke out, it would have consequences, and it would certainly be no weaker than Nixon's Watergate incident, or even the zipper door that year. People all over the United States will come out and criticize their donkey faction, and those colleagues of the donkey faction will not let them go. Maybe their family will be removed from the top American giants. Thinking of this, Thomas was really scared. Indeed, in Boston, he can cover the sky with one hand. Even in the United States, he has a considerable influence. That person also wanted to make this incident known to the whole country, but later he discovered that no newspaper in the United States dared to report this news. Not even a lawyer is willing to accept this case, and no court is willing to accept this case. The last person naturally died down, and finally the world evaporated. But Xiao Feng is different. First of all, he has the strength himself, not to mention the elephant faction behind him. If these materials fall into the hands of the elephant faction, then this year's general election will definitely be over. The candidate of the elephant faction will definitely win without a doubt. This is definitely not what the donkey faction wants to see. So at this time Thomas completely lost his previous arrogance, but fell into silence for a while. But after all, he is a well-tested political veteran, and Thomas soon calmed his mind and asked, "Okay, what do you want?" Xiao Feng listened and had a good time. Let Percy stop investigating Pompeo. In addition, I don't want to hear any voices against the Liangyang Railway, and don't let me know that you are intervening in the construction of this railway again. The other thing is, I don't want to hear any threats to Ithaca. Don't ever mention any garrison. Otherwise, don't blame me for chopping your paws, and put away your little thoughts. Don't think about doing anything to my personal safety. If you really do, then don't think we won't retaliate. And you definitely don't want to try my revenge. Although Xiao Feng said with a smile, Thomas felt a tremor all over his body. Although separated by a coffee table, he could still feel the murderous aura on Xiao Feng's body. This guy is not simple. He definitely has life in his hands. Thomas judged immediately. Well, Mr. Xiao, I think this incident should be a misunderstanding. However, after all, many things are not my sole discretion. So, please give me a few days. My friends and I are discussing and giving you the answer. How about? Thomas reluctantly squeezed out an ugly smile and said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded. Well then, you'd better be as soon as possible. But Percy's investigation, shouldn't it stop? Don't worry, I'll call her right now, Thomas said, calling Percy in front of Xiao Feng. Although I didn't say it clearly, Percy was also mentioned on the phone to terminate the investigation of Pompeo. Xiao Feng nodded, then got up and left. It pinched the handles of this Thomas Lauren and that Percy, and the old money gang went silent with a single shot. If they do not want to sacrifice such two sharp weapons, then the best result is to choose a truce. That night, Xiao Feng returned to Washington by plane and met with Pompeo. "How's the talk?" As soon as they met, Pompeo asked anxiously. He naturally knew that Xiao Feng went to see Thomas, because Xiao Feng was there to help him talk about items. If Thomas didn't let go, then Percy would not stop. Although Xiao Feng had promised to help him dry the funds, the problem was that they did not have enough time. The 60 million he reported to Xiao Feng was only the first batch of numbers, and there were still hundreds of millions in the back. And if you want to wash the money, it will take half a year of operation at the earliest. If you want to do it seamlessly, it may take a whole year or even longer. And what he lacks most now is time. The old guy is relieved. He has notified Percy to suspend the investigation of you. Call. Hearing Xiao Feng's answer, Pompeo immediately relaxed. He sat back on the sofa like a senior brother, and even twisted his waist comfortably. "However, we can't take it lightly. We must speed up your money." "Well, that's right. We can't completely believe these donkey guys. What they are best at is hiding knives in laughter. So we still have to speed up." "But how is your ferry crossing the river in Mississippi? How about the speed of building dams and artificial lakes, where our workers not easy to find, right? If it doesn't work, he'll help you find someone to go over and do it." Speaking of the farm on the Mississippi side, the matter of crossing the river and gambling boats, this Marshal of Canopy was very concerned. Xiao Feng glanced at him, then smiled. "Mackie, stop the dam on the mountain, blow up the dam, flood the lake area, and build a larger artificial lake. How can it be so easy? This project, we expect to take 1 month at the earliest. But now it seems that I overestimate the speed of American workers. It will take at least 3 months for the entire project to be completed." Pompeo panicked when he heard this. www.mtlnovel.com. "Ah? What can I do then? Didn't I find someone to help you write an autobiography?" "Well, that book is finished. But the question is how to sell that book. Just put it on Amazon. Keep a low profile and no need for publicity. I will arrange for someone to buy some at that time and let your wife arrange for someone to buy some. The problem is, this is only enough to clean up thousands of things, but my money." Pompeo suddenly twisted at this moment, and Xiao Feng smiled. "Mackie, we are friends, and there is no need to hide too many secrets between good friends. Besides, if you don't say it, then how can I help you? It's better to give me an accurate figure for how much money you have." Xiao Feng knew that the more he knew at this time, the more McGee couldn't jump out of his palm in the future. And why doesn't McGee know this truth? But now, except for Xiao Feng, he really can't think of anyone who is more suitable to dry the money for himself. Finally he gritted his teeth. "Well, in fact, I have a total of about $1.5 billion in my hand." "What?" Xiao Feng was shocked when he heard the figures reported by McGee. "This guy is too courageous. How many days did you become the first minister?" He actually made so much money. It's no wonder that these Americans have sharpened their heads and want to be officials. This Nima is really a beauty minister for a year. 100,000 snowflake silver. It's too much money for Nima to be an official of the United States. At this time, Pompeo seemed to be exposing his abdomen to Xiao Feng's puppy, whispering in his mouth. "What is my money? Those big guys, doesn't that make more than me?" Chapter 1117. I reclaimed the sea to build an island in the South Pacific. Okay. Xiao Feng raised his brows, and Pompeo seemed to be a child who had done something wrong and was being disciplined by his parents. I have to list a few children who made the same mistakes as him, and then let the parents relieve their anger. The Clinton Fund made $2 billion during the Second Middle East War alone. Vice President Cheney is even more exaggerated, earning tens of billions of dollars. There is also the former New York mayor. During his tenure, His Bloomberg News has grown from just a few billion to a market value of more than 70 billion. My little money, what is it to compare with them? This Pompeo really is a logical ghost. By saying this, he really made Xiao Feng dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Well, McGee, you have to tell me, how did you get the money? If you have money, let's make it together. This. Pompeo hesitated again. Xiao Feng said with a smile at this time. Come me on, man, you have already told me so much. We are already grasshoppers tied to a rope. Do you think that if you are good, you will not betray you? McGee thought about it, too. Now they are an absolute community of interests, and it doesn't make much sense to hide and tuck them. Well, in fact, part of the money came from me when I was the director of the CIA. The other part was made by my friends from the military. Oh, can you tell me more about it? Maybe there is a way to work together in the future, Xiao Feng said half jokingly, and McGee glanced at Xiao Feng again. Finally, he was cruel, gritted his teeth and said, in fact, this is the case. When I was in the CIA, you also know that every year the CIA broadcasts a lot of money to many associations to ensure color output. Oh, what I know is the publicity activities such as the Voice of the United States, the Lighthouse of the United States. Xiao Feng immediately remembered those dog food organizations. For example, the color revolutions that broke out in the Middle East and some countries in Eastern Europe before were caused by those organizations secretly paying money. Among them, the most typical one who has been crippled and lame is Ukraine, and somewhere those who are secretly picking things up are all issued dog food by the US CIA. But they would definitely not have thought that they actually deducted a lot of dog food when they went online. Also, we are in Asia, in fact, a lot of informants have been falsely reported. Pompeo was slightly embarrassed when he said this and winked at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng immediately understood what it was. The place had been rioting for a long time, and it was said that hundreds of thousands of people were rioting. This gave Pompeo a lot of space for their hands and feet. Anyway, many of those people were fooled into the streets to make trouble, but in fact only a small part of them got the money. And even if I took the money, I didn't know how many hands were deducted. It's no wonder that Pompeo can eat so fat. With so many repellents for him to absorb nutrients, he will naturally grow fat. And Xiao Feng is sure that Pompeo is definitely not the only one who gets the benefit. There must be many others. Otherwise, if a Pompeo had taken this item alone, it was estimated that he would be able to take billions. But he certainly didn't have the courage to share and keep secrets together. He must know the truth. Well, then, how about getting money from the military? How did it do it? Xiao Feng asked about this again, and he was also very interested in it. Ahem, this is much simpler. Pompey coughed dryly to relieve his embarrassment, and then said, actually, as you know, I used to be a soldier. When I retired from the army, I had many comrades in the army who remained in the army. Now I have many friends who hold important positions in the military, and some of them are responsible for procurement. I just did some small business with them, such as coffee pots, toilet seats, and army boots. Pompeo said it was an understatement, but Xiao Feng heard that there must be a bigger doorway in it. Think about the last time Pompey brought a general who retired, and that Dalton himself was one of the US military's suppliers. It seems that this military procurement must be a fat man. Unfortunately, this is not the time to investigate this, and looking at what Pompeo means, I definitely don't want to elaborate. Then I can only give it up, and am not too digging into the roots so as not to annoy Pompeo and arouse his vigilance. That would be bad. Well, 1.5 billion US dollars. This is not a small amount of money. Even if our gambling boat in Mississippi is repaired, it will not be cleaned up for a while. Based on a measurement of those gambling boats, it would take at least a year for such a large sum of money. This is still less. It seems that we need some other channels. Xiao Feng's expression gradually became serious, and the US National Taxation Bureau didn't see it as a dry meal. Regardless of Pompeo's current position, if someone really wants to check, his money will definitely not be able to hide, especially if those guys use the power of the Internal Revenue Service. then Pompey's collapse will be a matter of minutes. So we must help Pompeo deal with the money as soon as possible. Before that, Thomas promised to go back and talk to the big guys behind him, but he always felt that he was not so relieved. After all, how could a group of big guys waiting to eat meat pay for Thomas' own mistake? Therefore, Pompey must be cleaned up early. As long as Pompey can stand firm, he will have an amulet in the United States. At the very least, Pompeo is here, and those guys don't dare to do it on themselves. And Pompeo was also anxious at this time, like an ant on a hot pot. At this stage, the two factions in the United States are fighting the most, and he must not have an accident at this time. Once someone grabs the handle at this time, what awaits him is a situation that will never be restored. Yeah, I know your way, so you must help me this time. Xiao Feng suddenly took out his mobile phone and began to search for it. Then quickly locate it on the phone and send the link to Pompeo. Pompeo picked up the phone and looked at the Google map on it, also a little dazed. The map is in overhead mode. You can overlook from the sky, and there are just 3 small islands below. However, it is not so much a small island as it is a reef, but these reefs are now expanding wildly. 3 sandblasting boats are building islands by sandblasting. Pompey frowned when he saw it. Is this the South China Sea? This is another island made by China? Ha ha ha, no, McGee. This is the waters north of the Karapag Islands in the South Pacific. There used to be 3 islands and reefs, but now we are blasting the islands somewhere. This is a Paradise Island project I invested in before. I plan to build the largest island tourist resort in the South Pacific here. 3 tropical islands. We will build a large resort hotel on the island, and we will open a casino on the island at the same time. I'm thinking, if you can trust me, then you can put money into this project. At that time, I can give you 3% of the stock of the casino. Xiao Feng said to Pompeo with a smile. In fact, this plan has been implemented long ago. At the beginning, he planned to build the Karapag Islands into the Virgin Islands, the Cayman Islands. And now, because of the introduction of a series of special policies, there are indeed a lot of Huago companies that come to them to register vests. The cost of registering a vest here is very low, and they will not supervise these companies. As long as they give the money in place, these companies will become a variety of shells in the future. Moreover, the arrival of these companies also had large-scale dealings with Southern Cross Bank, which brought a lot of profits to Southern Cross Bank. But recently, it is not only Chinese companies that have noticed the booming development of the Ithacan area. Many other capitals from Russia and South America have also noticed the vigorous development of Ithaca. So they also came to register companies and trade with Southern Cross Company. But later Xiao Feng discovered that behind these capitals, they were actually not so clean. Many capitals in Russia are related to the Russian mafia, while capitals from South America are mostly related to flour merchants in South America. But in the face of such a generous capital www.mtlnovel.com, you can't bear to turn them away. After all, the Karapag Islands and Ithaca will be a financial free port in the future development setting. So what should I do with so much money? If you just start like that, you will definitely be left behind. And now the Southern Cross Bank is only limited to South America. It's good to say, in case one day it will go to the world. Those funds used to make a fortune would definitely be unearthed and made irresponsible remarks. This will affect the reputation of the bank. On the other hand, such as HSBC, they turned a blind eye to the money of South American flour dealers and the unseen capital in the United States. As a result, all Americans are staring at it. It's okay when it doesn't happen. Once the US government is short of money, it will pull out fat pigs like HSBC for slaughter. Anyway, the evidence is all held in the hands of others, and you will be able to check it out when the time comes. If the evidence is thrown in front of you, you won't be able to cooperate. For example, when HSBC betrayed Miss M, it was because they were laundering money from flour dealers in South America and were caught by the Americans. In order to save his life, he can only obediently cooperate with the actions of the US government, and Xiao Feng doesn't want Southern Cross Bank to face such a problem in the future. So when the Southern Cross Bank was about to start explosive development, he set a game. Anyway, the Ithacan area is their territory, and he discussed with Chen Yonglu. Sandblasted the island to the north, and then opened a casino on the island. When the time comes, all the funds from unknown sources will go to this place to wash some water. At that time, when you are doing transactions with Southern Cross Bank, isn't it much more stable? Chapter 1118 Tai Sui breaks ground. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak sink eye. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these terminals, which were naturally used for trafficking flour like the United States, but after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there is no American backing, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States? The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. The Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from 1914 when the canal was built to 65 years in 1974 in the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans, and it was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the American people's rebellion. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal. And it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic Ocean, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business. And Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger to transport oil through the Panama Canal, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, it's probably the Americans who will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Girardot Port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles, otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogotá and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just a long and thin oval shape, and there is not much thinking about radiation from other parts of the country. This railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Girardot family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xing-kai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of the company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xing-kai with a smile, and Lee Xing-kai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Well, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Lee Xing-kai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maugsan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maugsan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maugsan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Lee Xing-kai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Lee Xing-kai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Lee Xing-kai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Lee Xing-kai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Lee Xing-kai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. At the end, Lee Xing-kai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount. Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here. Hungry.mtlnovel.com. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that if you want to do something, but before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it. But it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the roundworm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials, don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company. And you didn't ask me what I want, huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. HTTPS. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1119. It's Overown and several other clone security experts would naturally not refuse Xiao Feng's request. They opened the trunk of the car, and then began to put on the equipment. In fact, according to Owen and the others, it was based on the equipment standards of the interstellar warriors of their era. The Star Warrior protective suit is basically a set of manpower. The protective suits of the Star Warriors of that era were basically similar to the suits seen in the movie Iron Man. But in this era, because of the lack of many materials and equipment, they can't make the Star Warrior suit yet. Fortunately, the cloning military equipment experts on the Karapag Islands have used materials currently known in the world to create the latest equipment. They used it this time. This is according to British scientist Richard Palmer invented an expanded foam called D3O, an extension of the developed material. Karapag's cloning equipment expert called this material D5O. This material is usually very soft, but once hit by a hard object, it will become very hard and form a protective layer. After a while, the softness will be restored. It can very effectively protect the external impact and damage to the human body. Because of this, this is a very good special clothing material, especially for bulletproof clothing and footwear. There have been equipment companies before, using British D3O materials to make bulletproof clothing, and the effect is very good. The special forces of the United States and the United Kingdom are equipped with this kind of body armor and have conducted actual combat training, and the effect is very good. Called soft armor by the soldiers affectionately. The civilian version has also been made into motorcycle jerseys, knee pads, elbow pads, helmets and so on. However, D3O is not without its shortcomings. For example, the characteristics of this material can only be guaranteed between -20 degrees and 20 degrees above zero. And the validity period is basically only 4 years. In addition, it takes at least 10 minutes or even longer to become soft after being hardened by impact. During this period, The body armor that becomes hard armor will have a great impact on the soldier's tactical movements. The most critical point is that this kind of soft armor is very expensive to manufacture because of its special molecular structure. It is precisely because of this that even the wealthy Americans did not dare to assemble a large number of such bulletproof vests for the troops. On the basis of the British D-30, scientists in the Karapag Islands have developed D-50 materials in depth. Yes, the characteristics of this product are several ranks higher than the original version. Now Xiao Feng and the others are wearing a new generation of soft armor made of D-50 material. This material is lighter than D-30 and has a wider temperature range. According to cloning experts, this is a combat suit developed for future space fighters, so it must adapt to the combat environment of outer space. So under the absolute zero condition of -273 degrees, this suit can still guarantee special effects. And windproof, heat insulation, ventilation, warmth and so on are all available. The lowest can adapt to absolute zero. The highest can adapt to thousands of degrees of high temperature. This special effect alone is already more expensive than the most expensive astronaut suit at the moment. And because it changes the molecular stress structure inside the material, when it receives an external shock, the molecular structure in the clothing can unload the force very quickly. While the clothing hardens, it can also effectively dissolve the shock wave. It can more effectively protect the human body inside the body armor. For example, the current soldiers, even if they wear bulletproof vests, have heavy-duty bulletproof steel plates or ceramic plates inserted in them. Basically, it can only guard against pistol bullets, but when the distance is close enough, the pistol bullets are equally unstoppable. And if you get hit by a rifle, it's only half. Even if the distance is long, bullets cannot penetrate Kevlar and bulletproof liners. But the shockwave of bullets can still smash the human body into internal injuries. As a result, soldiers lose their combat effectiveness. Modern soldiers, on the battlefield, have to wear bulletproof vests. On the one hand, it is to prevent shells and grenade fragments, and on the other hand, it is more of a psychological comfort. Wearing it is better than not wearing it, and it's better at heart, and it's more courageous in combat. And the body armor made of D-50 material they wear today is different. It can be said to be a full range of protection from head to toe. This body armor completely wraps the soldiers from head to toe. Even if equipped with a mask, it will be a qualified 3 defense combat suit. And after testing, even if the opponent uses a 7.62 caliber full-power rifle, it can be defended within 50 meters. Even if the 125 caliber artillery shell explodes within 10 meters, it can protect the combatants safe and sound. The difference between this protective suit and modern body armor is almost the same as the difference between a rifle and a spear. Several people quickly finished wearing them, and Xiao Feng also took out a few rifles and a large number of bullets from the space. Everyone returned to the car and drove in the direction of the previous convoy. After driving on for a while, Owen turned off the lights. This airport is a private airport located at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by state parks and wild mountains. At night, it is even less traveled. But far away, Owen and the others heard the roar of the motor coming from a distance. Owen quickly drove the car into the bushes under the road, then picked up the intercom and contacted the team in front. At this moment, a few cars whizzed past them from far and near, rushing to the distant location of the attack. Soon Owen greeted everyone to get out of the car and start walking, not far from where their convoy was attacked. After walking for a few minutes, they heard the roar of a car's motor and human voices in the distance. On the road ahead, the fire was full of flames, and it was the place where their convoy was attacked. The car in the middle was shattered by the explosion, and the 2 front and rear cars were also affected. At this time, they were all set on fire. There were several burning corpses lying on the side of the road. They should have escaped from the car and burned to death before they ran far. On the periphery, at this time, a few vehicles formed a circle surrounding the attack site. More than a dozen big men with guns and live ammunition were standing around the scene, looking at the situation inside the fire scene. But looking at their appearance, They didn't mean to fight the fire at all. One of the leaders still yelled loudly, "Wait until the fire is over." Another person who looks like a leader is recording a video with his mobile phone. "We have drones above our heads, so please knock them off first." Xiao Feng had heard an unusual buzzing sound above his head a long time ago. He knew that it was a drone and patrolled overhead, but he didn't expect that these guys would have invested such a large sum of money. He actually used a drone to launch an airstrike on himself. You must know that this is in the United States. Use drones casually, it's sky shaking. But the other party actually used it, which shows that the other party's background is definitely strong enough. Otherwise, this drone attack will definitely provoke the FBI, the CIA, and the Department of Homeland Security. It seems that the other party has lost money this time. But you think it's over? Don't dream. Deal with these foreign devils. It is useless for you to reason with them. Only fists can convince them. Owen arranged for another little brother, with a stick-equipped weapon, to climb a nearby tree. "Does that thing work?" Owen told Xiao Feng that the stick was a laser generator designed to deal with drones. Xiao Feng expressed doubts about this. During his absence, the weapons experts on the Karapag Islands invented many crossage weapons and equipment. He hasn't used it much, and naturally doesn't know much about performance. Irving smiled calmly. "Don't worry, boss." Sure enough, within a few minutes, a dark shadow suddenly hit the ground directly in the distance. Soon there was an explosion in the dense forest in the distance, and a raging fire started. The leader of the militant who was calling just now seems to have also received a warning from the phone. Just turned around to greet the players around him, ready to fight. Suddenly, he was shot by Owen and exploded his head. As expected, the group of people he brought were all elites, and they all responded very quickly. Almost at the same time, they leaned down, climbed to the ground, and started looking for shelter everywhere. It was a pity that it was too late. Connor next to Owen picked up the arrangement Xiao Feng had arranged for him. Mentalnovel.com. In such an open area, at such a close distance, a light machine gun was almost invincible. The militant who had just squatted was caught off guard. 5 or 6 were knocked down on the spot, and the leader was knocked down as soon as he came up, leaving them without a leader. But these people are not simple. They quickly saw the direction the bullet came from. 2 of them had already picked up their guns and started shooting at the machine gunner Connor. However, after only 2 shots were fired, Xiao Feng and Owen had their heads headshot. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes before it ended, and the final result was naturally that the opponent's regiment ended. However, Xiao Feng still left Owen with 2 live torches. The Clone Warriors wouldn't talk about the Geneva Conventions with these assassins. It was their ultimate goal to let each other talk as quickly as possible. Although these 2 guys had obviously undergone counter-interrogation training, they spoke before these Star Warriors had survived for 5 minutes. After all, watching his fingers being smashed into mud one by one, not everyone can stand it. Boss, after asking, they belong to the Falcon Company, headquartered in South Africa, and they are not very famous mercenaries. Their boss has very close ties with the CIA, and his main job is to help the CIA do some wet work. This time, I don't know where their boss contacted. Owen told Xiao Feng the news he had asked from those 2 husbands, and Xiao Feng nodded. Owen turned around and raised his hand with 2 shots, exploding 2 lively heads. It is able to use drones to attack in the United States, and it has also invited a team dedicated to helping the CIA do its work. The real murderer behind this scene is already ready to come out. Chapter 1120. Revenge cannot be overnight. But do you think that I would be scared in this way? Go dreaming. Since you are not convinced, come and touch, and you're done. Sure enough, it was a group of barbarians who were afraid of power but not moral, and it was useless to reason with them. Only fists can make them obedient. Boss, what shall we do next? Go back. Back to the winery? No. Back. Boston, Xiao Feng said with a grim expression, since the other party has already torn his face. Then he is not very polite. What about the Earth Emperor in Boston? Doesn't it come from a cursed family anyway? So many people in the family have died violently. And now it is naturally not bad for Thomas Lauren. He could be sure that Thomas Lauren had planned this incident together with the donkey gangsters behind him. It should be Thomas and those big donkeys who explained the details of the meeting with him. And his own request should have angered the big bosses of the donkey faction. So they arranged this assassination. Don't think that these white people who are full of benevolence, justice and morality, open their mouths for human rights, and close their mouths to the Pluto will be good people. Just look at their representative, the Coe family. In the early years, the couple were lawyers. Later, because of their eloquence, the husband became the most valued representative of the donkey faction and was promoted to the White House. During his years in power, the U.S. economy has indeed experienced rapid development, and he is even more known as the most economical leader of the United States. But unfortunately he finally stepped down because of the zipper door incident. Although the way he stepped down was disgraceful, it did not hinder him. He relied on his wrist and influence to wander between the political and business circles. It is relying on her long sleeves to be good at dancing, coupled with a keen political sense. The Coe's family has become a new generation of powerful Americans in the 21st century. It is said that their family fund has at least $2 billion US. Where do you think all this money comes from? The Elephant faction naturally also knew the series of actions of this big man, so he launched a series of investigations. One of the most famous is the famous Whitewater case. But the final result is particularly scary. The main content is the inside story of how Krishnamurti used cable TV boxes to fill his pockets during his tenure as governor of Arkansas. As a result, James, as a witness, died of a heart attack during the isolation review period. Foster, Krishnamurti's former partner and consultant, shot and committed suicide in the park before he was about to testify in court. The former Secretary of Commerce, because he publicly stated that Krishnamurti should be held responsible for the Whitewater case. The plane crashed, and the manager of the Krishnamurti Fund under investigation, Victor, also died in a plane crash, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. According to some statistics later, anyone who hinders the development of the Krishna family will almost always have accidents and commit suicide for one reason or another. The media later compiled a long list of more than 30 people. This is only a name and a surname. As for those innocent, no name and no surname, it is even more unfamiliar. So the media gave this list a name, called the Shroud of the Clan's family. The Coe family, stepping on this shroud, became the new generation of top political and business giants in the United States. This is the fact that the top donkey sect bosses do, and after these sects were exposed, it was also the main reason why Krishnamurti lost to the leader the previous time. People in the US are so scared to see it. This house is really black-hearted. Compared with the previous impression that humans and animals are harmless, and Baizuo who can only talk, he is not the same person at all. Think about it, Thomas Lauren is often associated with these people, so it is normal to be able to perform this attack. But he certainly could not have imagined that Xiao Feng had such a bad temper. There is no overnight revenge. And what Xiao Feng wanted was such an effect. Now that you have all done it, don't blame me for being rude. Although this incident must have been made by many donkey gangsters, it is a pity that I only know you, Thomas. Then don't blame me. Xiao Feng made a direct call and asked McGee to arrange a private plane for himself. In addition, I told McGee about the matter here, with only two purposes. One is to make him be careful. Those guys dare to move, let alone Pompeo. There is another point, asking him to help clean up the mess here. This case cannot be exposed so as not to attract too much media attention and interpretation. That group of reporters, in order to sell some news, but the dog nose can be Anon's mind. If they find too many secrets, it will be bad. McGee was also taken aback when he heard the news. He also didn't expect that Thomas and the others were so cruel, they would directly attack Xiao Feng. Fortunately, Xiao Feng hid, otherwise, who would know what kind of revenge would be caused afterwards? From what he knew, there was an unknown mysterious force behind Xiao Feng. If you irritate that group of people, what kind of consequences will come out is unknown. Fortunately, Xiao Feng was fine, and also reminded him that this made Pompeo also stand upside down. The security was strengthened immediately, and the trip for the next few days was even cancelled. He intends to keep a low profile at home for a while. As to what kind of revenge Xiao Feng will take, he can't manage, but the thing he can definitely do is help Xiao Feng wipe his butt. To be honest, he has been unhappy with the Donkey Gang for a long time, especially the Donkey faction who hooked up with the financial gang on Wall Street. That was what he hated the most. He wanted to watch Xiao Feng kill more of them. That would be the best. He quickly arranged the private jet Xiao Feng requested. Under Xiao Feng's urging, the captain flew at the fastest speed for an hour and a half, almost gritted his teeth. So he sent Xiao Feng and the others to a private airport outside of Boston. After getting out of the car, Pompeo arranged for someone to bring them the car. As for what Xiao Feng and the others will do next, Pompeo did not want to know, nor did he want to know. Anyway, he just needs to know the result. But Xiao Feng and the others drove straight in and went straight to Thomas Lauren's villa on the outskirts. According to the tip given by Pompeo, he transferred the satellite data of the most recent day. What I saw from the air was that Thomas had never left this villa after Xiao Feng left. He should be here, communicating with other bigwigs through video calls. Xiao Feng took Owen and a few others all the way to the door of the villa. Then he jumped the wall and entered the manor. The group walked very cautiously. With Owen and the others walking in the front, Xiao Feng didn't worry that they would be exposed, because these people like Owen are all transformed Star Warriors, although they look similar to ordinary people. But in fact, their five senses are very keen. Hearing, sight, and smell are dozens of times that of ordinary people. So they can clearly check out the security situation inside the villa. Just like now, they were cautious at first. But later Owen and the others straightened up because they discovered that the security in the manor was very fragile. There were not even a few security guards at all, which surprised Xiao Feng and his party. But when they were on the road near the gate of the villa, they saw bodyguards lying on the ground all the way. Several people immediately bent down and held their guns. It was around 4 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was very dark, but it didn't bother Owen and the others. They didn't use any auxiliary equipment, but they still had night vision capabilities. The security guards at the entrance of the villa were dead, and almost all were shot dead. They could see these pictures clearly. "Boss, what should I do?" Owen's voice came from Xiao Feng's air headset. "Someone is the first to get there?" Xiao Feng is also full of question marks at this time. This Thomas is not a good stubble, and in Boston and Massachusetts, he is like a native emperor. But now besides himself, there are people who dare to touch him. Isn't it too courageous? Go in and have a look. All came here at this time, so naturally I can't just go back in such a sloppy way. And with Owen and the others, Xiao Feng didn't worry about being in an ambush. They left Charlie and Cunningham outside www.mentalnovel.com and the other watched the air, so as not to be killed by drones. One acts as a sniper, monitoring the quartet and controlling the back road. Then Xiao Feng let Owen and Connor open the way, and he followed behind. The three of them slowly touched the inside of the mansion, and Xiao Feng kept reminding them to be vigilant along the way. Irving and Connor also raised their five senses to the extreme, but they did not find anything unusual. After waiting in the room, Xiao Feng and the others were even more surprised by the situation. This has become a battlefield, and there are traces of fierce fighting between the two sides everywhere. Bullet holes are everywhere on the walls and sofas, and the original luxurious hall is even more sloppy. The bodies of security guards are everywhere on the ground, although the security guards that Thomas Lauren invited are not easy ones. But the attacker was clearly prepared, and the security guards were caught off guard. So the casualties were heavy, which can be seen from the parts of the corpse on the ground. Near the door, almost all Thomas security guards and the people who struck should have also died a lot. But they were all taken away by cleaning the battlefield. Moreover, this group of people was extremely cruel. Not only did they kill the security guards, but also the housekeeper and maid in the villa. When they came to the second floor, They saw the bodies of several maids in the corridor. Even Thomas's dog was never let go. At the end of the corridor, they saw Thomas's dog. Eventually they found Thomas behind the executive desk in the meeting room. He was sitting on the executive chair with a hole in the middle of his forehead. He didn't close his eyes before he died. Obviously he was defenseless and unbelievable about this raid. Chapter 1121. Storm is coming. It looks like we are a step late, Xiao Feng said to Owen, and then looked around. There is already a mess around it. And it is obvious that people who have been here before have not only started a gun battle here. After the gun battle ended, I turned this place upside down. I don't know what I'm looking for, but it doesn't matter anymore. Because they didn't have much time, Owen moved his ears and heard the sound of police sirens coming from a distance. The police are here, and it will take about 10 minutes to get to the scene. Cunningham, who was on guard outside, said that this was the guy who shot down the drone with the laser generator before. This clone is not only good at shooting down drones, he is also very good at making modified drones. Now above their heads, there is a Daejiang elf he modified, circling and monitoring the surroundings. Moreover, there is a signal receiver on this drone, which can not only interfere with radio signals within a few kilometers, but also intercept the enemy's radio signals. The police dared to come from afar, and he had spotted the enemy through a drone a long time ago. Xiao Feng immediately took Owen and the others out of the scene. Halfway they also hid in the bushes, passing by the police vehicle. They went all the way back to the airport, then boarded the waiting plane and headed straight to the west coast. From Xiao Feng's point of view, this east coast cannot be stayed anymore. It was originally the nest of old money. And since the people of the donkey faction have killed even Thomas, they must have prepared a net of heaven and earth. Once you show up here, it must be quite dangerous. The plane flew very slowly on the way back. The plane only reached the sky over Nevada, and Pompo's call came in. Fucksk, buddy. Do you want to be so cruel? In Thomas' mansion, almost all 30 people were wiped out. I know you want him to die, but don't make such a big move. It's hard for me to do it like this, you know. Such a big melon. How can I help you wipe your ass? Now the hidden flowers of the K family and the Lauren family have been released. As soon as Xiao Feng picked up the phone, he heard Pompo's gun-like voice over there. Obviously, he was frightened by Xiao Feng's magnanimous hand. If it is only to assassinate, this is not uncommon in American politics. At that time, Krishnamurti, the couple killed more than 30. Others are no exception. Don't think it is very dark. This is very normal in the history of the United States. But when people do things, they usually only target the target person, who is like Xiao Feng, who kills when he comes up. He directly copied Lauren's lair, even the bodyguard and maid, and killed more than 30 people, even the dog. This Nima, if it were announced, it would definitely be a terrifying case. No wonder the K family and the Lauren family who got the news are crazy. Before the police had an order, they had already offered a reward. It's no wonder that Pompeo is so scared. Once these veteran families get a real fire, it will be quite terrifying on the East Coast. It's just that they would have never imagined that Xiao Feng would escape so fast, and he was already on the West Coast. At this time, Xiao Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and then interrupted Pompeo. Listen to me, McGee. First of all, I didn't do the Lawrence house. When we went, their house had already been patronized. When we got there, Lauren had already hung up. Think about it. Would I be so stupid to make such a big move? Secondly, you have to pay attention to your personal safety. They even killed Lauren. That's right for you. If there is nothing wrong, let's go back to the West Coast. After all, this is our home court. They don't dare to come here to make trouble. Xiao Feng said with a smile. Although California is also the home base of the donkey faction, it is just as mentioned earlier. Within each faction, there are also large and small hills, and some hills are equally incompatible. The battle between the real hills is no worse than the battle with the elephant faction. For example, The donkey pie on the California side is not quite the same as the donkey pie on the West Coast. The donkey faction in California is mainly backed by the California Consortium and emerging electronic technology chaebols. They have Nasdaq and Silicon Valley in their hands. The donkey faction on the West Coast is mainly dependent on the old money of Wall Street. The main way to make a fortune is also the more traditional financial and military complex, or all kinds of mining and oil. Therefore, the California Consortium that only emerged during World War II, the donkey faction here, and the veteran celebrities on the West Coast are not quite right. The two sides sometimes cooperate, but sometimes fierce battles occur. What Xiao Feng can be sure of is that at least the donkey faction on the California side is on his side to pass that Wuxing Railway. After all, they and themselves are now a community of interests. And it is normal to call Pompeo back. After all, the West Coast guys even did Lauren. Who knows what crazier things they will do? Pompeo is now the highest ranking politician on their side. In order to get rid of him, maybe those guys will take risks. After listening to Xiao Feng's words, Pompeo fell silent immediately. Are you serious? Yes. Think about it for yourself. Xiao Feng hung up after speaking, and the plane still landed at the airport near the winery. Xiao Feng got off the plane and got into the car. It's just that the team that came to greet him this time was far more than 9 in total. He got in one of them, then 9 cars, immediately divided into 3 convoys, and left the airport from 3 directions. Helen already knew about Xiao Feng's previous attack. The attack scared Helen. As soon as Xiao Feng came back this time, she immediately sent the elites from the security company at home. Yes, her uncle Dalton is more than just a supplier of military boots. At the same time, there is another identity, which is a military contractor. I have contracted many projects in the Middle East, and I have a security company with hundreds of personnel. Under the protection of these people, Xiao Feng returned to the villa of Helen Winery. When he got home, he had been busy all night, traveling thousands of kilometers back and forth, and he was also exhausted. After chatting with Helen a few words, he fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already night. When I came downstairs, I saw Helen holding a wine glass in the living room to socialize with a guy. Seeing that guy's body like a Marshall canopy, Xiao Feng knew that Pompeo was back. Pompeo smiled and stood up when he saw Xiao Feng coming down from the stairs. It seems you still listened. Xiao Feng and Pompeo shook hands. Helen kissed him, and then went to prepare dinner for him. Come together? Xiao Feng asked Pompeo, and Pompeo shook his head. No, I ate on the plane. In fact, I just got off the plane and came here directly. Haha. How about Washington? Now the chaos has become a pot of porridge. Not only is Washington chaotic, but the entire West Coast is chaotic. Pompeo shook his head and said, fortunately, he ran fast after hearing Xiao Feng's words. Otherwise he is in the center of the storm's eye now. After all, the K family is the influence of the veteran American family in the United States. It is very complicated. Although Lauren is not a member of the K family in name, everyone knows that he is actually the top card of the K family. But now the K family's sneak shots, the 2 emperors of Massachusetts and Boston, were actually killed in their own homes. What effect do you think this will be? The entire Boston Consortium, like a leaked oil barrel, can explode at any time. What do the police say now? Xiao Feng asked casually again. Vendetta. A prepared vendetta. But the police still don't know who committed it. They retrieved surveillance videos of nearby roads, but they didn't expect that all the surveillance videos in the last few hours were erased. And there are deserted mountains and ridges near the villa. There are no people, so it is difficult to find witnesses. But the K family and the Lauren family have released a hidden flower, offering rewards to those who know the news. Xiao, who do you think did this time? Pompeo actually had speculations in his mind, but he was not quite sure. Xiao Feng thought for a while. It should be the big guys behind Thomas, because when I went yesterday www.mentalnovel.com gave Thomas some conditions that he couldn't refuse, but those big guys obviously didn't want to accept Thomas implicated. This will make sense. Pompeo clapped his hands, then took out the tablet to call up a piece of news, and pushed him down in front of Xiao Feng. Miss Percy, the former Attorney General, was admitted to the hospital due to a sudden heart disease. And she also announced through her family that because of her health, she will resign from the post of Minister of Justice and choose to retire. Seeing the content of the news report, Xiao Feng was frowning. I didn't expect that the other party's movements were so fast. I just got the handle of Thomas and Percy, but I didn't expect that one of them would die and the other would retire. Then the evidence in his own hands was all wasted. Who is the new Attorney General? It should still be from the donkey faction. Xiao Feng looked at Pompeo and asked casually. Pompeo was taken aback, and then replied, yes, in order to appease the donkey faction. The chief once again appointed a donkey faction as the Inspector General. This guy is called Hammer. Hammer is his nickname and also represents his style of doing things. After only listening to Pompo's introduction to this guy, Xiao Feng knew that Hammer was not easy to deal with. It looks like the storm is coming again. But McGee, will you protect me? Right? Xiao Feng smiled and turned his head to look at Pompeo and said that he is now the spokesperson for Pompey and their alliance in South America, and it's still irreplaceable. In this way, if McGee and the others still want to make money from the two ocean railways, they naturally know what they should do. Ha ha, rest assured, on the west coast, with me covering you, no one dares to touch you. Chapter 1122 something. Just report my name. At this moment, Helen brought dinner to Xiao Feng. The steak is simple, plus a box of caviar, and a piece of pan-fried fish steak. He didn't eat much all day. Xiao Feng was also hungry at this time, and he didn't treat Pompeo as an outsider. So he started to eat. Pompeo also felt a little hungry as he watched Xiao Feng eat well. Helen smiled and asked people to bring Pompeo a portion too, knowing that Pompeo might not be able to bear it, so Helen made a special offer. With the dynasty kumquat wine, the two were also happy to eat. Pompeo kept complimenting their food for the delicious food. Xiao Feng smiled secretly, and finally knew how this guy's physique like the martial canopy grew out. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the villa. Then the butler came over and whispered a few words to Helen, and Helen's face changed. FBI guys are here. Xiao Feng was also taken aback when he heard it. He really didn't expect that these guys would come here like this. It seems that a lot of determination has been made. At this time Pompo's face changed. Is this going to be arrested? This obviously doesn't give Pompey face to him. Just ask the FBI boss. Don't he know his relationship with Xiao Feng? What is he doing now? Slap yourself in the face? He carried the plate, walked towards the inner room, and then said to Xiao Feng, you deal with them first, I want to see, what are they doing? Xiao Feng nodded, and Helen asked the butler to open the door. After a while, in the living room, 7 or 8 people came in. Among them was Edgar, the local head of the FBI. After he came in, he quietly came to Helen's side. These two guys were sent directly by Quantico. I can't get involved in this case. Besides, they came in a hurry and stared at me very close, so I couldn't call. Helen nodded, and she looked at the two FBI agents opposite, one old and one young. The elders are in their 50s and the younger ones are in their 30s, all dressed in formal wear. At this time, the two were standing in front of Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng was still sitting there slowly enjoying his dinner. Behind the two FBI agents, there were also some soldiers transferred from the local branch, all guarding in several corners of the room at this time. Is Mr. Xiao? This is Edward and this is Turner. We have some questions and would like you to return to the bureau to assist in the investigation. The elder one is still polite, but the younger one is full of resentment at this time. Obviously Xiao Feng didn't take them seriously at all, which made the young man a little angry, but it was not his turn to speak here yet. Xiao Feng didn't have the Edward the bird at all, he didn't lift his head, and he was still slowly cutting his steak. We are talking to you. The young Turner was a little annoyed at this time and took a step forward. But he only took a step. At this moment, Owen, who had been silent next to Xiao Feng, suddenly stood up and stood in front of him. This Turner is not short, but standing in front of Owen, who is nearly 2 meters tall and strong like a wall, immediately appears a lot slimmer. Turner's momentum immediately weakened a bit, especially after seeing Owen's fierce eyes. This guy must have killed someone. This was the first thought he thought. Hey, Mr. King, do you know what you are doing? The elder Edward immediately questioned Xiao Feng with stern expression. While speaking, he turned his head and glanced at the FBI agents who followed him. But what he didn't expect was that those agents did nothing. If someone dared to provoke Turner so much in the past, and he was still a yellow man, I am afraid that other FBI agents would have rushed forward to do the other side. It doesn't matter if you are from Quantica headquarters or a local agent, because everyone knows one thing, that is, no one should be allowed to provoke the authority of the Bureau of Investigation. Once someone provokes their authority, then they can't frighten people with their name. But today's situation is different. Xiao Feng is no ordinary person. He is Helen's husband, and the Helen family is a major shareholder of the California Consortium. Their family is on the West Coast, especially in California, where they are deeply rooted and prominent families. It is the governor, and everyone who meets the Hamilton family must give them enough face. What's more, they are law enforcement officers. On the surface, they seem to hold a lot of power, but if they really offend the Hamilton family, it is better for others to make you alive than to die. You lose your job every minute, and as a law enforcement officer, once you lose your job, you will be a toothless tiger. When the time comes, people will clean up you how they want. So at this time, local FBI agents, as long as they are not fools, no one is willing to cooperate with these two headquarters. Oh, I caught Hamilton's son-in-law, and then you will go to Quantica to get your work. But we have to stay here, waiting for the anger of the Hamilton family. What are you thinking about? Grab the merits. You go, and I will fight against Thunder. Go dreaming. Therefore, there is no need for the local FBI branch director Edgar to have any instructions. Those local agents spontaneously chose to be blind. They didn't see anything, but Edward and Turner were about to explode. But now they are also a little bit like riding a tiger, they can only bite the bullet. Edward stretched his hand to his waist, and at the same time gave Turner a wink. Turner's body was also stiff, but he also stretched his hand firmly to his waist. At this moment, Xiao Feng, who was opposite, chuckled. If I were you, I would never do such a stupid action. As he spoke, Owen stepped aside, and he just finished eating and put down his knife and fork. First of all, I let you in out of respect for law enforcement agencies. But you came in to arrest me? Do you have a search warrant? Do you have an arrest warrant? If there is none, why should I accompany you back to the Bureau to investigate? Also, you don't have the right to read me. I don't want to answer all your questions. Xiao Feng looked at Edward and Turner with a sneer, and then Edward gave Turner a wink. Turner nodded. I know you won't cooperate so obediently, but it doesn't matter. We prepared a gift. He took out the walkie-talkie and said, Cook, you can bring people in. Soon there was a roar of engines outside the villa. It turned out to be a helicopter flying from a distance, and then hovering over the villa. A team of teams wearing tactical vests with the words FBI, the Special Forces team, jumped off the plane. Carrying long guns and short cannons, he rushed into the villa. With these people present, Edward and Turner's waists suddenly became stiff. They glanced contemptuously at Edgar and the local agents, who were now dumbfounded. I know you won't cooperate obediently. Ha ha. Just wait to lose your job. Turner sneered at the detectives in the squad. Then he turned his face again and looked at Xiao Feng. I advise you not to make any resistance, otherwise, I can't guarantee that my people will not shoot. Xiao Feng didn't panic. This was what he said while looking up at Edward and Turner with a smile. It seems that you are going to play hard. So what? Turner replied confidently. At this moment, the glass door behind Xiao Feng was suddenly pushed open from inside. The special fighters immediately turned their guns to aim, but they didn't expect to see an angry white fat man walking out of it. He walked to Xiao Feng's side, and then banged the dining table next to Xiao Feng. "It's too much, you guys. It's the shame of the United States. How did you handle the case? This is your legal enforcement procedure. I'll call your chief. I'm going to ask, how does he teach you to handle cases? Is the FBI recruiting standards so low now? What kind of cat or dog can get into the law enforcement team?" From the moment Pompey showed his face, the atmosphere in the room became more subtle. Edward and Turner, as well as the special forces they brought, were all dumbfounded because they never thought that the First Minister would actually be in this villa. And looking at his posture, it is obvious that his relationship with Xiao Feng is not shallow. Looking at his righteous indignation, www.mentalnovel.com, the appearance of moose flying in the mouth, Edward and Turner felt that their heads were about to explode, and they were little agents. They have met the highest ranking chief, that is, their head of the house, so they didn't expect to meet the First Minister here. With the appearance of Pompeo, Secret Service agents also appeared in the room, and the first instruction after they appeared was that all the Special Forces members quit the villa. Edward and Turner all handed over their guns. The Special Forces were very obedient, and they immediately withdrew from the villa. Edward and Turner handed over their guns in tears. Then the two of them stood opposite Xiao Feng and the others like a kid who did something wrong. At this time, Xiao Feng smiled and looked at them, as if looking at two poor monkeys. At this time, Pompeo was holding the phone and screaming at the FBI director on the other side. "How do you do things? Your subordinates handle the case, and they don't even talk about legal procedures. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would be unbelievable. Is this your professional level? How much legal trouble do you want to cause? You are simply a shame in law enforcement." And the FBI director on the other end of the phone can only constantly wipe his sweat and shake the pot. "I didn't know they went to the West Coast. They must have acted privately. Your Excellency, please rest assured, I will teach them well when I look back." Soon Edward and Turner retreated dingy. Pompeo came to Xiao Feng's side in high spirits at this time, and reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. There is me covering you in this area." "What's the matter?" "Just report my name." Chapter 1123. Many Hills. Haha, thank you. Xiao Feng smiled and got up and shook hands with Pompeo. In my heart, I said to myself, this is what you should do. You also don't want to think about how much did Lao Tzu help you settle? If these official matters are unfair to you, then there is really no need to invest in you. After chatting with Pompeo for a while, Pompeo left. Their family also has a mansion in San Francisco, and living here is more reassuring than living in Washington. In the next few days, Xiao Feng stayed in the villa, waiting to eat melon. The North American region has been very lively in recent days, and Lauren's death has indeed caused a sensation. But perhaps because of the impact, the K family and the Boston Consortium chose to suppress this matter. He did not make Thomas' death on the news, and only claimed that he died of a sudden heart disease. But in the circles of the upper class in the US, the death of Thomas is secretive. But it is also undercurrents, especially between the Donkey faction and the Elephant faction. The swords are already at war. People from the Donkey faction said that this must have something to do with the Elephant faction, especially when the next election period is about to enter. The Elephant Pie said you don't spit people. Anyway, the two sides quarreled happily, and the FBI people came that day, and after being driven away by Pompeo, they never came again. Edgar, the local director, patted his chest and told Helen he would use his relationship with Quantico to stare at the people above. If next time there is any action there, he will definitely notify Helen as soon as possible. In this way, things seemed to have subsided, but Xiao Feng knew that under this calm lake, there were turbulent undercurrents everywhere. Maybe it will explode suddenly. Sure enough, on the third day, Pompeo called and told Xiao Feng. Someone proposed in the National Security Council that China and Russia are now infiltrating the Ithacan area of the Copper Country. In the interests of the United States, a representative of the military proposed to send several warships to the island of Ithaca for a cruise. But please don't worry Xiao Feng, he will be in Washington and rejected this proposal. You must know that since the last time the National Security Council was there, someone instructed the security company to take private actions on the Venezuelan side. As a result, the National Security Council has been cleaned up after being dealt with by Venezuela. The manpower that Shannon placed inside was transferred to the Alaska radar station. In the new National Security Council, Pompeo has placed many of his own people. And now any action taken by the US military requires the plan to be submitted to the National Security Council for discussion, and then to the general leader for approval. And here, the opinion of Pompeo, the first secretary, is very important. If he strongly opposes this plan, the commander will also listen to his opinions. And the hardliners below must also consider the consequences of offending him, so as long as he expresses his stance, this plan will be difficult to take shape. Xiao Feng is also very relieved about this. But a day later, Pompeo called, and his tone was very bad. Xiao. Bad news. It seems that the situation is not particularly good at the moment. What do you mean? Did the commander agree to send warships to inspect South America? Xiao Feng was also very surprised. Generally, such actions require the National Security Council to complete discussions, then report to the general leader and make the final decision. But Pompeo was naturally surprised that he could not get the matter done. To know that with Pompeo's position, it should be quite easy to veto this plan. The answer Pompeo gave was completely different from what he thought. Neither did I expect the military to be so determined this time. This time the main push for the cruise plan is General Norfolk. This old guy actually dared to fight with me. We are arguing a lot about the feasibility of the plan. Pompeo told Xiao Feng about the situation at the discussion meeting, and Xiao Feng frowned. What about the commander? Did he agree to the Navy's request? Well, almost. Xiao Feng was taken aback when he heard, why then, the main reason is that within the Navy, there are also different ideas about this plan. Pompeo's words made Xiao Feng feel as if he had heard something different. Well, then, please work hard and try not to pass this plan. I think the key to whether this plan can be executed or not should be in the chief. So, you'd better find out what the boss really thinks. Xiao Feng could only give Pompeo so many opinions. Well, that can only be done. Tonight, I will have a private meeting with the commander, and I will check his tone when the time comes. Before, he was not like this. Pompeo babbled a few words, and then hung up. However, Xiao Feng still didn't quite understand after thinking about it, so he simply dialed Dalton's number. It happened that the old man was fine today, so he simply called Dalton home. While letting people prepare a BBQ, he planned to take the opportunity of this barbecue party to ask Dalton about the military. After all, Dalton is not only a supplier to the military, but also has a close relationship with the upper echelons of the military. In the evening, the barbecue party was held successfully. After eating 2 steaks, Xiao Feng and Dalton finally took wine and sat on the porch, enjoying the evening breeze comfortably and enjoying the beautiful scenery. Well, Dalton, tell me, that Norfolk, what kind of person is he? Haha, you can just ask the right person. I have heard about the safety committee. Then first of all, let me tell you from inside the Navy. About the Navy, I am very familiar with it. After all, I have been in the Navy for 5 years. Dalton knew everything, so he began to explain to Xiao Feng. In fact, according to the number, the US Navy should have 10 fleets from 1st to 10th. But in fact, the US Navy has only 5 actual surface fleets. And it started with the 2nd Fleet, which originally had the 1st Fleet, but was later revoked and merged into the 3rd Fleet in the Pacific. The 4th Fleet was later revoked and merged into the 2nd Fleet. The actual surface fleet of the US Navy actually ends when the number reaches the 7th Fleet. The 8th and 9th Fleets are not there. The 10th Fleet, on the other hand, is under the US Fleet Network Command, which belongs to the cyber warfare system and has no fleet at all. Therefore, there are only 5 fleets that are truly capable of combat. The 5 fleets are the 2nd Fleet responsible for the Atlantic region, responsible for the 3rd Fleet in the northeastern Pacific Ocean, the 5th Fleet in the Gulf region, and the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean region. There is also the 7th Fleet in charge of the Western Pacific and Indian Oceans, and this Norfolk is the commander of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. Logically speaking, this old man is the commander of the U.S. fleet in the Middle East, so he should stay in the Middle East honestly. But why did he suddenly get lost and feel crazy, and point fingers at Ithaca? Actually, this is mainly related to the recent call from the Navy to rebuild the 4th Fleet. Dalton gave Xiao Feng a detailed analysis of the internal situation of the U.S. Navy. When Xiao Feng heard this, he realized that he thought that the U.S. Navy was all acting in the movie, helping and uniting each other. But if you understand it, you know. It turns out that they also have hills. And Shantuism is very powerful. It is said that in the earliest days, the main fleet of the United States was located on the East Coast, mainly stationed on the Atlantic coast, facing a series of opponents in Europe. To put it bluntly, it is the 2nd Fleet. The 2nd Fleet is said to be the national fleet, but it is actually very infiltrated by the East Coast chaebols. For example, the Morgan family has always monopolized the logistics supply and military supplies of the 2nd Fleet. The Morgan family made a lot of money by relying on this. But by the time of World War II, American talents discovered that they faced a threat from the Pacific, much greater than the threat from the Atlantic. So he made great efforts to form the Pacific Fleet, and later separated into the 3rd Fleet, 5th Fleet, and 7th Fleet and so on. In the Pacific War, these two fleets did show their grace, beating the Japanese all over the floor. And this also set off their big brother in the Navy, the 2nd Fleet, nothing. This makes the veteran gatekeepers on the East Coast feel very uncomfortable. New hills have grown up in the Navy.mtlnovel.com. The most important thing is that these hills are not under their control, which makes them feel unacceptable. So under their advice, in 1943, the 4th Fleet was formed. At that time, the 4th Fleet also participated in the Pacific War, but its record was definitely not as prominent as the 3rd Fleet and the 7th Fleet. At that time, the 4th Fleet was mainly used to transport military materials and soldiers, anti-submarine, and blockade the coastline. Therefore, the record is very general. Like the 1st Fleet and the 5th Fleet, they mainly play the role of soy sauce. After the war, the 4th Fleet was retained under the insistence of the veterans of the East Coast. The main garrison area allocated is the Caribbean Sea, and the main task is to deter South America. But in fact, the main purpose is naturally for the logistics of the fleet and military supply. After all, there is such a fleet. Every year the Navy eats, drinks, and replaces warships, all of which cost money. With one more fleet, they will be able to continuously take money from the government. Anyway, they are all raised by the US government. But the Caribbean Sea is basically the back garden of the United States, and no country in South America dared to challenge the United States. So there is no need to maintain such a fleet. Later, the US government, which could not bear it, merged this fleet with the 2nd Fleet stationed in the direction of the Atlantic. This has broken a wealth of money for many old-fashioned celebrities. After all, the 3rd Fleet that lives on the East Coast and the 7th Fleet based in Yokosuka, they can't get involved. The California Consortium, relying on these two fleets, gradually prospered and has its own spokesperson in the military. Chapter 1124 Proxy Dispute. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak sink eye. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these terminals, which were naturally used for trafficking flour like the United States. But after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there is no American backing, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States? The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. The Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from 1914 when the canal was built to 65 years in 1974 in the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans, and it was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the American people's rebellion. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic Ocean, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business, and Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger to transport oil through the Panama Canal, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, it's probably the Americans who will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Girardot Port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles. Otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just a long and thin oval shape, and there is not much thinking about radiation from other parts of the country. This railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Girardot family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xingkai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of the company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xingkai with a smile, and Lee Xingkai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Well, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiaofeng is very curious. Li Xingkai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country is the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maoxan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maoxan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maoxan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiaofeng listened to Li Xingkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Li Xingkai reports like them, Xiaofeng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiaofeng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Li Xingkai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Li Xingkai's slightly distorted face, Xiaofeng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head, and Li Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. At the end, Li Xingkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiaofeng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here. Hungry.mtlnovel.com. Xiaofeng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiaofeng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that if you want to do something, but before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it. But it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the roundworm in Xiaofeng's stomach. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Ha ha, those congressmen and officials, don't worry too much. because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company, and you didn't ask me what I want. Huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. Chapter 1125 Serial Bomb. Therefore, the key to whether this matter can be resolved now depends on the general leader. Now the internal opinions of the military are not uniform. The veteran chaebol in the west wanted to send warships to patrol the Ithacan area. This was their strategy of killing two birds with one stone. On the one hand, it wants to use military deterrence to deter Ithaca development, and at the same time to deter Xiao Feng. At that time, you said to sail to the vicinity of the Karapag Islands, go around and put on a few cannons. Do you think the construction of those islands will stop? Will the workers be afraid? People who were planning to invest and set up companies in the Ithacan area will go there. If the time comes, they sink their own boat over there, and turn around and say there are terrorists on your side. Go to the island to check. Will you agree? Don't think it's impossible. In fact, it's really possible. You dare to start a war with a bottle of washing powder. What do you think the Americans can't do? Therefore, Xiao Feng was reluctant to send 10 million warships to the Ithacan area to patrol the United States. Xiao Feng did not want the Americans to send ships there, and Dalton and the California Consortium did not want the Navy to send ships there, because first of all, the Pacific is the site of their California Consortium. Second, if a ship is sent, which fleet ship will be sent? Send the ship of the Third Fleet. Still have to send a ship from the Second Fleet. Send the Third Fleet. Now the Seventh Fleet, because of the Yokosuka explosion, has completely squatted. The Third Fleet all went to Japan and garrisoned the Philippines. Sending ships over there will have to wait until the Year of the Monkey. Furthermore, in their view, the Karapag Islands are not a threat at all. They also wish that the faster the development here, the better. After all, Xiao Feng and their California Consortium have close cooperation. If the Third Fleet is not sent, then if the Second Fleet sends a ship, they will not want to see it. After all, the Pacific can be regarded by them as their own private land. You old guys on the East Coast, just guard your Atlantic Ocean. I want to come to the Pacific Ocean to stir up. What are you doing? What a mess. And it is easy to make excuses for the old guys on the East Coast to restore the Fourth Fleet. This is definitely not what the people in the California Consortium want to see. Therefore, Xiao Feng and Dalton didn't want to see that the old guys on the East Coast succeeded in a double-edged strategy. But now the key to solving this matter lies in the chief. Now the internal opinions of the military are not uniform, and the final decision on whether to send troops or not has to be the chief commander. Although Dalton and the others have sent a lobby group to Washington, it is not so easy to persuade the chief. After all, everyone knows that this leader is not an easy person to persuade. Moreover, he himself is very thoughtful, and often does some unexpected things. Dalton chatted with Xiao Feng for a while, and then left the villa. After 8 o'clock in the evening, Pompeo finally called. But his expression is very strange. Xiao, I just met the commander. Oh? Did you convince him? Well, the conversation went smoothly, and he didn't object to my proposal. But his attitude was very interesting. When Pompeo said this, the expression on his face became more and more weird. Oh, what did he say? He said that some things are not convenient to talk to me. Let me tell my friend to contact Eric. By the way, when did you meet Eric? McGee. Pompeo looked at Xiao Feng's eyes at this time with curiosity. The group of people who funded his startup was nicknamed Octopus in the US. It means that the relationship between that group of people is everywhere. But now in his opinion, this Xiao Feng is not much better than the Octopus brothers. He unexpectedly met so many people in the United States. And even you, Uncle Go, don't look at him in front of outsiders, and he looks like a brother to the leader. But in fact, he knew very well that he was just a tool under the commander. And the leader who truly trusted the most was his son-in-law, Shenlong Kuezu. It can even be said that he was on the throne with the help of his good son-in-law. After he took office, his son-in-law's family naturally gained a lot of benefits. But for many things, it is inconvenient for the son-in-law of the commander-in-chief to come forward, and the Uncle Eric was just useful at this time. So in the upper class of the US, no one knows this Eric. But you want to get acquainted. This Eric Connor is not so easy. You can only get the chance to meet this Mr. Eric unless someone with an unusual identity helps you recommend or someone guarantees you. He didn't expect that the commander would call Xiao Feng to find Eric. He also smiled and said to him that Eric na Xiao Feng is a good friend and let Xiao Feng go to Eric. This is obviously looking for a task for Xiao Feng. As long as Xiao Feng can take over the other party's job, won't the matter be solved? And with the commander's statement, then he can fight back hard. The actions of the old guys on the East Coast. It is not Pompo's habit to just make people bully without fighting back. Haha, this is another story. Okay, I know what to do. Wait for my news. Xiao Feng certainly wouldn't talk to Pompeo about how he met Eric. The last time Harlandale passed the Pegasus World Cup and caught up with Eric's line, he has been useless. After all, in a relationship like Eric, you use it once and you lose it once. And if you have too close contact with him, it is easy to settle down. After all, at the critical moment when the chieftain is being re-elected, various reporters and opposition groups are staring at him very closely. If you let those guys know that Uncle Go was too close to a Chinese businessman, it would be worth the loss. Because of this, Xiao Feng didn't take the initiative to contact Eric, and Eric didn't take the initiative to contact him. After hanging up Pompo's phone, Xiao Feng found out Eric's number and dialed him. After all, this time it was the commander who took the initiative to find his door. So Xiao Feng had nothing to worry about. The call was quickly connected, and Eric's attitude was very enthusiastic. Hi, man, you haven't called me for so long, I thought you forgot my friend. Haha, how come? By the way, didn't you say you wanted to breed your horse before? It just so happened that my spearman was ready recently. When will we arrange for them to meet? Xiao Feng made a haha casually and said with a smile, while Eric on the other end of the phone was taken aback for a moment, and then he laughed. Yes, I'm thinking about it too. So tomorrow morning, let's go there. Well, tomorrow. After making an appointment with Eric, Xiao Feng hung up the phone. Then he frowned. It seemed that the matter of the chief commander was very urgent this time. He hinted at Pompeo and told himself to contact Eric. That must be something he can't solve. And only after he helped him solve these troubles, he would express his stance on dispatching warships. The twists and turns inside are really troublesome, but after all, this is all a deal. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng picked up Eric from the airport, who had just got off the plane, and then directly pulled him back to Helen's country house. In fact, he could not come at all, but considering the special status of this guest, he decided that it would be better to come by himself. Good luck, people have helped me too. When Jonathan was aggressive, Eric was the one who helped Jonathan. If it weren't for Eric, Xiao Feng wouldn't know where Jonathan's death was. After that time, he knew Jonathan's weaknesses, so he took the top spot in the subsequent war with Jonathan. When he arrived at the villa, Xiao Feng took Eric straight to the living room upstairs, and then he sent them all kinds of drinks, snacks and drinks. Haha, it seems that you are having a good time now, and you are very comfortable with the United States. Eric poured himself a glass of Dynasty Series red wine, then picked up a small snack and stuffed it into his mouth. Xiao Feng also smiled and raised the coffee in his hand. He didn't really like drinking in the morning. But these foreigners are really different. mentalnovel.com When talking about things, they often like to have a drink. No matter how long or night they are, people who are addicted to alcohol can have a drink at any time. Haha, it's okay. Okay, Eric, our time is precious. What kind of business is this time? Come and listen. Xiao Feng went straight in. Eric glanced at him, and then slowly put down the wine glass. Xiao, I don't know. Can I trust you? Ha, Eric, we have known each other for a while. I think you should know me well. If Xiao Feng implied something like nothing, Eric nodded as if he had made a lot of determination. Okay, let me just talk about it. Actually, I came here this time because I have a batch of goods in my hand and need you to help me deal with it. Oh, what is it? Xiao Feng asked casually. Some corn, soybeans, beef, and pork. Okay. After hearing Eric's answer, Xiao Feng was stunned. Are these things very common? Why do you still have to ask me for help? Eric also understood Xiao Feng's expression, and then added a sentence. It's worth about $3 billion in total. Fuck. Xiao Feng was shocked when he heard this, and he almost didn't jump off the sofa directly. $3 billion? How many soybeans, corn, pork and beef are there? God, where did you get this from? Xiao Feng felt a little confused after hearing this number. This is only the first issue, and there will be several more issues. The first news has not been completely digested, and Eric's second bomb has been dropped. The two serial bombs completely stunned Xiao Feng. Chapter 1126. The Picker. Wang Difa. After Xiao Feng listened to Eric's words, he really wanted to greet his mother immediately. $3 billion in goods. How much soybeans and pork does that have to be? How do you get so many things? He widened his eyes and looked at Eric, and Eric was embarrassed by him at this time. Xiao, actually these. Forget it. Since I want to cooperate, there is nothing to hide. I'll just say it. These things were all previously reserved by us. At that time, as you know, we were in trade negotiations with China. It was originally agreed to purchase a large amount of agricultural products from our side. The scale is said to be $50 billion. But you know what happened later? Because of a series of reasons, this plan didn't go smoothly. Now these things are in our hands, and our pressure is very high. I won't mention the daily natural wear and tear. The storage costs alone are a headache. After hearing Eric's words, Xiao Feng really wanted to spray his face. These grandsons are so shameless. He finally knows how these guys make money. What's more, before China and the United States conducted normal trade, didn't they just do well? But this group of grandchildren, in order to please the redneck guys, they desperately discredited and attacked Country H. All things go to H country, but they don't mention that these rednecks are so lazy to do it themselves. I don't like going to school, and I don't have any special work skills, so I can only be eliminated by society as garbage. But how dare they tell the truth? So relying on this set, they took the place. After being in the upper ranks, the good trade structure has been corrupted. With daily sanctions, Country H has to counterattack. So the good agricultural trade disappeared. But while they were negotiating, they quietly entered a large number of agricultural products. After the negotiations are over, they are being sold to Country H. In any case, ordinary people can't make money. It's so good now, they have annoyed others and smashed their own things in their hands, but they want to let them pick up the plate. Do you think Xiao Feng can't be angry? Now he just wants to greet the 8 generations of ancestors of these grandchildren. It really dares to speak. One mouth is 3 billion, and there will be several issues later. Even if Xiao Feng wanted to take this plate, he couldn't take it. At this time, Xiao Feng's mind turned quickly, and he was thinking about how to answer Eric. After all, if you refuse directly, you have to find a way to tactfully. Well, Eric, do you know what you are talking about? $3 billion? This is not a small sum. Yes, I also know. Eric was also a little embarrassed at this time. It was indeed 3 billion, not 3 billion. Xiao Feng thought for a while and asked, then what are your product categories? In fact, it is mainly soybeans, which account for 80% of the total cargo volume. Another 10% is pork, 5% corn, and 5% beef. Eric replied that these agricultural products, if they used to be would really be bestsellers. But now, that's not the case. This is the consequence of shooting yourself in the foot. Xiao Feng thought for a while. In fact, these things are not impossible to deal with. For example, pork and beef, as well as corn, do not account for much, so they can digest it by themselves. Because he has a fast food chain in his hands, this chain consumes a large amount of meat such as pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and fish every day. So these meats, and corn, can be digested by celebrity chefs making fast food. But the problem is that those soybeans are very troublesome. These soybeans are generally used to extract oil and raise livestock. And he does not have such an industry at all. And in terms of the whole world, it seems that in addition to country H, other countries have no ability to digest these soybeans. However, because of these sweat wars, raw materials such as soybeans are indeed in short supply in China. After all, this is the main raw material needed by the breeding industry. Last year, there was a large-scale swine fever in the country, and many live pigs were sanitized before they were released for slaughter. Coupled with the war with the US sweaters, many sources of overseas pork imports have been pinched. This caused the domestic pork market to soar in price. The most expensive time was more than 30, or even more than 50 kilograms. And country H is the world's largest pork consumer market, and people are used to eating pork. During that period of time, the people in the country were worried. Although it was not too affordable, it was really too expensive. Fortunately, the country later opened up other sources of pork purchases, which finally eased some of the pressure. However, the domestic pork price has not returned to its original price. And this year, there are many big bosses in China, and they have seen business opportunities in the pig breeding industry. Those real estate giants and internet giants have all joined the pig breeding industry. They all bought land on a large scale and started breeding. But the investment of such a large amount of funds is bound to raise the price of pig feed on a large scale. Soybeans are precisely one of the most important raw materials for pig feed. So, what if you import a batch of soybeans from here and then re-export them to China? In this way, the pressure on domestic pig breeding can be greatly eased, thereby greatly reducing the price of pork. Have the people in China benefited? Thinking of this, Xiao Feng immediately became clear, but he didn't think it was a hot potato anymore. Especially when I think of it, not long ago, it seemed that country H imported a large amount of soybeans from Brazil. Thinking about it this way, I understand. No wonder the man behind Eric can't sit still. I originally wanted to use those things to make a hard stroke, but now it seems hopeless. That's why I came to find myself. But even if I can help him deal with it, it can't be so cheap for him. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng basically had a decision in his heart. Before, he thought about how to decline Eric, but now he doesn't think so. This grandson and the people behind him regard themselves as being taken advantage of, and let themselves take over. Ha ha, even if I promised you, you shouldn't take advantage of it. He laughed suddenly, then said to Eric, Eric, this business is not a small amount. I want to discuss it with my partner. Eric and the others had long guessed that Xiao Feng might be the leading figure in front of a Chinese consortium toppling down. With such a big deal, he naturally couldn't make a decision alone. He would definitely need someone to discuss it. Therefore, he did not refuse Xiao Feng's request. Eric also had no ink stains. He drank his glass of wine in one sip, then got up and said goodbye to Xiao Feng. Xiao, I am waiting for your good news. Xiao Feng only replied, mad. Lao Tzu is not an on-call picker. After sending Eric away, Xiao Feng called Master One. This year there are indeed many big bosses in China who have entered the pig breeding industry one after another, but he doesn't know those people helplessly, because he doesn't like to make public appearances in China, and he has nothing to do with those big guys in business. So if you want to contact these people at this time, you can only find thousands of young masters. And Lord One was also quite surprised by the call he called. Hello, your kid is really busy. Why did you think of calling me today? The previous successful acquisition of the Voglin chain pharmacy made young Master One exuberant in front of his father. After all, their family has been seeking transformation for a long time, but they haven't found any new breakthrough directions. Now, the Heiwang chain pharmacy is blooming all over the country, coupled with the launch of the Penglai Pavilion consultation app. This has allowed Wang Gongcai to double his reputation in the domestic business community. Of course, their family has been very low about the participation in Voglin, and not many people in China know about it. Therefore, Mr. Wan has now become an upstart in the domestic business community, and has been touted recently. Not many people dared to think of him as the former second master, and his recent transformation was very successful. Of course, this is inseparable from Xiao Feng's support. So at this time Xiao Feng called. He was surprised and also very happy. Haha, is brother Wan busy lately? Xiao Feng casually said a perfunctory sentence, but he provoked a slur from Wang Gongcai. Okay, don't be hypercritical. Novel.com. Just tell me if you have anything. Haha, well, let me ask the next big game player, and real estate boss, do you know? I've seen it a few times. It's not too familiar, but I have also spoken. What's wrong? That's the case. I heard that they are all engaged in pig breeding. A friend of mine recently wanted to invest in a feed factory, so I asked them if they were short of feed. Xiao Feng asked with a smile. Yeah? Which of your friends does this business? On the other end of the phone, Wang Gongcai chuckled, and the question was very sharp, so he almost didn't say, your friend is you, right? Of course, Xiao Feng did not intend to admit it. He said haha, well, a friend I met here in South America. Anyway, he has channels to get some cheap soybeans and corn. Isn't the domestic pig breeding industry about to take off recently? I just wondered if I wanted to build a feed factory in China. But I haven't figured out how big the scale is. If the downstream channels can be opened up first, he will have a spectrum. Xiao Feng replied with a smile, and Lord Wan on the phone did not interrupt either. After Xiao Feng finished speaking, Lord Wan suddenly asked, can I participate in shares? Xiao Feng smiled and said in his stomach, knowing that you kid couldn't help it. Yes, of course you can do this business. In fact, Xiao Feng really didn't plan to eat alone in this business. After all, eating alone in China must have made many people unhappy. So this time, Xiao Feng also intends to give others a free rider. Not only Wang Gongcai can join, but other people who want to come and play together can join in, and everyone who has money can make money together. Chapter 1127. It's also good to be a middleman, but when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Ha ha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Li Fan Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, The previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the APA from the Hernandez family. The two ports of Hurtado and Girardot. The straight line distance between the two ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American debts so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the two largest donors of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil. www.mtlnovel.com. He doesn't have to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Hurtado and Girardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1128. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. But the donkey faction actually found the project in Mississippi, which really shocked him. Fortunately, Xiao Feng's few words finally made him calm his mind. "How did you talk to Eric?" Did you talk to it? Pompeo couldn't help but ask again. Recently, those guys who sent the donkey moved frequently. He felt a little uncontrollable, but he didn't know the attitude of the general leader. If the general leader can negotiate with Xiao Feng, don't say that he is on their side, then don't interfere. He can let it go. The crux of the problem lies in how Xiao Feng and Eric talked. After all, the commander's attitude is very important. If people don't express his attitude, he will not know what to do. The most terrifying thing is that if he really gets into trouble with the donkey gang and gets paid from the bottom of the pan, it would be bad. Therefore, Pompeo did not dare to take any action easily before he took a stand. And here has been negotiated with young Master One on the cooperation. Xiao Feng basically has a spectrum in his heart at this time. So he smiled and replied to Pompeo, "McGee, I think you should be prepared, and there should be results on my side soon." McGee is an old fried dough stick who has been in politics for many years. Xiao Feng just dialed it so he knew what was going on. "Ha, don't worry, Xiao, I've prepared hard stuff for those guys. Tigers don't show off their power, they will treat me as a sick cat. Anyway, I am also the First Minister of the United States," Pompeo said on the phone. His tone was not small when he said this. Obviously, during this time, he was depressed enough. After all, the name of the First Minister of the United States is not for nothing. His position brings him great power. But during this time, the guys from the donkey faction frequently stumbled him. At first, he had some scruples about the people behind those guys, so he was more restrained. How can I think of those guys who actually treat him as a weak coward? This is really something his uncle can bear, but his aunt can't bear it. Especially, don't show the color of those guys. They really take potatoes as dry food. The village chief is not a carder. And Pompeo is also well versed in the officialdom of the United States. That is, sometimes, many things can be compromised. But sometimes, you have to be tough enough to make it difficult for you to provoke others. Prior to this, in order to please American voters, he had always shown a tough attitude towards the outside world. In China, he basically didn't express his attitude, and he didn't get too involved in many domestic affairs. But now, he knew that if he didn't show his sense of existence, some people would really treat themselves as well, just wait for my call, Xiao Feng said to Pompeo with a smile, and he also heard the determination in this guy's tone. Finally, this bulldog is about to start. It's almost the same. If he can't help himself, then he has no value at all. Even if he sits in that position, it is the same. I invested so much in him, but it was not for raising a mascot. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Feng called Eric directly. After more than an hour, this time it was replaced by Xiao Feng and came to the hotel where Eric stayed in San Francisco. In name, this is a hotel, but in fact it is a country club in a golf course on the outskirts of the city. The environment is very elegant. Is there a result so soon? Seeing Xiao Feng approaching the door so quickly, Eric smiled and asked Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng finally replied with a smile on the pure malt whiskey handed over by Eric. "Yes, after you left, I discussed it with my business partners. We can take these goods from you." Eric on the opposite side took a breath and gave a strong fist. "That's great." Recently, he has been under a lot of pressure because of his brother's special status. He and another brother now take care of their family's business. Moreover, the business they manage is not only owned by their own family, but also by someone else's. One of the two brothers is in the light and the other is in the dark. And their eldest brother is now assisting the leader in the circle to run for re-election. Before that, they used their information advantages to complete the commercial negotiations between each country and the United States. A large amount of soybeans and meat were purchased from some domestic farmers at low prices and stored. Unexpectedly, Country H took advantage of the epidemic to stop importing American agricultural products. In addition, there were some brain-disabled politicians in the United States before, and they jumped out to give H country eye drops from time to time. This has completely angered the people of H country, and they have already found alternatives internationally. This caught them by surprise, with a large backlog of agricultural products in their hands, but they could not sell them. Soybeans in tons are stored in a rented warehouse. The amount of millions of tons, the storage fee alone is staggering. Even if their family is now in power in the United States, they dare not rely on their storage fees. Moreover, those soybeans are stored in the warehouse and are also depleted. Although it is not in the sun, the wind will blow, and the loss of moisture will reduce the quality of the beans. The most important thing is that after losing a lot of water, the weight will drop greatly and also face decay, as well as the scourge of pests and rats. Anyway, the daily loss in the warehouse is calculated in tons. In this situation, it won't take long for them to have their soybeans finished. As for the corn, pork and beef, not to mention, each and every day brings them a steady stream of pressure. The cost of 3 billion yuan was placed on these goods, but they could not be sold. We also face various losses every day, with hundreds of thousands of losses every day when we open our eyes. During this period of time, their brothers were horrified. Fortunately, they ran into Xiao Feng this time. Now that Xiao Feng can help them solve this problem, they are really happy. But Xiao Feng's next words made Eric frown. Eric, although we can help you solve these inventory problems, the price is definitely lower than the market price. Moreover, we have to inspect the goods to see the quality. Eric's brow furrowed tighter. But Xiao Feng didn't like him at all at this moment. Although he promised to help Eric, it didn't mean that he would kneel and lick unconditionally. What if you are the uncle of the country? In business, now you want me to save you, then the price must be led by me. After listening to Eric's introduction before, he knew that this was a batch of goods that had been in the store for a long time. The quality of these things is certainly not very good, so the price must be much lower than the market price. In addition, Brazilian soybeans and Argentine soybeans are not expensive. It can be said that due to the global economic downturn, the global commodity transaction prices are not too high. Therefore, it must be impossible for Eric and the others to take the order at a price of $3 billion. And, Eric, you must know that Brazilian soybeans and Argentine soybeans are not expensive now. Even Country H has approved the import of genetically modified soybeans for the Argentine team. When Xiao Feng said this, Eric's brows gradually eased. Indeed, the current market is like this, and they did not expect that Country H's attitude will be so tough this time. The original situation of scolding the people of H country while making money of H country is getting away. The most typical example recently is their fundamental little brother, Country A. Previously, under their instructions, several ministers of Country A frequently jumped out and said something out of the ordinary, targeting Country H. In the past few times, the Country H had to bear it, but in the end it annoyed them. Some time ago, a series of demarcation policies were introduced, which directly caused Country A to be dizzy. This makes their economic situation worse. It's all right now. Soon there will be a few more politicians from Country A who jumped out and started to clean up Country A. But the situation now seems to be less optimistic. But the current situation in the United States is not the case. One side is hostile to Country H, but the other side is reluctant to bear the huge market of Country H. So now they are also in a dilemma. mentalnovel.com. Fortunately, there is a buffer valve like Xiao Feng, otherwise these soybeans might really be rotten in the barn they rented. The most important thing is that these $3 billion agricultural products are only the first batch. Well, Xiao, you can just watch and give this price. Eric smiled helplessly and said, who would allow only Xiao Feng to connect to the huge market of H country now? And on their side, there are several batches of huge stocks one after another. And these stocks come from the big money owners behind their dad. These people, like them, took advantage of information and harvested a large amount of agricultural products from American farmers early, just waiting for the general leader to negotiate a commercial contract with country H, and then dump the agricultural products in his hand to country H. Once you buy and sell, you can make hundreds of millions, even billions, in a smooth profit. But now it's fine, like them, smashed in their hands. If you don't help those people find a sales channel for these stocks, then their dad will be in big trouble in this re-election campaign. These supporters before May switched to the opposition camp. By then, they would really sit on wax. So even what Xiao Feng said at this time made him feel very uncomfortable. But he also had to pinch his nose to recognize it. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. I can help you solve this batch of goods, and even the next few batches. I can help you solve it, but it may take a little longer. These are all fine. Eric nodded in response. As long as they can regain blood, longer cycle is not a problem at all. Chapter 1129 Thunder 1 hit. The most important thing is that Xiao Feng said that he can help them solve the problems of the next few batches of goods. You must know that those big guys are the big money holders behind their dad and can influence a large number of people. If they lose money this time, it will be difficult for them to dad. So now Xiao Feng said, it would be better if it could help solve the problem. Although it may make them lose some money, it is better to lose some money than to lose money. What's more, the loss this time was not because of business errors, but because of natural and man-made disasters. And if our cooperation this time goes smoothly, then we might still be able to maintain a long-term cooperative relationship in the future. You come to supply. We guarantee the channel. And Xiao Feng's next few words made Derek immediately feel better again. Really? Of course, as long as it is done well, there is no need to make any off sale at all, and we can maintain a long-term cooperative relationship. Xiao Feng replied with a smile. If you really build a feed factory with one Gongcai in China, as long as their feed brand effect is achieved in China, there is absolutely no need to worry about the market. In fact, there are many domestic feed companies, and the content ratio of feed is just that few. The main ingredients are nothing more than soybean meal, and corn, plus some other substances. If you only make ordinary feed, you will definitely not be able to compete with these manufacturers. After all, some people have been making feed for decades, and they have their own stable market and channels. Moreover, many local governments have their own ideas for this kind of industry with no technical barriers. Although there will not be any local market protection regulations in clear text, it is certainly extremely difficult to sell foreign products locally. But Xiao Feng didn't plan to make ordinary feed products. His feed technology content is very high. This is all Yunjuo and Ontao have talked about with him. They are now developing a variety of new feeds. The livestock fed with these feeds will have a higher meat yield, a shorter growth cycle, and a stronger antiviral ability. These 3 points are what the farmers are most concerned about. In the past, many farmers wanted to improve the antivirus ability of their livestock. Often, a lot of antibiotics or fattening agents are added to the feed, and these drug residues will cause great harm to consumers. And if you use the feed produced by Xiao Feng and his feed factory, you can completely avoid such troubles. The most important thing is that with a large amount of cheap raw materials provided by North and South America, Xiao Feng's feed factory can guarantee that the price of feed they produce is absolutely cheap. In this way, it will be able to form a crushing trend against other competitors too. In the feed market, this is also a normal development trend. Once their feed mills become bigger, they really need a large amount of cheap soybeans from North and South America as raw materials. And considering the instability of the US politicians, the two countries are likely to erupt a series of sweater wars in the future. Therefore, it is not easy to find a stable channel in the United States. You must know that the United States is the world's largest soybean planting area. Their soybeans are indeed of good quality and cheap. Therefore, when Xiao Feng and Eric said this, They were also embracing the bargain. Eric also understood very well that Xiao Feng had this stable channel. Then they will have great bargains to be found in the future commodity trading markets. Even if their dad is on stage, they are having trouble with country H. It will not affect their business. Anyway, those who suffer are just the stupid peasants of country M. If this business goes on for a long time, then they have found a stable financial path. By the way, it can also help the big money owners behind their dad find a long-term stable financial path. This is also very conducive to their dad re-election campaign that is coming soon. But Eric was not a fool either. He knew that Xiao Feng had done something to help himself in this way. He smiled and looked at Xiao Feng and said, "That's great. I hope we can maintain long-term and stable cooperation in the future." "I am very sure of that." "Well, after I go back, I will talk to our dad about this time, and he will remember your kindness in this shot." Haha, this may not be enough. I also need your help now. Xiao Feng was very straightforward and didn't go around in circles at all. "I helped you solve such a big trouble and promised that you won't lose your underwear. You want to say a few words lightly, so you sent me away?" Dreaming. "Okay, is that something before you and the donkey pie?" "Relax. We know what to do." Eric smiled and nodded and said. In fact, Eric is very clear about the matter between McGee and Xiao Feng. The reason why the old man hadn't expressed his attitude to the donkey faction before was actually to create opportunities for him. Now that Xiao Feng has promised to help him solve the trouble, he will naturally repay Li. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded, then stretched out his hand. "Also, if you want this transaction to proceed smoothly, there are future such transactions that can be guaranteed to proceed smoothly. Then the proposal of General Norfolk of the Fifth Fleet is best not passed, and it is best not to have such a proposal in the future." Eric also sensibly reached out and shook his hand firmly. "Don't worry, we know what to do. If you need help in the future, just mention it." Eric was thinking long-term, and the forces behind Xiao Feng were mysterious. Moreover, the relationship with Country H is very close, and it also has a very large influence in South America. What's more frightening is the guy's ability to make friends. How long has this guy been to the United States? He actually set up such a big career and made so many friends. The most important thing is that he is still so young. And now don't look at their family's power in the United States, but their old man will abdicate sooner or later. And after that, what are they going to do? When the old man was in office, he offended many people, although the group did not dare to provoke a retired chief. But their business will definitely be attacked in many areas. So at this time he also knew that he had to make good use of his rights to pave the way for the next. Xiao Feng is such a potential stock. He thinks it is very worthy to make friends with. So he promised very happily. And let's talk about fighting the donkey faction. This is a matter of course. You know, their family is all from the elephant school, and they don't share the same life with the donkey school. Xiao Feng did not stay more at Eric's house, but went home directly. On the way home, he called Pompeo and told him, "You can do it. I have won the green light for you." And Pompeo on the other end of the phone sneered. "Just wait and see." Xiao Feng could feel the cold air coming out of this guy's mouth through the phone. This night, Xiao Feng slept exceptionally peacefully. When I got up the next day, I played with Helen for a while, and Helen's belly was getting bigger and bigger. Xiao Feng is also looking forward to the arrival of his third child. Recently, Zuzuki in China is about to give birth, and Helen will be her own third child. Now that he has a big family and a lot of business, he naturally hopes to have more children and more blessings. After all, such a large family property, spread all over the world, always needs more children to inherit. After playing for a while, the servants at home have already prepared breakfast. Xiao Feng and Helen came to the restaurant together. Helen seriously ordered the servant to prepare lunch and dinner recipes. Xiao Feng picked up the newspaper. As an old-fashioned upper-class family, Helen's family still maintains the habit of reading paper newspapers. Xiao Feng only glanced at the newspaper, and quickly put down the coffee cup in his hand. because he was taken aback by today's headlines. Does such a fleet still have combat effectiveness? Shocked. This is how our fleet is exposed to great power overseas. This is how taxpayers' hard-earned money is spent. The headlines of newspapers such as the New York Post, Washington Post, and Christian Proverbs, which are some of the largest in the country, start with this style. The content goals of these articles are all directed at the General Robert who proposed to cruise in the South Pacific. Mentalnovel.com Norfolk, the current commander of the Fifth Fleet inside the U.S. Navy, the inspiring advocate for the reorganization of the Fourth Fleet. In these newspapers, there are numerous pictures of the American Navy general and an Asian businessman. The two held hands, hooked their shoulders on their backs, and they were very close. And these photos were taken on different occasions. Some are in the hotel lobby and some are in the restaurant. These all seem normal, but there are a few at the end, as if they were shot in a nightclub. In the next few pictures, it seems that they were taken secretly in a private mansion. It's just that at this time, the general who usually speaks righteously on TV is not so normal. In these photos, he is disheveled, his face is flushed, and he is obviously drunk. And the people around him also changed into a few young girls with exposed clothes. The most important thing is that his hands are not in a position. They were all placed in indescribable parts of the girls, and some parts even had to be covered with mosaics because of the large scale. There is no need to look at the content, just looking at these dozens of photos is enough to shock. Xiao Feng finally knew what Pompeo said to himself yesterday, that he wanted to wait and see what it meant. No wonder the tone of this guy was so cold when he spoke yesterday. It turns out that this guy is ready for a terrifying thunder. To be honest, this big thunder is really big enough. Killing a fleet commander now seems to be enough. This McGee is amazing. If you don't make a move, it's a thunderblow. Sure enough, there is no easy person who can get into that position. Chapter 1130 Encircle Y and Save Zhao. The sound hits the west. Helen also saw Xiao Feng's surprised expression at this time, and then took a copy of the newspaper in front of him. From this look, it is also Helen Snotlight. Who could have imagined that a general who often goes abroad on TV and speaks the spirit of the United States and the interests of the United States would actually do such a thing? This is too much a breakthrough in the moral bottom line. Newspaper articles about the introduction of these photos. The content is even more exciting. The first to be introduced in a few articles is that and Norbert Norfolk hooked his shoulders to the background of an intimate man. This guy comes from Country F and is a wealthy businessman in Country F. His name is Leonard Francis. Although he looks like a typical Malay, he has taken a very Western name. Of course, this may be related to Country F, which was colonized by Spain and the United States in the early years. But this Mr. Francis is not an easy one. He is a billionaire in Country F, specializing in port, shipping and other businesses. And he is more than just Robert. Norfolk has a good relationship. He has a very good relationship with many senior officers in the Fifth Fleet. His main job is to maintain a network of relations with these officers. These officers are often given various discounts and exclusive activities. For example, he would book a hotel to entertain the Fifth Fleet officers who come to land for fun. Even specially arranged some vacation itineraries for these officers to take their families to travel around Southeast Asia. At the same time, you will also enjoy various shopping benefits. At the same time, in exchange, he can always get the cruise routes of some warships of the Fifth Fleet, even the most secret submarine cruise routes. Then the Fifth Fleet will often dock at the port he manages during its cruise, and get logistical supplies from his supplier company. As for the price of berthing in the port, reading the comments of the journalists in the newspaper, it is definitely a robbery price. As for the price at which warships receive daily supplies, not to mention a bottle of Coke bought for a few cents outside, purchased from the company of this Mr. Francis, would cost $10 a bottle. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars for a warship to dock for replenishment. This is the US fleet with rich wealth. If it were a fleet of other countries, if it were so extravagant, it would have gone bankrupt. The most frightening thing is that under these newspaper articles, some details of the procurement of warships for the Fifth Fleet were announced. For example, they once stayed in a port in Southeast Asia during this period. The fleet purchased a small refrigerator with a capacity of only 10 liters at a unit price of $16,600. There are dozens of them. There is also a marine toilet seat priced at $640. In addition, there is also the aviation detachment in the fleet, which is also not bad in terms of procurement. For example, the carry-based aircraft brigade of the USS Nimitz purchased an EC-2 electronic reconnaissance aircraft for $660 each, and more than 60 sets of dedicated aircraft ashtrays. And they also bought 40 sets of barrel wrenches for F-16 fighters. The price of this wrench is $410. As for the various other messy procurement materials and quotations, there is no need to go into details. Anyway, just seeing these can make your scalp numb. Xiao Feng was already dumbfounded after seeing these detailed reports. This Nima. Is this still the invincible Me army? In his mind? No wonder the United States has always been the country with the highest military expenditure in the world, especially in recent years. The military expenditure of the United States has been steadily rising. Moreover, their military expenditures are rising every year. But Xiao Feng really hasn't seen any new tricks they invented in recent years. And there are not too many heart troops to join. After reading this report, he finally understood. It turns out that most of the US military expenditures are spent here. This group of American Kuba, they are so bold. These important newspapers all reported these topics at the same time. Xiao Feng firmly believes that these statistics are definitely not fake. Even if the data is fake, then the photos of General Robert and Juche Rulin can't be faked. Haha, this must be the counterattack that Pompeo said to himself yesterday. This right uppercut is so ruthless and accurate. This Robert, General Norfolk, but the leader of the army supported by the donkey faction. This Grandison, who has been arguing recently, wants the US Navy to patrol the South Pacific, which is clearly aimed at the Ithacan area, and also clamoring to rebuild the Fourth Fleet. From this point of view, he must have been targeted by the elephants long ago. Pompeo has to be said to be very clever. This machine not only hit the elephant with a right uppercut, but it was also likely to break their backbone. If something happened to this General Robert, then the plan of the elephant faction would definitely not be able to be implemented and promoted. It is even possible that it is not certain whether this Robert can be kept. If the position of the commander of the Fifth Fleet has to be released, it will definitely be taken up by the donkey faction. Moreover, if Norfolk was engaged, the patrol in the South Pacific to threaten Ithaca naturally fell through. I have to say that this hand is really clever. McGee surrounded Wai and rescued Zhao with this one hand. Isn't the elephant faction going to investigate his funding problem? Aren't you going to check the gambling boat in Little Rock City? He didn't entangle with the elephants either, so he left them to investigate. On his side, with a backhand punch, he slammed the elephant gang to the front. This old man is cruel. So he slapped someone in the face. The elephant pie must be in a hurry. And Xiao Feng guessed right. At this time, in a mansion in East Hampton, Long Island, New York, a group of bigwigs were having a meeting. It's just that the atmosphere in this conference room is not very harmonious, and it can even be described as overcast. Like the previous time, the person responsible for convening and presiding over the meeting is still the big Morgan family, James Carnegie Morgan. Just by looking at the name, this gangster has the blood of several big families, so the power behind him is not so huge. What happened to the commander of the Fifth Fleet this time can be said to be very beyond their expectations. What made them even more unexpected was that those few newspapers actually reported such shocking news at the same time. There was no time to give them any time to react. Now the situation can be said to be horrible. As soon as those newspapers were released, there was an uproar in the country. The authorities have not yet responded, and they are obviously shocked by the scandal. In other words, the specific measures are still being discussed. but the people have already become angry. It can be said on the internet that it is already overwhelming. Aha. I finally know where we spend trillions of dollars in military expenditure each year. Haha, a fifth fleet is like this, but what about the other fleets? Oh my god, I can't even think about it. Yes. It's really terrible to think about it. A businessman invited these guys out of the Wine Pond Meat Grove a few times, and these guys dare to give him the fleet's course of action. Oh my god, it's really hard to imagine. A toilet seat costs more than $600. Oh my god, my family only costs $6 upstairs. Don't you understand? Because the toilets used by our crew are all gilded, and the ashtray on the plane, which actually costs $660. My god, what age is this? Why do they still allow smoking on the plane? Haha, I bet that the ashtray must be made of vibrating gold. Look, this is our invincible navy that throws bombs around every year. Not only has the domestic internet been noisy, but these news have also caused an uproar in the international arena. You must know that the United States has made very tough demands. Japan, South Korea and their European allies have greatly increased their defense budgets. In accordance with the requirements of the United States, Japan and South Korea have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars in military expenditures each year. European countries have to adjust their defense budgets to 2% of annual GDP. In this way, the US can get hundreds of billions of military expenditures from these allies alone. If before, everyone might have closed their eyes until novel.com maybe they agreed to the request of the United States. But now, no one dare to agree immediately. After all, you American soldiers, if you just spend the hard-earned money of your country's taxpayers, that's fine. But now you actually want to spend the hard-earned money of our country's taxpayers, that would be too much. Even the most obedient country, the tailed dog, did not say anything at this time. After all, at this time, if the brain-dead dared to speak for the United States, then he was digging his own grave, digging his own graveyard. The people in China will definitely try their best to get him to step down. Therefore, politicians from various countries will not do such a stupid thing. Now this willingness has formed a huge torrent, so the military-industrial mix in the United States is naturally panicked. That's why James was born. Morgan organized this meeting. You know, they happen to be the controllers of the largest military-industrial complex in the United States. Let's talk about it. What do you think? James looked at everyone and asked, while everyone in the room was frowning. The commander of the Fifth Fleet, Robert, was promoted by them, and they were also the focus of their cultivation. But who would have thought that this guy was so stupid and exposed himself so easily? Now they are facing the possibility of losing control of the Fifth Fleet. If that's the case, it would be too bad. The logistics department of such a fleet, as well as the maintenance and update iteration of weapons and equipment, is a big business that makes tens of billions of dollars a year. Moreover, if Robert is engaged, then their plan to rebuild the Fourth Fleet will also be ruined. So this result is not acceptable to everyone. Chapter 1131. They declare war. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, He looked at Lee Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Ha! Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Ha ha, am I smart? Lee Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry, many people don't want me to go back. So where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do. At least in his opinion, it is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Lee Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Lee Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Lee Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Lee Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Lee Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Dorado Port. What? Hearing what Lee Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This leaks sink eye. How could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the APA from the Hernandez family. The two ports of Hurtado and Girardot. The straight line distance between the two ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tet's so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the two largest donors of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He doesn't have to consider the tolls.untilnovel.com. He will ask for it sooner or later. Putting aside these two companies and doing your own oil, then the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Hurtado and Girardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. https Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1132 Leaking State Secrets. When they heard this name, Morgan and the other bigwigs were all taken aback. You must know that many of these Wall Street people do not join the two factions, but they also have their own clear political inclinations. As a champion of economic globalization, almost 70% of them are supporters of the donkey faction. As for the conservative elephant pie, they don't catch a cold, because the big gangs of Wall Street know that they can make money, and most of the big money is overseas capital. The stubborn white groups in the Midwest that the elephant faction values are mostly low and middle-income families, and they cannot bring them much benefit. Therefore, most of the big guys in this room have a general impression of the elephant pie. But this Mr. Bolton is different. First of all, this guy is a staunch elephant radical. His political philosophy is similar to that of Mr. Shannon, but the difference is that he did not chant the slogan of white supremacy. This Mr. Bolton is mainly active in the international arena, but is a typical American hawk, and the name he gave himself is the Hammer. He believes that the Americans on the earth should hammer whoever they want to hammer. He once served as the Assistant First Secretary of the former General Commander, and also served as the United Nations Special Envoy for the United States. And he first became famous in the world because of his famous strength in the early negotiations between the United States and Japan. At that time, he and several other people played with Japanese people between applause, which is the qualification he has been talking about since then. After the current chief came to power, he also served as a national security advisor for a long time. Only later, because his external stance was too tough, and his big mouth often shot off. Sometimes the commander was too ashamed to come to the stage, and in the end he was driven out of the White Room by the commander just like Shannon. It is said that since that time, the relationship between him and the commander has not been very friendly, and this time Shannon invited this guy over, which obviously surprised everyone. Everyone didn't quite understand what Shannon wanted to do. Okay, gentlemen, I think there are some things that are most appropriate for Bolton. Shannon turned around and turned everyone's attention to Bolton. Well, John, what can you bring us? James Morgan looked at the hawkish representative and asked with a cold eye. To be honest, he looked down on these donkeys. In fact, according to their previous proposal, they wanted to push the Collington wife to the top. But how can I think of the advent of the self-media era, which overturned their usual pattern? In the past, these predators, who held huge amounts of capital, could definitely control elections with ease. But I didn't expect that the real estate businessman who came to the election last time was the first generation of internet celebrities in the United States. And this guy, during the election process, also brought his own internet celebrity characteristics to the extreme. They have dominated the internationalization for many years, and the issue of political correctness has long aroused the strong dissatisfaction of the low and middle-level white families in the Midwest. And real estate businessmen are making waves on the internet and constantly tweeting, and they are stepping up to the pain points of those redneck guys. Because of this, the redneck that everyone was not optimistic about before finally took the place. Before this real estate business took office, he said a lot to fight for the interests of the people. At first everyone thought he was going to operate on the big guys on Wall Street, but in fact this guy is very smart, because he knew that if he really fought against Wall Street gangsters, he would be shot the next day. So this guy cut taxes as soon as he came to power, and then imposed tough policies on traditional allies internationally. In the end, the stock market on Wall Street has maintained its prosperity for a long time. It is precisely because of this that the Wall Street bigwigs tolerated this guy staying on stage for a few years. But this time this guy actually wants to do things inside the military, which has moved the bands of these big men, especially those traditional old brand gatekeepers, and the hills inside the Navy belonged to them. Now the commander wants to find out on them. Isn't this looking for death? So even though everyone is not too eye-catching about John Bolton, this hawk, but it certainly makes sense for Shannon to find this guy. At this time John Bolton cleared his throat. Gentlemen, I know you must have a headache now. This time the investigation of the Fifth Fleet is launched, and that McGee dared to send an investigation team to the Fifth Fleet. That shows that it must be the commander's approval. So, the crux of the problem is definitely on the chief. As for the chief, why did you do this? Definitely, on the one hand, it is to please the big bosses within the Donkey faction, gain support from the big bosses, and then fight for re-election. On the other hand, I definitely want to make one or two beautiful cases, then distract the people and give him extra points for his re-election campaign. I have to say that Mr. Bolton still knows the commander very well. In a few words, the motives of the leader and this time will be clearly analyzed. James and the others exchanged glances, and then James turned his head to look at Bolton. Well, what do you do? Bolton smiled and nodded, then said, since he wants to distract the attention of the domestic people, then we should turn the attention of the people back. We can't let the common people focus on the Fifth Fleet. We want them to focus on the commander. Only in this way can he keep losing points in the campaign and let him know that we are not easy to mess with. Finally let him retreat. I have a book here, this is my autobiography, mainly about some stories during my tenure in the White House. The name is The House Involved. And there are a lot of illusions about that guy. I think the people would like to see it very much. But before, I have looked for many publishers, but they are not willing to publish my book. That's why I had to find Shannon and ask him to help introduce me to you. Mr. Bolton is very honest. In fact, he and Shannon were once close comrades in arms of the current commander. It's just that the later experiences are all surprisingly similar, and within a short time, they all turned against each other again. Moreover, Mr. Bolton and Mr. Shannon have many similarities. For example, both of them are representatives of the extreme right-wing forces in the United States. It's just that from a political point of view, Shannon emphasized the priority of whites, while Bolton emphasized the priority of Americans. It is precisely because the two people's political views overlap in many places that they became good friends. And when the big guys on the other side heard that Bolton had brought a book, and he heard it with a lot of secrets, all of them suddenly became interested. It is necessary to know that the revelations of such former insiders often have very powerful lethality. James smiled and nodded to Bolton. Did you bring the manuscript? First show it to me. Bolton immediately took out a thick stack of manuscripts from his leather bag and handed it respectfully to James. In fact, this book has been prepared since he left the White Room. Most of it contains the secrets of the commander he learned during his contact with the commander. And there are many more. They are all his opinions on the chief commander and the political views of the first secretary. Obviously he is very dissatisfied with these two people, so the manuscript is full of shelling against these people, thinking that they are a group of incompetent clowns. James took the manuscripts, turned a few pages, and said with a smile, no wonder those publishing houses dare not release this book to you because you are suspected of leaking state secrets. Bolton was also taken aback when he heard these words. Huh? I have tried to avoid this content, and James glanced at him. No, you still haven't completely avoided it. For example, on the first page, you wrote, the commander is a complete idiot. Ha ha, you are leaking the top state secrets. As soon as James finished speaking, there was a roar of laughter in the room. Burton, who reacted, also laughed. And Shannon next to him laughed at the table. Ha-ha.novel.com. You don't know? That guy once asked me, isn't Finland a province of Russia? Oh my god, I really don't know how he graduated from middle school. Burton clutched his stomach and told the big guys another funny thing. And those big guys listened, and tears were coming out even more with smiles on their faces. To be honest, although the real estate agent and them are all from New York, but the big guys don't really value this real estate businessman, because in their opinion, this guy can even run a casino. He is absolutely a complete idiot, and this guy really did not live up to their expectations, even if he became the commander. He was full of laughter. Very well, is what you said in this book. James wiped the tears from his laughter, and then asked Bolton. Bolton nodded vigorously at once. Of course it is inside, sir. Moreover, There are many similar contents. Okay, we published this book for you, and you are also ready. After this book is published, we will arrange a lot of TV stations and ask you to show on a stage. You have to be prepared and know what you should say on TV. Although this book does not really involve leaks, once this book goes public, it will definitely greatly damage the image of the real estate businessman. And this is exactly what the big gang of Wall Street want to see. Although this guy is trying his best to please them after he took office. But his rampant mess around the world has also caused great headaches to the big bosses on Wall Street, because this would seriously damage the image of the United States they had previously tried to promote. Chapter 1133 Come, hurt each other. These big bosses are not stupid. They all know what the boss now thinks. Regardless of the fact that the commander is in his first term, he is very pleased with them. It is to cut taxes for the rich and to promote the return of manufacturing industries. Anyway, it is trying to keep the Wall Street stock market stable. But no one knows what he will do in his second term. Everyone knows that if he is re-elected, he will definitely make many policy adjustments during his second term, because he no longer needs to be re-elected. He doesn't need to worry about the faces of Wall Street gangsters. He only needs to take care of the big guys in the Republicans. And that will undoubtedly cause considerable harm to the interests of the big gang of Wall Street. Moreover, many of his foreign policies have made the big gang of Wall Street very unhappy. You know that Wall Street gangsters are committed to promoting economic globalization, because the more open the outside country, the more leaks they can harvest. And if you want others to be open to you, then you must show a friendly attitude in the United States first. Even if it is pretending, you have to pretend to be. But after the leader came to power, they could completely negate the strategic plan they had previously formulated. Promote Americans first in everything, so that voters are happy, and we Americans definitely have face. But in fact, this will make more and more countries in the world start to hate the United States. Even their traditional allies in Europe have begun to quietly change their positions. In recent years, what they have done internationally has caused the two bosses of the European Union to be extremely dissatisfied with them. Even if they have been following the Great Yin Empire, some people said some time ago that they should reconsider their relationship with the United States. Nima, if that guy is re-elected, he still has to make the United States international image upright. The big men on Wall Street, using all kinds of hard power, plus soft power, to promote the image of the United States, the leader of the earth, is about to collapse. It would be extremely difficult to rebuild this image at that time. So the big guys are very serious about this election, and they don't want this guy to be re-elected. And for anything that can destroy the image of this guy, they are willing to do it. At this time Bolton jumped out with this house of involvement, which was like stuffing bullets into their hot gun. They had been trying to attack the real estate developer before, but they had not been able to do so. Although the guy has a lot of black history, they exploded all the black materials during the last general election. But the effect was not very good. And the rednecks who were deeply whitewashed by the real estate developer didn't care about these flaws on his body. Instead, they think that as long as he is on stage, they can represent their interests. Especially after this guy came to power, he repaired the wall and repatriated foreign immigrants forcefully. A series of laws such as amending the immigrant visa policy have made him deeply rednecked, and this is exactly what these bigwigs don't want to see. The second election will be coming soon, and they will naturally have to teach this commander a lesson. Especially recently, this guy actually stretched his hand into the Navy, which made these veteran gatekeepers even more angry. Must teach him a tough lesson. On Monday, Bolton sorted his clothes and sat in the live broadcast room. Sitting across from him is the ABC TV station pillar, Salad. Soon the director drew the countdown to 321, and then the live broadcast began. Welcome everyone to watch ABC's special program. Today we are fortunate to have John Burton, the former White House Special Security Consultant. I believe everyone has seen it. Today, A new book with more than 500 pages is on the shelves of all the major bookstores in the United States. And this book is what this Mr. John Bolton has seen and heard during his tenure in the White House. It contains many secrets about the chief executive. Interested audiences can call the hotline at the bottom of the screen to purchase. Believe. He will let you understand the White House more deeply from another angle. Okay, let's get back to business. Mr. Bolton, are the contents of your book true? Sarah gave the opening remarks in a row, but at the end, after a turn of the conversation, he asked Bolton straight away. Bolton, who had already aligned his lines with Salad before the broadcast, naturally knew how to answer. That's natural. These are all true. I have experienced and seen things in the White Room. Hush. Then I will ask in a low voice. You said in the book that he was played by the Russian emperor between applause. Is this true? The hostess asked in a low voice, but Bolton replied decisively. Of course it is true. I have participated in the meeting between them. You have to know that the emperor is an expert who will study Russia's international status all his life, and he is a real estate developer. With that, Bolton's grievances against the real estate developer arose, and he started shooting directly. Then you said that R1 used to be very ignorant on many issues. Is this true? It's true. He once asked us if Finland was not part of Russia before we had a meeting with Russia. Moreover, he doesn't even know that our ally, the Great Yin Empire, is also a nuclear country. In terms of a lot of common sense, his ignorance is really amazing. Anyway, he had already turned his face, and Bolton was talking endlessly after firing his first shot. The big guys on Wall Street are really awesome. You know, before, he brought his manuscripts to countless publishers. But everyone's answers were not published for him, because everyone was afraid of offending White House. Until Shannon helped him introduce these big guys, the big guys got his manuscript on Friday. That night, I found the publishing house, and organized people to start proofreading these manuscripts, and finally I found a few gunmen. Let him tell the story. The gunman ghostwriter, and added a lot of hard material to this book. Then it was typeset on Saturday, and announced on Sunday, and it was placed on the shelves of various bookstores on Monday. This is the power of capital. To be honest, Bolton felt a little scared when he saw it. The strength of these veteran gatekeepers on Wall Street is really unfathomable. His books were put on the shelves of the bookstore this morning, and one day, 150,000 copies were sold across the United States. It is a miracle that a book about the secrets of the White House has sold so many. Of course, there must be the consequences of various bigwigs exerting their efforts. Then he was invited to the talk show tonight, which, in his opinion, was a success. When this book and this interview are seen by more Americans, it will definitely give that real estate developer a heavy blow. And just as Bodu was shooting wildly on TV, Wall Street bigwigs were already celebrating. The ratings of the current ABC program have risen to 0.5, and it may increase after a while. This means that more than 6 million people in the United States are already watching this show. Guys, the latest news, that guy's approval rating has dropped by 5 percentage points. This is the best news today. We must oust this guy and let him go home to Bandswan. He is also equipped with bricks. Big guys, you are very satisfied with today's event. This is just the beginning. More drastic means are yet to come. Anyway, they just wanted to let that guy know that his involvement in the Navy made them very unhappy. If the Navy's case does not follow his mood, the consequences will only be more serious. And in the White Room at this time, the real estate businessman was sitting in the Oval Office, slapped frantically on the table in front of him. Nonsense. This guy is frustrated and crazy. He is just farting, spreading rumors. The little orange man was already mad. He really didn't expect that Bolton jumped out and gave him a heavy blow. You know, this guy is the same as himself. Mentalnovel.com is a colleague of the Donkey faction. But at the crucial point of the campaign, this guy stabbed himself severely. If this time, the grandson is in his office, he must use his number 5 club to teach him a lesson. What should we do? Find someone to seal those books, and they can't publish them smoothly. The first princess, who had been sitting on the opposite side, silently said calmly, "She has a beautiful appearance and inherited her father's direct and domineering style in her work style." But as soon as she said this, her husband rejected it. The first man who sat across from them was a handsome guy with a tall figure and a handsome appearance. Don't look at his usual exposure, but everyone knows that he is the backbone of everyone. The first time the commander ran for public office, he relied on the strategizing behind the scenes. Many of his rhetoric, speeches, public relations rhetoric, and even Twitter's philosophy of governing the country are all handled by the husband. It can be said that he is the core figure in this family. At this time he shook his head. "No, we can't do that. That would suit them. I think we should turn our attention back to the Fifth Fleet. We all know why they came here. That's their fate. The more they do this, the more it shows that we made the right step and hurt them. So, we must make the Fifth Fleet case an iron case. Let them know that we are not easy to mess with." Mr. Mao's words are categorical, and they point to the core of the problem. The Grand Commander and the First Princess also gradually calmed down at this time. Since the opponent is aggressive, they absolutely cannot give in. Come, hurt each other. Chapter 1134. Tit for tat. The commander thought for a while, then picked up the phone. "Hello, Jesse. Send out the second investigation team of the Navy." The commander has not been in vain for a few years. At least he has placed his own people in Washington and even in many key departments of the military. For example, the Navy Criminal Investigation Division is a criminal investigation department within the Navy. Because the U.S. Navy is very large, and the military has its own courts, which are not managed by local courts. Therefore, the Navy Criminal Investigation Division is specifically responsible for investigating various criminal cases within the Navy. On the surface, it is only aimed at the small beatings, smashing, looting and burning, killing people and making money, but in fact, it is used for big purposes, and it is a weapon for the hilltops and the officers in the army. We must know that the US military has always been one of the three pillars of the country, and this group is lined with hills and complex factions. Many military leaders are representatives of various forces who are elected to power, so sometimes even the president dare not touch them easily. And this Navy Crime Investigation Division is actually equivalent to a knife in the hands of the chief commander, equivalent to the supervising army in the past. The only difference is that these people can still keep their life roots. And this Jessie is the leader of the second group of the Naval Crime Investigation Division. She is the confidant of the commander in the Navy. Usually, he is mainly responsible for the investigation of some criminal cases, but in fact, he has been secretly collecting information on the big men on the hill above the military. This time, this Jessie was finally happy when he heard the commander's order. It was finally time for her to flex her muscles, although the commander of the Fifth Fleet was not small. But if you really take him down, you will have done a great job, and you will have a bright future in the future. Promotion and wealth are just around the corner. Prior to this, Pompeo had sent an investigation team to the Middle East. The investigators were part of the military and part of the Ministry of Justice. Although the Attorney General is now a member of the Elephant faction, this does not mean that Pompeo is not in the Ministry of Justice. He had already placed a few dark moves in the Ministry of Justice before, and this time it just happened to be used. When his first secretary came forward and nodded, even if the Elephant faction did not agree with this investigation, he organized a capable 15-member team and sent it out. This time, the commander sent his dog. Obviously he didn't believe that the investigation team sent by Pompeo could get things done, and Jesse Anderson received the order to launch a secret investigation. This time they will format an investigation team with the investigation team sent by Pompeo. One island in the light and the other is in the dark. Both the Grand Commander and Pompey have already judged that Robert Norfolk certainly won't catch it all. That old man is no ordinary person. Why do the elephants and the old celebrities in the West value him so much? Because he is a living fossil in active service in the US Navy, although the rank may not be the highest, but his prestige is their highest in the Navy. Because he has been in the Middle East since 2000 years, and has participated in all wars since then, including the war in Afghanistan after 9/11 and the Second War in Iraq. And he also reached the peak of his military career in the Second Iraq War. At that time, the Fifth Fleet had even expanded to have 5 aircraft carriers, and he became the first general in the history of the U.S. Navy to command 5 aircraft carriers at the same time. There were even rumors that when he retired, he would become another 5-star general in the United States. Even after he retires, he is likely to become the DoD Minister of the United States. This shows how difficult it would be to investigate such a powerful general. Jesse can think of how much trouble Pompeo will encounter when sending those people in the past. The 15-person investigation team sent by Pompeo was led by Grumman. There are 5 naval coordinators in his team, and 10 are elite soldiers recruited from the Ministry of Justice. This time he also came here with the mission of being benevolent if he didn't succeed. Because he knew of this action, the Ministry of Justice had a lot of dissent, and many people opposed the investigation of the internal affairs of the army. After all, these military cases are generally investigated internally by themselves. People outside to investigate, the interference will be great. In particular, the new Attorney General Anderson strongly opposed their group. In the end, it was Pompeo who helped him win support from the judge, and this investigative team was formed. The 9 justices of the United States are not joking. They generally serve longer terms than the president. Therefore, the Ministry of Justice also wants to give face to these people. Otherwise, if you have a fight with these justices, then the Ministry of Justice should not even think about handling cases. After all, they belong to the law enforcement system, while others belong to the legislative system. When the time comes, the cases they submit will be rejected by you, and you still have a fart case. So the new Minister Anderson could only pinch his nose, let him mobilize people to form an investigation team, and send them on the plane. They traveled to the Middle East on a private jet arranged by Pompey. But when they arrived in the sky over Bahrain, they could clearly feel the unfriendliness of the Fifth Fleet. First, when their plane arrived in the sky over Bahrain, there was a welcome from 2 F-16 fighter jets. The 2 fighters are like sandwiches, sandwiching their planes firmly. Then their plane turned up and down, left and right, and made a lot of dangerous moves. If it weren't for their captain's experience, I'm afraid their plane would have fallen down a long time ago. But their state is still very bad. After all, facing the provocative actions of fighters, the nervous captain will inevitably make some evasive actions subconsciously. These ups and downs made the passengers flickering and vomiting. Fortunately, several naval coordinators have all experienced seasickness and seasickness. But other people got bad luck, especially Grumman, a dry duck, who vomited dimly on the plane. After the plane landed, he couldn't move his legs even more. Basically, he was carried off the plane by a few of his companions. In the end, he couldn't even remember how he was sent back to his residence. It wasn't until the next morning that his condition was much better. After a rest night, his head, which had been shaken like a paste, was restarted and recovered. He was holding a cup of coffee, standing in the living room, looking at the scenery outside, and then wondering how the case should be handled next. In fact, Pompeo didn't just send him a group. At the same time they set off, Pompeo also directly mobilized his old relationship in the CIA and found a special operations team to arrest the Fat Leonard. It is the other protagonist involved in this corruption case. If you deal with Robert, Norfolk has to operate carefully and cautiously. Then dealing with the businessmen of this Country F, they will not have so much scruples. Country F was originally their son Country. Although the leader of Country F has taken power over the past 2 years, his attitude towards Country M does not seem to be friendly. But Grumman knew that it was a superficial phenomenon, and in the end Country F would still let them ask for what they wanted, unless their president doesn't want to do it. So if the other side's companion moves fast enough, he should have found Leonard's whereabouts by this time. As long as you catch that guy, you are not afraid that he will not speak. Guantanamo's interrogation skills are no joke. As long as Leonard opened his mouth, Robert would be useless even if he was tough, and he had to bow his head obediently in the end. And judging from the attitude that these guys received yesterday, these guys didn't take any kindness. Presumably the plan made before is not so easy to execute. Thinking of this, Grumman pushed the door directly to the next door and knocked on the door. If I remember correctly, his assistant Turner should live here. They live in a hotel outside the base. In fact, they can live in the base of the US military www.untlenovel.com, but because they are afraid that living in the base will be more fettered, Grumman chose to take people to live outside. After a while, Turner opened the door, and it seemed that he should have just finished the shower. How about it? Is it better, boss? Turner beckoned Grumman to enter the house, and then found him a bottle of water. Grumman took the water, then asked Turner, "Have you called the headquarters? Commander Norfolk is here. When can we meet him?" "I called 8 in the morning, but his secretary said that the commander has been very busy recently. He is having a meeting with the chiefs of staff of several Middle Eastern countries. The military plan for this year's Red Sea exercise is being formulated, and he will visit several other countries soon, so I don't know when there will be time." Turner's answer, Grumman was not surprised. He had long expected that Norfolk was not so good to see, and this guy would definitely not be easy to catch. Yesterday he sent fighter jets to welcome their arrival, so it's no surprise to arrange a closed door for them today. It is estimated that for some time, they will not be able to see this guy. It doesn't matter, he just needs to wait for the news from Country F. As long as the CIA people can catch Leonard smoothly, then Norfolk will take the initiative to come and meet them. At the same time, in the outskirts of Manila, the capital of Country F, 3 vans are slowly driving through the jungle. There are endless sugarcane fields around here, and only in the distance, there is a villa standing at the foot of the mountain behind the sugarcane fields. And that villa is the final destination of this train team. As the captain of the Special Operations Team, Smith put down the navigator in his hand. At this time, everyone arranges their equipment and prepares. Chapter 1135 hit. Smith used to be an elite Marine before, but suffered an accident during a mission. So he was expelled from the military, but after that, he chose to go it alone, and initially followed others as a mercenary in the Middle East for a few years. Later, he opened the security company himself, and later he was appreciated by a certain CIA officer during a certain mission. Later, I specialized in the work of undertaking CIA outsourcing contracts, mainly for some wet work. And his team is usually active in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. This time, he received instructions to work in Country F. He has been to F country many times before, and even once stationed here when he was a soldier. So he is very familiar with the environment of Country F. The situation in this country is very chaotic. On the surface, it looks like a unified country, but in fact, there are many hills inside the country. Each province has its own local snake, and in front of the central government, no one is convinced. Moreover, various criminals are rampant, and there have been vicious incidents in which high-ranking officials were kidnapped and then killed. In recent years, as the newly appointed president has displayed tough tactics and declared war on the flower traders, the security situation in this country has finally improved a lot. But compared with those other developed countries, the security situation in this country is still much worse. So Smith brought his Special Forces team to perform the task here, and there was no pressure on his mind. Before the action, they knew that the target they were going to arrest was Leonard, who had frequently appeared in American newspapers in recent days. Francis. This old man is a very low-rich man even in Country F. Usually he rarely shows up. If it weren't for the US media this time he was caught. I am afraid that even the people of Country F do not know that there is such a business genius in their country. It is actually possible to clearly know the cruise route of the Fifth Fleet each time, and even which piers on which routes are specially purchased. He also supplies the Fifth Fleet at a high price, and his supplies range from patrol boats to nuclear submarines on aircraft carriers. Every year he can make hundreds of millions of dollars in return from the Fifth Fleet alone. Of course, His little money is something that the giants in the United States look down on. Those giants in the United States mainly provide the Fifth Fleet with warship maintenance and weapon replacement services. That profit is much bigger than this. Although I don't know who ordered this time, Smith's purpose this time is very clear. It is to capture this Leonard alive, and then take him to the designated place according to the above instructions. And this Mr. Leonard, in F country, is a landlord. After a few days of investigation, they learned that this guy was from a gangster. Later, relying on the black hand and very flexible mind, he caught the first pot of gold, and then began to wash ashore. I started real estate development, and then I started to buy and operate terminals. Later, I didn't know how to get on the line with the US military and began to specialize in the logistics supply business of the Fifth Fleet. Anyway, after a few years, this guy is making a lot of money. In recent days, after the business between him and the Fifth Fleet was exposed by the US media, he became famous in Country F. Various news media in Country F have reprinted reports from the United States. But because this guy is not corrupting officials from Country F, he makes money from the United States. So the people of Country F are very supportive of him. Even because this guy played so many American navies between applause, many people in Country F thought he was a good one. Naturally, the courts of Country F will not arrest him because of his business with the US Navy. But this guy is also very alert, knowing that he might be in trouble this time, so he hid during this time. Almost every few days he changed his place of residence. And finally they blocked him in this villa this time. Smith, who has been waiting for a few days, doesn't want to wait anymore, because tomorrow this guy might move to another place again. If they move back to the city center or a densely populated place, they really won't be able to mess with him. And now the suburban villa where this guy lives, that's just right. There are sugarcane fields around here, and there are no people. Even if they make some big movements, they will not be easily noticed. Smith took a total of 21 people this time. These people were all his former comrades in arms, or they were also good players who had retired from the army. It can be said that all the elite of his company, because the tycoon of Country F is about to be arrested this time, and the other party is already vigilant. Recently, the guards around him have been significantly strengthened. So Smith didn't dare to take it lightly and brought all the elite. After holding the infrared telescope and seeing the situation of the distant villa transparently, Smith began to arrange combat missions. Although he is a big boss, he always charges forward every time, and this time is no exception. He intends to lead the team himself. 20 people were divided into 3 teams. He leads a team of about 8 people. The other team is led by the company's experienced Jerry, and there are also 8 people. There is a third team, the sniper team led by Raven. 2 shooting teams, a total of 4 people, and Jerry is not only to play the role of commander. It is also necessary to provide accurate information to the offensive team in front from the observer from behind. In addition, they are also responsible for marking the back road, so as not to call for support to make them all dumplings. Just now they confirmed the situation in the villa with binoculars. There were probably 50 or 60 people inside. And now, the target mission. Leonard is in the room on the 3rd floor of the villa with a few women in the dark. Jerry waits for you to lead people, faint to attract firepower. Raven, you will only sniper the team to provide them with support. I took the other people and attacked from the right side. After we get into the yard, we will meet inside and outside. Both Jerry and Raven obeyed Smith's battle plan. The group got out of the car and then started to split up. But less than 5 minutes later, gunshots rang out in the direction of the front door. Smith, who was leading a roundabout from the right, was stunned when he heard the gunshot. How come Jerry and the others were discovered so quickly? The gunshots were very sparse at first, and Smith, who had been fighting for a long time, heard it as soon as he heard it. It was an AK gunshot. But soon, he heard the sound of the M4A1's very rhythmic shooting back, and the gunfire became more and more intense. Smith hurriedly turned around and waved at the friends behind him. Everyone, speed up. However, after only a few steps towards the front, I heard a bang. Smith turned his head and saw that Jefferson, who was following him on the right, had been blown up, and his entire body was disintegrated in the air. Jefferson was an old brother who was born and died with him, and he didn't expect to be abandoned here today. Smith yelled at once when he was guilty of guts. There are mines. Jerry can take out your grenade and plow this side again. Worthy of being a veteran of the battlefield, Smith came up with a countermeasure in an instant. It is absolutely impossible to withdraw at this time. Once they withdraw, their plan will be abandoned. Jerry took out the grenade and threw it on their way forward. The grenade exploded, detonating several mines buried nearby. Jerry can throw grenade one after another, finally opening a channel in front of them. Smith couldn't worry about safety at this time, turned around and yelled, "Follow me." Then he rushed out first, and I have to say that the bodyguards in the courtyard of the villa are really average. The enemy who raided at the door had attracted all their attention. Even if someone has heard explosions coming from the side, someone is infiltrating from their right side. But most people in the yard still focused on the front entrance. But think about these. But when rescuing the hostages, the Special Warfare elites who failed to smash the car glass with one hammer, then their military qualities are not surprising. After a series of explosions, Smith and www.mentalnovel.com actually rushed to the right side of the villa smoothly under the wall. He even climbed over the wall and entered the courtyard. A few gunmen who found them rushing in were all killed by them in an instant. The enemy killed from the flanks immediately disrupted the guards of the security personnel in the yard. They quickly lost their positions, and some even started to run away from behind. At this time, Jerry and the others began to exert their strength, and they kept firing grenades toward the front entrance. The guards blasted the front-facing guards with howling ghosts, crying and howling, and the people turned their backs on their backs, so the group of people quickly rushed into the yard smoothly. Jerry saw Smith standing on the right side of the door, and the two exchanged glances. Then the second stage of the battle plan was launched directly, and the two teams, one from the left and the other, began to touch into the mansion. When they rushed into the villa, the people in the villa were almost gone. They rushed to the third floor without encountering any obstacles all the way. It's just that unlike what they expected, Leonard is no longer here. And they found time bombs in many hidden corners of the room. Run. Watching the scarlet dazzling countdown on the bomb, Smith had only time to shout, and then he smashed through a nearby window and jumped out. However, when the others were still in the air, they felt the heat waves spraying from the windows upstairs and nearby. The heat wave even blew him out in midair for more than 10 meters, and then fell to the ground severely. When he woke up from the fall, looking at the villa in the distance, it was already a sea of fire. Trap. Smith couldn't help but feel sad. It's over. His Special Forces team is all over. This time they got it. Chapter 1136 Black Hawk Down. Turner is sorting equipment. He is an investigator recruited by Grumman himself, and he was once an excellent land inspector. So he is naturally also Grumman's confidant. This time he came to the Middle East to investigate the case of the 5th Fleet commander. In the eyes of many people, this kind of work means coming to die. The Baker from the United States is absolutely different from the Mijun that everyone sees in the movie. People who work in government agencies like them have long known this point. In recent years, more and more US people are unwilling to serve as soldiers, and the recruitment conditions for the US Army are constantly being relaxed. So people of all colors joined the Army with various purposes, and many of these people are lawless. In recent years, these people have committed many crimes overseas, especially in the Middle East. Of course, many were covered up by military courts in the United States. But there were also many cases that were stabbed by the media. In the eyes of many people, it is simply exhausted. So when Grumman started to form a team and invited everyone to the Middle East to investigate this case, many people refused. But Turner didn't. First of all, he himself was Grumman's confidant. He was selected by Grumman to enter the law enforcement department and promoted. Secondly, because he had previous experience as an army, he was bold. Moreover, He regarded this case as a good opportunity to climb the sky one step at a time. If they can turn the Norfolk case into an iron case this time, they will be able to fight against the current minister in the Ministry of Justice in the future. Regardless of whether the other party is a representative of the Elephant faction, but there is no way to use them. They can build a small hill inside the Ministry of Justice. Anyway, many important departments in the United States are like this, and they are full of people who are constantly wrangling between the two factions. But now it has been several days since they came to Bahrain, not to mention seeing Norfolk. Even the Navy base can't get in. This made Turner feel very anxious, and it was obvious that the Navy was playing with them. And Turner also knew that another group of people had been arranged to capture Leonard in Country F. So the only thing they can do now is to wait for news at the hotel. Bored Turner, he has disassembled and reassembled the guy in his hand, and repeated it many times. As the executor in the team, he is also one of the few military guarantees in the team. Because of the particularity of this mission, Grumman specifically approved him to bring the guy. Just as he was wiping his Glock, suddenly his door was pushed open from the outside. He looked up and just saw Grumman with a clouded face coming in. Bad news. Our capture mission in Country F failed. Leonard ran away. Phew. What did that group of people do? They still can't transfer a countryman G. Turner was very angry when he heard it, and stood up and cursed loudly. Grumman's face became more and more ugly. They can't be blamed. They rushed into Leonard's villa, only to find that they were in an ambush. Oh, how about guys? Except for one escaped. There were a few snipers outside. Everyone else was killed. After listening to Grumman's words, the hairs on Turner's back stood up. Are those guys really cruel enough to blow up the entire action team? How much explosive did it take? Then what shall we do now? Norfolk is in circles with us, and the Navy does not let us into the base. Turner quickly adjusted his mood. Although he sympathized with the Special Operations team, everyone did not know him, so he quickly turned his attention to how to investigate Norfolk. I have contacted my superiors and put pressure on Norfolk through the above. Norfolk has agreed to meet with us. Oh, that's great. When can I see him? Turner was happy when he heard this. Although Leonard was not caught, it would be okay to be able to see Norfolk. As long as they can see this guy, then they can let go. These guys, they may not be good at other things, but they still have a very good set of interrogations and psychological warfare. Don't look at Norfolk as the most powerful general in the Navy. But so what? Is it possible that he can wear military uniforms for the rest of his life? What's more, isn't he a US native if he wears a military uniform? Humphrey, as long as he is still a US citizen, he must accept the jurisdiction of the US Constitution. So as long as he can see this commander, he has 10,000 ways to make this guy speak. But now he is not in Bahrain, he is in Helezia. Grumman continued, and Turner was taken aback. Helezia? Where is that? A city in the northwestern part of the Sand Empire. Recently, General Norfolk was in a meeting with some of our Middle Eastern allies. I heard that it is a plan for the upcoming Desert Storm joint military exercise. Exactly. Before we came, why didn't they engage in military exercises? They would engage in military exercises as soon as we came. After listening to Grumman's words, Turner couldn't help but complain. In fact, everyone knows that this military exercise must be tricky. But what can you do? You can't ask the DoD because of this military exercise. If you really go, people can slap you in the face. Are you a little investigator or shit? Did you dare to check whether the military had any military exercises? At that time, someone said, "State secrets. No comment can block you back." Turner just complained a few words on his lips. After complaining, he directly asked Grumman, "Then how do we meet him?" He said that because he hadn't finished talking with the military of several countries, he couldn't get back. But he can send a plane over to pick us up, and meet at Helezia or at that time. Where can we ask him if we have any questions? Hearing Grumman's answer, Turner's face gradually became serious. Man, I don't think this is a good thing, and I feel very bad about it. Grumman also shook his head with a wry smile. Who doesn't know? I don't think this is a good thing, but can we not go? If we refuse to go, Then we will never see this guy again. Turner gritted his teeth after hearing this. Well, when will you leave? You are ready to prepare, in about 2 hours. 2 hours later, Grumman and his investigation team boarded a helicopter sent by Norfolk. But what surprised them was that the crew members of the plane were actually soldiers of the Sand Empire. How come you picked it up? Grumman asked strangely before boarding the Black Hawk helicopter. Oh, we were originally the flight crew stationed at the Hellier military base. We came here for maintenance of the aircraft before, and we just returned to the team. The above will inform us to bring you along. By the way, although the captain is a Sandman, he can speak fluent American English and, even more rare, has no accent. This made Grumman and his party feel more cordial. Because of the limited space on the plane, the 5 navies accompanying coordinators did not follow. Only Grumman and his team got on the plane together. This made Grumman and the others feel a lot easier, and finally got rid of their tails. From Bahrain to Hellier, if all goes well, it will probably take more than 2 hours to fly. Unfortunately, they encountered a sandstorm in the middle of the flight, which is quite normal in the Middle East. Fortunately, their captain is very experienced and knows how to deal with such extreme weather. Before the plane hit the dust storm, it adjusted its course and followed the edge of the dust storm all the way to the northeast. Around the edge of the sandstorm, it flew a big arc. Although this is more fuel intensive, it is better than going directly through the sandstorm. Although the Black Hawk is a very resistant helicopter, no one can guarantee that if a lot of sand gets into the engine. Can this plane fly normally? If it falls from the air, it is not a joke. Although the survival rate of helicopter crashes is very high, but under their feet is a large desert of thousands of miles of yellow sand, waiting for rescue, but a long process. The Black Hawk drew an arc along the edge of the sandstorm, and Grumman and Turner sat in the doorway of the cockpit. Some people chatted with the captain. Metalnovel.com. They were also afraid that the captain would do little tricks. But the captain's performance made them finally relieved, and the other party didn't move anything, because the Black Hawk really bypassed the sandstorm smoothly. Looking at the clean blue sky in the distance, both Grumman and Turner breathed a sigh of relief. Call headquarters, call headquarters. The captain had already deviated from the course before, and now he had escaped from the sandstorm, naturally trying to re-establish contact with the base. By the way, adjust the course to get back to the base as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, they did not get the restoration of the base. The captain took off the headset. It's weird. Why is there no signal? Is it possible that there is electromagnetic interference? Captain, we have lost the GPS navigation signal. Just then the first officer also noticed the anomaly, and he shouted to the captain. The captain was also blinded at this time. How is this possible? Is it the electromagnetic interference caused by the sandstorm? You restart the signal receiver. Below is the vast sea of sand. If the navigation signal is lost here, it is no joke. What's more, the oil in their fuel tank is only enough to support them in the flight for 2 hours. Still no signal. The first officer restarted the receiver, but still failed to receive the navigation and positioning signals. Grass, someone turned off our GPS navigation and positioning. The enemy attack. The captain seemed to understand something suddenly. But only halfway through his words, he suddenly pulled the joystick. A beautiful Harrier turned over in the air, and escaped a white line that was skipped across the sky. It was clearly a missile, but dodged the first serve, but failed to avoid the second serve. Before the people on the plane cheered for the escape from the tiger's mouth, a missile flew from the side and rear severely knocked the plane into a fireball. Chapter 1137. Gutsy. The sand plane strayed into the Syrian army and was shot down on the battlefield of Is. Disaster. None of the 15 crew members were spared. The Saudi Empire lodged solemn representations with the Syrian nation to let the Syrian side make a statement for the air raid. 3 battleships of the 5th Fleet departed from port, heading straight towards Syrian country. Watching the reports of various American TV stations on TV, Jesse Pelosi's brows frowned tightly. On the day of the plane accident, she received a call from Pompeo. On the other side of the phone, Pompeo was furious and cursed. She also told her to pay attention and be careful of the other party's secret calculations. Grumman and the others were just because of carelessness, and they were hit. And although he knew that Norfolk and the others were courageous, he didn't expect these guys to be so courageous. They directly tricked Grumman into the desert to knock and kill them. The most speechless thing is that these guys also put the charges on the Syrian people. Moreover, Norfolk directly mobilized warships to the north of the Red Sea at this time, directly threatening Syria. This posture is clearly a posture in which Syria will go to war with Syria if they do not give an explanation. The domestic news in the United States also reported that about 10 U.S. Special Forces fighters were shot and killed on the sand plain. Grumman and their identities were all concealed, and they did not say that they were investigators of the Ministry of Justice. With the domestic elephant faction promoting the media campaign, it is their turn to have a headache next time. With the help of various media, coupled with the outbreak of the domestic epidemic, there are also many officials above who need some foreign incidents to divert the attention of the domestic people. Therefore, it is also deliberately adding to the flames. Now the domestic call for punishment of Syria is very high. We must know that the IS organization supported by the United States has been fighting against Syria for several years, and it has also occupied Syria's oil-producing areas, and Syria is the last nail that Mao Zedong puts in the Middle East. The United States has long been willing to get rid of it. If Syria is killed, the domestic arms dealers and oil dealers can be comforted. In terms of national strategy, it is also a great achievement. Once Syria is done, the United States can set up military bases in Syria, and the sharp knife is really stuck on Mao Zedong's belly. This is what makes Teddy Bear the most uncomfortable. Previously, Mao Zedong could not help but end up helping Syria. The balance that had already tilted toward IS was forced back by the help of Teddy Bear. So the United States could not help but want to end. This time it has an excuse. Therefore, many people in the country are fighting hard and preparing to participate in this conflict. In this way, Norfolk is likely to become the highest commander of the local ME army. At this time, if you want to investigate him, it will be even more difficult. After all, if a war really breaks out, even if it is a local conflict, they, the second investigation section of the Navy's form, also have no right to move Norfolk. Wait until the conflict breaks out before moving to Norfolk. It must be impossible. By that time, Norfolk had already completed another victory, and his military merits were in his body, just like a death-free gold medal. At that time, neither the White House nor the U.S. public opinion media will allow them to investigate a general who has made meritorious deeds, even if the general's background is quite flawed. So Jesse had a headache at this time, and they all came, but now they don't know where to start. What's more frightening is that they dare not express their intentions at all. The first menacing Grumman and his party have already gone to see God. If they also showed their intentions, maybe they would not follow in the footsteps of Grumman and his party. But Pompeo was on the phone that day, so let them not worry. Someone will contact them these days and give them what they need. But no one can say exactly what it is. This made Jesse very curious about who would send them information. Finally on this day, after reading countless details about the explosion and reports about the increasing situation in the region, Jesse's satellite phone finally rang. The phone uses a special encrypted channel, and the Navy's intelligence station can't answer it at all, which makes Jesse very relieved. There was a male voice on the phone, with a very simple meaning, and asked her to meet at a Manhala hotel outside of Schulman Harbor. The Navy's base is in Schulman Harbor. To be honest, Jesse felt very surprised when he heard the place where the other party requested to meet. But after thinking twice, she decided to go. Of course, she didn't go there alone. She brought a 5-person special operations team. When she arrived at the hotel, she went directly to a suite on the 16th floor according to the request of the other party. When I came to the door of the suite opened as soon as I pushed it. Jesse immediately took out the pistol around his waist, and Chatteler, who came up with her, also immediately took out the pistol. The death of Grumman and his party made their nerves tense. Fortunately, after entering the room, they heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom inside. After a while, a white man in a bathrobe walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Jesse and Chatler holding guns, this person was also taken aback, and then immediately smiled, but his smile became extraordinarily stiff. But Jesse could understand, after all, no matter who it was, seeing two guys armed with guns suddenly broke into his room, he would definitely be shocked. The man raised his hand, then turned around, indicating that he was not threatening. Jesse and Chatler also put away their pistols. "Did you call us to come over?" "That's right, it's me, Captain Jesse. My name is Irving." "You are." When the other party called out his name, Jesse couldn't help but became more curious about the other party's origin. As a result, the other party smiled stiffly. "There are some things you better not know." Jesse's heart was shocked. Although she was from the Naval Criminal Investigation Division, she had heard about the mysterious intelligence personnel countless times. What CIA, NSA agent? She has heard of it many times. The opposite Owen. Although he has no weapons on his body and does not seem to be a threat, but for some reason, Jesse always feels shuddering when he is with him. There must be life on this sky. Then there is only one possibility. He should be. Jesse already had speculation about Owen's origins, but he didn't say anything about it. At this time Owen had also taken out a tablet computer, and mobilized a piece of information, and then handed the tablet to Jesse. "What is this?" Jesse looked at the information on the tablet, but was also stunned. Above is an obituary. The person who died was a Green Beret, Logan from SEAL Team 6, Melgar. The obituary states that he broke his neck and died in an accident while training with his teammates the other day. And Jesse was very surprised. Why Owen showed this to himself? Melgar's, the morning before his death, he called his wife and said that his teammates were doing things in the barracks, openly drunk in the camp, recruiting female supporters, and he also discovered that they had embezzled informant fees. Jesse frowned when he heard Owen's words. What? There's still this thing. If it is normal, this incident must be within the scope of their naval criminal investigation. It is strange that they have not received a report before. If what Owen said is true, then Melgar's comrades in arms have a big problem, and this is likely to be a case. If it's normal, Jesse will definitely be very happy, because if such a case is solved, it will definitely cause a sensation. And she must be promoted in the future and make a fortune. But the problem is that she came to Bahrain this time not to investigate such a case. So she didn't quite understand why Owen gave her information about this case. Owen only glanced at Jesse and knew what she was worried about, so he smiled. "You have seen Grumman's End, which shows that the opponent is very vigilant. Norfolk is not at the base at all now, so even if you want to investigate him, there is no way to find out. www.mentalnovel.com. And once you show your intentions, what awaits you must be terrible. But if you investigate this case, it will certainly not attract too much attention." The station of SEAL Team 6 is at the northwest corner of Schulman Naval Base. This team has a total of 12 combat personnel. One of the clashes with Melgar is Sergeant Delphi and Matthews. Before Melgar came to this team, they were the commanders and deputy commanders of this team. And the two of them are also the main bosses responsible for helping their team members recruit women. And they also lied to the top of the number of informants and embezzled informant fees. Know that SEAL Team Vi is stationed in the base. Their main job is to eliminate the Maghreb terrorist organization. Moreover, their superiors have very loose control over their applications for informants. They did not develop an informant. The intelligence fee basically ranges from $60,000 to $80,000 US. And they only need to submit a written report to them. So they have embezzled a lot of pens. Here is the evidence that they have embezzled informant fees. Among them, there are almost 50 informants who have made false reports. You see many people, they haven't even changed their names. There are even several people who even made the wrong name. As Owen said, he found another piece of information for Jesse, and Jesse, as an experienced investigator, only glanced at the list. Knowing that Irving did not lie, The SEAL Team 6 really seemed to have lied to informers and embezzled funds. Looking at the dense list of more than 50 people, Jesse felt that his scalp was numb. This group of guys is simply daring. There are more than 50 people, each of whom is calculated at $80,000. That is more than $4 million. What do the people who approve above eat? Didn't you even see such obvious loopholes? Chapter 1138. The F-Zero Miles collapsed in the ant's nest. At this time Jesse had guessed the meaning of the man opposite, but it was still a bit unclear. Irving glanced at Jesse, then said with a smile, "You are a wise man. You must have investigated and dealt with such cases before." Indeed, as the team leader of the Naval Investigation Division, Jesse, as a woman, was able to climb to today's status in an unusually female unit, but it was not in vain. She has been in the industry for 12 years and has handled more than 200 cases. More than 100 of them were about murder and rape, but the rest were all economic crimes. Regardless of the word criminal hanging in front of their investigation section, in fact, their business coverage is still very wide. So when it comes to economic crime, Jesse is no stranger to it. And compared to the outside world, economic crimes within the US military are actually more terrifying and widespread. At the domestic station, their main investigations are related to procurement or base construction. In fact, such a phenomenon can be said to be common in the ME Army. For example, the chief officer in charge of base operations. To be honest, none of them are clean. On the surface, it seems that their job is to operate the base and allow the troops stationed in them to train normally. But in fact, they are very particular about purchasing water and electricity, food, and military supplies for their daily use. Some are linked to large companies, while others are linked to small suppliers. There are also barracks construction, and bidding for the internal construction of the base. There is no one who has almost passed it without oil. Jesse and the others didn't dare to check it carefully, because if they really checked it carefully, then almost no one would be able to escape. Don't really think this is an exaggeration, it's all facts. And compared to overseas garrisons, these are just a drop in the bucket. It is an exaggeration to talk about economic crimes and the US troops stationed abroad. Jesse has also been exposed to several such cases, but every time the investigation has just started, the people above stop him. This was her first official contact with an overseas military garrison case, but this case shocked her. Just a few members of the Marine Corps, they dare to covet more than $4 million. What is even more frightening is that they even strangled their comrades to death in order to cover up their crimes. If this were on the battlefield, how many unlucky people would be shot by their own people? The thought of this made Jesse feel a tingling scalp. Why? Don't you dare to check. If it doesn't work, then he'll be looking for someone else. Owen saw that Jesse hadn't spoken for a long time, so he couldn't help asking. Unexpectedly, this time Jesse seemed to be stabbed by someone, and she immediately bounced. "No, I can investigate, this case is worth studying." "That's right, you can deal with these soldiers first. And the one responsible for the approval of these soldiers is Major McGuire from the Schulman base. Norfolk usually has the final say on this base. General Norfolk has the final say on all purchases." Irving turned his head and talked about Norfolk again, which surprised Jesse. But at this moment Owen smiled and winked at Jesse. "And this Major McGuire is just responsible for the procurement and budgeting of the entire base. He is Norfolk's confidant. Some people even say that he is Norfolk's godson." According to my investigation, the mental quality of this Major McGuire is not very good. "And he used to be an elite student of Harvard Business School, but there were some accidents in the school, and then he was convicted of a misdemeanor by the court. But in order to avoid bad records, he took the initiative to apply to serve in the Army, so in fact, the procedure for his entry into the Army is not very correct. If no one helps him, he will definitely not be able to come to the Fifth Fleet." Jesse listened to Irving's introduction of this McGuire, and couldn't help but tighten her brows. "Do you know what this McGuire did at Harvard?" When she asked the point, and while she was talking, she took out the tablet and started searching. "There is a system in their Navy, and Maguire is not a person with a very high level of authority, so Jessie just happens to be able to find his information. Unfortunately, all she could find was nothing but the experience of this Major Maguire after joining the army. And the speed of this guy's jump is almost the same as riding a rocket. Only a few years after enlisting in the army, he became a major. This shows that this person's family background must be quite unusual. Jessie picked up the phone again, called her friends in the Justice Department, and asked them to check the history of Maguire's crime. After half an hour, she received a reply from her friend. The information was found, but there were a lot of blacked out fragments on the trial book. It turned out that this guy's files were all sealed. To put it bluntly, it is a way of not counting the files. It seems that this Maguire's family background is really extraordinary. But at this moment Owen gave her a clear answer. It is said that a female classmate was given a drug addict at a party. The girl the other party, and was later brought to court by the other party. But their family is still very energetic. In the end, they did not know how to deal with the woman. In the end, the judge was sentenced lightly and the file was sealed. Jessie looked at Owen at this time, too guilty. Who is this guy? He can even find out such a secret thing. This Maguire, but you are not a child of ordinary people. They can handle the court, blacken all his files and encrypt it. But Irving can still find it. What does this mean? This is the real person with hands and eyes that reach the sky. Then, Owen gave her a bigger melon. Moreover, do you think a man who has made this kind of mistakes will get better? Especially when the army is relatively closed, but there is no shortage of women's environment. Yes, there are many female soldiers serving in the US military, especially on warships. But the fate of these female soldiers, to be honest, is really not very good. There are thousands of cases of sexual assault within the army every year. This is just plainly stated, and there are more people who dare not report, or if they do not check after the report, then it is not known. Jessie knows exactly how chaotic the army is about men and women. It's true that this Maguire is not a good bird in the civilian world. Then in the army, we have checked that this Maguire has stationed in many places. He was stationed in Fort Hood at the earliest in China, but when he was stationed there were 3 cases of missing women in Fort Hood. 2 of them are Latino female soldiers who joined the US Army in order to obtain their nationality, and the other is an Asian female with the same purpose. The official answer was that they couldn't stand the training intensity during training, so they ran away. Owen was very calm, but Jessie's scalp was numb. Although Irving didn't name him by name, Jessie felt that Irving was just about telling himself that Maguire was responsible for these cases. And it's no wonder that the above did not pay attention to it. After all, the missing were foreign soldiers of mixed race nationality, and they are all people of color. During the internal investigations of the army, they would never file a case on such matters. Although sometimes they know that such a case is full of doubts, but based on the principle that more is worse than less, they just won't file a case. Later, after this Maguire was transferred to the Schulman Naval Base, there was no case of missing female soldiers in Fort Hood. After he came to the Schulman Naval Base, there have been 2 more cases here. One of the episodes was the death of a female soldier on the Germ who accidentally fell into the sea, and the other was the disappearance of the female soldier Vanessa that happened recently. When the Germ case happened, Maguire was on the ship. The female soldier who fell to the sea and died, named Jennifer, was a white girl. The other missing Vanessa is a Mexican immigrant. When Owen said this, Jessie felt all over her body trembling. If Owen's suggestion is true, it would be terrible. McLenovel.com Maguire turned out to be a serial murderer hidden in the army. You told me this. Do you have any evidence in your hand? Hey, this requires you to find it. 30 miles northwest of the base, there is an oasis. You may find something to gain wherever you go. Owen smiled and said to Jessie, and then he pushed some photos to Jessie. At this time, Jessie became more sure that what Owen said to himself was true. If this Maguire can be caught, then Norfolk will be overthrown. And if Norfolk was killed, then her mission on this trip would have been successfully completed. There is an old Chinese saying that the embankment of 1,000 miles collapsed in an ant nest. I think you should understand what I mean by giving you these materials. Owen smiled and asked Jesse. He believed Jesse must understand what he meant. Jesse didn't let him down either, picked up the photos and nodded vigorously. Okay, I will go to the northwest and have a look. Then he got up and said goodbye to Irving, and then left the hotel with a few of his men. After getting in the car, she did not go directly to the address Owen gave her. Instead, let his subordinates start to circle in the street. After a few laps and a few local farmers markets, they went straight back to the hotel. Just after they returned to the hotel and parked their car, a black off-road vehicle that was far behind them also slowly stopped at a fork in the road next to their hotel. The two people in the car, after confirming that they saw Jesse with a few of his subordinates, returned to the room. They picked up the phone and started reporting today's surveillance results to their superiors. At this time, in an office on the third floor of the command headquarters in the Schulman military port, a black-haired man finally took a sigh of relief. Chapter 1039 screamed. The black-haired man was tall, and his military uniform made him even more upright. But the expression on his face was tense at this time. Obviously he was very nervous when answering the call. And at this moment, opposite him, there was another guy in military uniform sitting. But this guy is much more relaxed than the dark-haired guy. The camouflage uniform on his body didn't even have the buttons on it, and he still had a wine glass in his hand. Although it is not normal office hours, drinking in the officer's office is certainly not a small fault if someone sees it. But obviously, this guy has done this not once or twice. He is very relaxed. Even at this time he is a little drunk. Don't worry, Dunn. They will definitely get nothing if they go on like this. With Grumman and their lessons learned, they probably won't dare to continue investigating unless they are dead. This guy with brown hair and a little Mediterranean trend said to Dunn on the opposite side. And this Dunn is the same Major Maguire that Irving told Jesse before. He is the confidant of General Norfolk, and even the chief steward of General Norfolk. He took care of many of the financial affairs of General Norfolk. It contains many secrets that no one else knows. So the interests of him and General Norfolk are absolutely one. Earlier, when he heard that the country would send an investigation team to Schulman Naval Base, he was actually panicked, because he knew that General Norfolk could not stand the investigation at all. He was transferred to the commander of the 5th Fleet in 2000. General Norfolk has commanded 2 wars here, and has managed the Schulman Naval Base as his own private plot. There are too many things that cannot be seen inside. If an investigation team is really sent from the country, then it will surely be able to uncover the omissions about General Norfolk. At that time, he was really anxious and even thought about running away. Unexpectedly, the general brought him a huge surprise. The plane that the team came to investigate was accidentally shot down by the Syrian government. These investigative teams are all over. Although this action terminated the investigation, it also sounded the alarm for Maguire. He knew that if he ran away, unless he ran to the ends of the world, it would be difficult for him to chase and kill more generals. So he can only bite the bullet and go on here. After that, the general left the base and kept hiding in the Sand Empire. However, he will keep in touch with himself every day to understand what is going on in the base. As soon as Jesse and the Navy's internal investigation team arrived in Bahrain, they knew about it. But Jesse and the others are very smart and didn't tell anyone why they came this time. And there hasn't been much movement before, so they don't want to do it directly on them. Besides, 10 commissioners of the Ministry of Justice have been killed before. If this time the Navy Criminal Investigation Division were to be killed, that is definitely the place where there is no silver 300 kills, so it is not a last resort. They will not take tough measures against Jesse and the others. But at the very least, tracking and stalking are all necessary. Today, Jesse and the others got nothing, which made Maguire breathe a sigh of relief. The guy opposite him, called Jackson, was his best friend when he was at Harvard, and he is also his current confidant. Many of the accounts in the base were handled by the two of them jointly. Maguire is actually not very good in psychological quality, but this Jackson is a man with a big heart. Since the last time the general took care of Grumman and the others, he has been very confident in this investigation. Confident. These investigation teams sent from the country are destined to be unable to find out. I guess they have been scared. They have been staying in the hotel and doing nothing these days. If this continues, nothing will be found, and no data will even be collected. It is estimated that they will go back in a few days. Jackson gave Maguire wide again, and Maguire was also relieved, and then shrugged. I hope. Pour me a glass. Early the next morning, Maguire was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. He and Jackson drank a whole bottle of whiskey in the office last night. At this time, he was in a hangover condition. He struggled to get up and opened the door, and it was Jackson, his old friend who drank with him yesterday, standing at the door. But Jackson at this time was not as calm as yesterday. They took Delphi and Matthews away. Jackson said to Maguire immediately when he saw Maguire. At this time, Maguire hadn't fully awakened from the hangover. He didn't seem to hear the two names Jackson said clearly. Who took away Delphi and Matthews, the two old dogs of SEAL Team 6? What? These sons of a bitch. They played with Lao Tzu and beat them. Maguire woke up in a sudden, and the sweat on his forehead came down. Delphi and Matthews? Those are two old cannons under his hand. He was transferred to the Schulman Naval Base only because of his financial operation ability, which was valued by Norfolk. And his main job in the base is to manage the finances of the base. By the way, also help the general and take care of the private small vault. Over the years, generals have existed like emperors in the Middle East. People from all sides want to curry favor with him, such as the Arab chiefs, who will send their troops to eat and have fun almost every other time. Every time, he will give the general a valuable gift, the most exaggerated one, even an aircraft carrier made of pure gold. Moreover, the general is invited by various domestic arms companies to attend various banquets every year. As for each banquet, the general always brings some good things. Sometimes it is a cash check, but in recent years, he has brought back most digital cryptocurrencies. The general's wealth was handed over to Maguire to take care of. And seeing the general's advancement so much, Maguire naturally had an idea already in his heart. So he also started working in the camp and helped himself to get a few pens, even dozens of pens. Over the years, Maguire has been involved in all kinds of base procurement alone, and the benefits of profit sharing are countless. However, this informant fee is the most refreshing kind of money. The guys from the SEAL Team 6 report directly to him, and then he can directly approve it. After the money is in the hands of those people, it will be used to split the account with them. Over the years, he took at least half of the informant fee of more than $4 million. And now Jesse has actually captured Delphi and Matthews, who gave him a cannon. Do you think he panicked? Where did you catch it? You will immediately take someone to get me back. Maguire gave Jackson an order without thinking about it. Although Jackson was a civilian officer, he quickly ran out to inform the military police of Maguire's order. At this time, only the gendarmerie could compete with Jesse and the others. After all, they are all parallel departments of the military court's subordinate institutions. However, even if the gendarmerie was capable, they did not stop Jesse and the others, because their movements were too fast. They entered the base directly almost early in the morning, and then came to the camp area of the SEAL Team 6. They found Delphi and Matthews directly, and when they saw that it was a person from the Naval Criminal Investigation Division who came to the door, they were immediately discouraged. There was no resistance, and Jesse and the others took him into the car very smoothly. Then he was taken out of the camp. After learning about Delphi and their experience of being arrested, Maguire was extremely bad and gave instructions directly. Even if it is digging 3 feet, Jesse and the others must be found. But when the gendarmes found the hotel where Jesse was staying, it was already empty. There are not many surveillance cameras on the streets of Bahrain, so it is still quite difficult to find Jesse and the others in the vast crowd. At this time, in a private house on the outskirts of Bahrain, the two Marines, Delphi and Matthews, happened to be taken out of the car by Jesse and the others. After getting off the car, they were taken directly to the basement here. The house here is a safe house prepared by CIA before, and very few people come over. As for the people on the Navy side, they didn't even know the existence of this place. This is still Pompo's privilege to help them find a place to stay. Since entering the old house, Jesse and the others have interrogated Delphi and Matthews non-stop. Delphi: "We want to know how Melgard died." After Delphi and Matthews were taken to the underground interrogation room, they were interrogated separately, and Jesse was just in charge of the interrogation of Delphi. Delphi, who was as strong as a polar bear, didn't say a word from the moment he got on the bus. And he seemed to have known that this day would come. But for Jesse's question, he also said nothing. www.mentalnovel.com. "You don't say so, are you?" "Here, show you this." Jesse threw a stack of photos in front of Delphi as she spoke, and Delphi shivered after only one glance, because it was Melgar who was already dead in the photo. "We investigated Melgar's report on the cause of death, and the conclusion from the base is that he had his neck broken during combat training. It was an accident. But when Melgar's body was transported back to China, we contacted her wife and performed another autopsy on the body. But the result this time surprised us. He was strangled to death, and his neck was strangled with a choke action from behind. And his wife told us that Melgar seems to be dissatisfied with you for a long time. He even said that he wants to expose you. Can you explain to us what's going on?" Jesse's question is very sharp, but Delphi on the opposite side still doesn't say a word. Chapter 1040. Please enter the urn. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this Li Xingkai to actually guess his own thoughts. In fact, he had killed the Rico family before and robbed so many assets, but he didn't feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these piers, which were naturally used to sell flour like the United States. But after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first, his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there are no Americans behind, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Don't look at the fact that the US claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government. But who doesn't know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the US? The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. This Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 laborers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from the completion of the canal in 1914 to 1974 in the 65 years of the last century. This canal has always been controlled by the Americans. It was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, Nori added to Taiwan in 1983. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the scales of the Americans. As a result, in 1989, the U.S. local government imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind the Panama Canal Management Company, the majority shareholder is still American. How else do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return from South America along the Atlantic, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans. It is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business. And Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. Using the Panama Canal to transport oil, it is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country dare to swagger, and the Panamanians dare not make things difficult. If it's your own ship, then I'm afraid the Americans will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. The railway construction plan from Apaltado to Dorado Port. Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway linking these two ports, people in the local political circles must agree, otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company. This company is the only railway company in Colombia. The railways in this country are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just an elongated ellipse, and there is not much radiating from other parts of the country. And this railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Dorado family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past decade or so, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xingkai has acquired the company and has become the company's major shareholder, and I know the councillors of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xingkai with a smile, and Lee Xingkai also looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit, you are really a talent. Okay, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? Xiao Feng is very curious about this. Lee Xingkai pointed to his head. Of course it is observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maugsan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maugsan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maugsan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Lee Xingkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The American people are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Lee Xingkai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it would definitely lead to sanctions by the US. Even if Xiao Feng did not directly do business with Venezuelans, that would not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Lee Xingkai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would come to dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Li Xingkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy again. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States, and he would have a lot of affection for the United States. I didn't expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to working with me. I would like to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Li Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, they have been no less than their brothers. Said that at the end Li Xingkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let people arrange for the people of these two places to go parade. Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here, hungry. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months, this will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows that the morality of the Colombian government www.mentalnovel.com is extremely inefficient. It can even be said that success is less than success and more than failure. If you want to do something, before you start, you will jump out of the opposition and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Peru.s parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it, but it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. And Li Xingkai seemed to be the roundworm in Xiao Feng's stomach at this time. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials. Don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. That's how it is. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai smiled and nodded. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company, and you didn't ask me what I want. Huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. Chapter 1141 Cat and Mouse. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, He hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Lee Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Ha! Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Ha ha. Am I smart? Lee Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe? It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry, many people don't want me to go back. So where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do. At least in his opinion, it is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Lee Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Lee Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Lee Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Lee Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Lee Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco, As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the APA from the Hernandez family. The two ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the two ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tets so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the two largest donors of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum. Novel.com and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apaltado and Jurido, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1142 Strong man with broken wrist. The commander of the Fifth Fleet commits suicide in a swimming pool at home. The great loss of the military of Country M. The general with PTSD died unexpectedly. Please take care of the soldiers who are dedicated to the country. PTSD? Fuck PTSD. He hasn't been on the front for a minute. He has a horrible PTSD. He just hid in an air-conditioned house to make a phone call, and let his subordinates drive a plane to drop bombs over the enemy's head. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Pompeo couldn't help but yell. Xiao Feng sat opposite him and watched quietly. To be honest, he didn't expect the Americans to be so cruel. When he didn't know the country before, he still felt that the country was pretty good, and at least it should be quite clean in both military and political circles. However, as he had contact with dignitaries in the United States, the more he had contact with the wealthy, the more he discovered that this was nothing short of a country of power politics in the ancient times. No matter in any field, it is full of the shadow of the clan. Politics, economics, and military are as good as they are. Their sites and hilltops are everywhere. When you don't usually have access to this level, you might still think this is pretty good. But the more you know and the more you know, the more disappointed you will be in this country. Just like this Norfolk incident a week ago. A hound they sent out finally brought them back what they wanted most. All of Norfolk's criminal evidence, and Pompeo, who had mastered the evidence, immediately began to let his team start designing plans. How to use these evidences to ensure that their interests are maximized. To be honest, what Jesse tortured from Maguire's mouth looked very scary. Norfolk, the naval general, guards such a rich and oily place in the Middle East. In that area, he is simply the emperor of the earth. Moreover, he relied on his identity to obtain countless benefits from the Allies. There are hundreds of millions of dollars in donations from various countries alone. And he is also in the various funds of the fleet. For example, the United States has actually fostered many forces in the Middle East. They regularly send weapons, ammunition, and even cash to these forces. The purpose is to let these guys go to the opponents that they look upset and then inconvenienced to come forward. These funds amount to more than $1 billion every year, and most of the money was sent out through the Schulman Naval Base and the CIA. Norfolk hasn't even let go of the money, and it has always squeezed oil from these funds. Tens of millions can be scraped every year, which is not an exaggeration. The most exaggerated is the annual procurement of various military supplies. Eating, drinking, lazard, these can only be said to be a small amount. The real big heads are all in the procurement of various weapons. Obviously, there are still 50% new military vehicles, so they just say they are broken, and they need to scrap them and buy new ones. There are also some aircrafts. Many parts can be replaced once they can be used, but they say that they threaten the safety of the pilots, so they are scrapped and bought new. Even warships with hundreds of millions of them operate in this way. There are also various weapons and ammunition, let alone replace them. Anyway, it was inexplicably worn out at every turn, and there were even cases where someone secretly took out the ammunition in the arsenal to sell. Jessie didn't dare to ask these questions carefully, because the more she asked, the more she felt that her beliefs were about to collapse. Where is Milliken's navy? This Nema is simply the navy of the King dynasty. She quickly compiled a copy of the information that Maguire asked about and sent it to Pompeo and the others. And Pompeo is also preparing to use these materials to give the Donkey Gang a heavy blow. Recently, he has been under great pressure in China, and people from the Elephant faction have stirred up the wind and rain in the Senate. It is said that he is not capable enough and has messed up the foreign policy of the United States, especially the book that Bolton published some time ago. It was even more lavishly mentioned. The commander spoke ill of him, and the things he said ill of the commander behind his back. He really thought that Bolton would do this. After all, this is the Xinmi of the White House. These are absolutely not allowed to escape. First of all, he and the commander weren't the same people. They just pretended to be very harmonious on the surface. I think that when the commander first started his campaign, he had publicly bombarded the commander. It was only after the Grand Commander successfully took office that he changed the hall and got along with the Grand Commander in a different tone and attitude. And the reason why the commander reused him, on the one hand, was to show his open mind to the outside world. On the other hand, he fears the supporter behind him, the famous Octopus family. Therefore, when the leader promoted him, he was in fact showing his favor to the Octopus family again. Therefore, in many cases, the two of them showed an attitude of clearing up their suspicions and cooperating sincerely in public. Even he often used Twitter to openly blow rainbow farts to the chief. So many people call him Mr. Fartjing in the back. He knew this, but he never heard it every time. And in fact, he has always looked down upon the commander. For example, in the past few years, in order to show his diplomatic prowess, the general had 2 meetings with the 3 fat guys. He even claimed in public many times that he had tamed the 3 fat guys. But in fact, Pompeo has always been very opposed to this matter. He doesn't believe that the leader can surrender the 3 fat guys. Even after the second meeting, he once complained in private that this plan was shit. The Grand Commander had also repeatedly called him the Marshall Canopy behind his back, calling him a stupid Marshall Canopy. In fact, such things happen every day in the White House. I smiled when I saw each other, but I was actually MMP in my heart. But no one will puncture the other side's face. After all, even if it is not harmonious, it will not be exposed publicly. Unexpectedly, Bolton exposed all these contradictions in his book. So now the popularity and sales of his book are very high. The relationship between him and the commander is now highly interpreted by the outside world. This embarrassed him and the commander, and announced to the outside world that Bolton was farting and talking nonsense. But in fact, they were scolding each other for being a dog. And they actually said that behind their backs. It can be said that Bolton was very successful in instigating separation this time, which made Pompeo very annoyed. And he also knew that Bolton was just the gangster on the East Coast who knocked down the front desk. His real enemies are those old-fashioned protagonists on the East Coast, and the Octopus family behind him, in fact, is not quite right with these veteran celebrities. So after getting the information this time, he naturally planned to put eye drops on those guys. But he really didn't expect the other party to be so cruel. The breaking of the arm of a strong man directly caused a Navy's meritorious general to commit suicide. You said that you were alive and well a few days ago, and you made a speech on TV, saying that you want the Syrian military to give an account to a Navy general. Suddenly committed suicide by drowning in your own swimming pool. Then you said he has PTSD. He hasn't even been on the battlefield for a day. Who do you think he believes in PTSD? Although he was born as a Navy pilot, when he was a pilot, he didn't really participate in a war. But this general really committed suicide miraculously. After Norfolk died like this, Pompeo had worked so hard to prepare these materials, but they were all scrapped. Before, it can be said that all work was in vain. You said he is not hot at this time? So at this time, he could only swear with the newspaper. But Xiao Feng could only sit opposite and sigh. It turned out that he could still curse people like this in English. This is really a new trick to curse. After Pompeo scolded for a long time, he finally stopped talking. Xiao Feng just smiled and said, "Okay, you also calm down. Now that Norfolk is dead, we can be regarded as cutting off one of their arms, and we can also be regarded as giving them a right uppercut." Pompeo still frowned and said, "Although Norfolk is dead, the position of the commander of the Fifth Fleet is vacated. But it still cannot cause substantial damage to those old-fashioned gatekeepers. But at the very least, you can get the support of the chaebols on the West Coast, right? And if Norfolk is killed, the commander will definitely look at you." He was very embarrassed by Bolton's book before. He gave you the green light to investigate Norfolk. Now that Norfolk is dead, he will definitely be very happy. At least it will ease the relationship between you, won't it? Xiao Feng said with a smile. www.mentalnovel.com. But Pompeo was not as happy as he thought. "Hey, brother, you still don't know those old guys on the East Coast. Norfolk is a small person to them. and they can let out the pit of the commander of the Fifth Fleet. But our stick did not cause them any real harm. Do you know what kind of animal is the most dangerous? It's the injured animal. I'm afraid their revenge will be even more fierce in the future. Recently, the two old brothers behind me are not in good physical condition, and because I walk a lot with you, they seem to have some thoughts about me. When Pompeo spoke, his face was full of worries. Xiao Feng knew that Pompeo was right, but he was not worried. Norfolk is dead, and a large army head of the East Coast old guys in the Navy is eliminated. This must have severely damaged the influence of the veteran clan in the army. Norfolk died, and his plan to patrol the South Pacific must have been summed up. The reconstruction of the Fourth Fleet must have also failed. Then his Twushing Railway and the security problems in the Ithacan area have been solved. The remaining question is how to make Pompeo continue to sit firmly in this position. Don't worry about brother, there will be me and the California Consortium standing behind you next. Even if Octopus doesn't support you, we still have us. Don't worry too much. Chapter 1143. This is okay too? Pompeo put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at Xiao Feng. It took a while before a smile was squeezed out of his face. Thank you, buddy. Xiao Feng could see that this guy was still not very confident. So he laughed. Man, why do they want to get rid of you? It's nothing more than they have money in their hands. But let me tell you, the last thing we lack is money. The California Consortium is very rich, and I am not short of money. Even you have a lot of money yourself. If you have money, you have resources, so you don't have to worry about it. And those old guys have been rampant in the United States for a long time, right? There are definitely not a few people who are dissatisfied with them, right? Xiao Feng's words really came to the point. When it comes to this topic, Pompeo immediately became interested. This is really the case. For example, in Silicon Valley, there are many new enterprise groups after World War II, and many people are dissatisfied with these old guys. Speaking of the American chaebols, the contradiction between them has never ceased. In the earliest days, Morgan and Rockefeller rose up against capital from Europe. After the First World War, the United States became the world's largest economic power. At that time, the chaebol in the United States completely established their status. However, the wealthy people at that time were mainly concentrated in the traditional East Coast area, while in the West, Californian area, there was no decent consortium at all. But after World War II, the California Consortium took advantage of the rise, become the only consortium that can fight against the Eastern Consortium. Morgan, Rockefeller, Cleveland, Boston, Chicago and other consortia. However, with the emergence of new electronic technology after World War II and the popularization of electronic computers, Silicon Valley emerged. The new consortia and companies in California are getting bigger and bigger, and this emerging power has turned against Wall Street capital, which relies on traditional monopoly banks, especially at the end of the 1980s, and also in 2008. The capital predators of Wall Street, after several successive global financial crises. The antagonism between the chaebols in the east and west of the United States is now getting more serious, because the traditional Eastern chaebol has a very large say in the traditional U.S. financial industry. However, the new type of chaebol in California found that they paid a lot of taxes each year, but these taxes were simply taken away by the old chaebols. So this makes the Western chaebols very dissatisfied. The two sides compete in the industry, and confrontation happens from time to time. At present, the traditional East Coast veteran Gate clan is stronger. However, the strength of the chaebols on the West Coast has been rapidly expanding in recent years, and is no longer the same as before, without any resistance. So now, although the old American Gate valve is still strong, however, the previous absolute advantage over the West Coast chaebols has long been gone, and the gap is certainly not as strong as in the last century. So although Pompeo is worried about the strength of the opponent, but thinking about it now, it seems that they are not completely incapable of fighting the opponent. Xiao Feng's words gave Pomp reassurance. With Xiao Feng's funds and the California Consortium that Xiao Feng mentioned, he is not without a chance of winning. Although he was born in California, he had no relationship with the California Consortium before, because he was funded by the Octopus family, but now it's different. Xiao Feng is the niece of Dalton, a big man in the California Consortium. The Hamilton family is an important member of the California Consortium. With the Hamilton family's statement, the California Consortium will definitely stand on its side. With these people working together, it is not only rich, but also more political resources. In addition, his wife's family also has a lot of energy. There are so many forces to support him. Those old sticks on the East Coast don't seem so scary anymore. After comforting Pompeo, Xiao Feng withdrew. Unexpectedly, Helen's uncle Dalton came to the door early the next morning. Assholes, they actually launched an investigation on me. These assholes. The old man was obviously out of anger. He couldn't help but yelled as soon as he entered the living room. Xiao Feng hurriedly asked Helen to make 2 cups of coffee for them, while he took the old man to the porch, and he lit a cigar for the old man. What happened, Dalton? Lam is really different from China. No matter what kind of relatives she is, she prefers to call her names directly, and she doesn't use such titles as uncles and uncles. Isn't it the last purchase? I received an order from the Department of Defense to provide military boots to the National Guard in California, as well as soldiers from more than a dozen bases in Utah and Washington. Mad. But they actually said there was a problem with my boots. Dalton's words stunned Xiao Feng, because before, when he and Dalton met for the first time, Dalton asked him if he knew some shoes and boots in China. If you know someone, let him introduce a few. He wants to customize a batch of rice boots, because he received some military boots contracts from the Ministry of Defense. Xiao Feng naturally agreed, and he asked He Xiaojun to help contact several shoe and boot manufacturers in China. He Xiaojun is now in China, but he is a big boss with a status of no less than 2 horses. And because he is leading the country's most promising biotechnology company, his status in the business world is even higher than that of the 2 Malaysian pure-play e-commerce company. After all, Chinese people also know that companies like him are truly made in H country. Because of the high status of the arena, it is really easy for He Xiaojun to find such a company. But after saying hello, many bosses came to the door within 2 days. Finally, He Xiaojun selected 2 shoe manufacturers in Jiangsu and Zhejiang and recommended them to Xiao Feng. These 2 companies used to be OEMs for major European and American shoe companies. The company has technology and production lines, and the level of workers is also very good. Xiao Feng changed hands and recommended the company to Dalton, and Dalton immediately sent someone over to inspect it. After 2 weeks of negotiations, a contract was finalized with these 2 companies. From these 2 companies, they ordered 40,000 pairs of military boots to return to the United States. These military boots are all manufactured using materials and specifications specified by the Army. The quality must be the leverage. But now that Dalton has such an attitude, Xiao Feng feels a little confused. Is it possible that the quality of the boots produced by those 2 companies is not good enough? So Dalton found himself on his head. What's wrong? Are our boots substandard? Xiao Feng asked vainly. If it was really a quality problem, then he would be ashamed. After all, he recommended these 2 companies to Dalton. But Dalton's next answer, but he was dumbfounded. Wrong. It's not that the quality is unqualified. It's that the quality is too good. Huh? Because the quality is so good? They want to investigate you? Are you sure you are joking? Xiao Feng felt that his mind was a little bit unable to turn his head. Because the quality is not good, he can understand it after being investigated, but because the quality is good, he is investigated, which is a bit ruined. Dalton glanced at him, then sighed. Hey, this matter has to start from whom? In the past, our military boots were also OEM purchased from China. The quality has always been compromised. But after who came to power, He has been clamoring about MAGA to transfer some production lines and work back to the United States. Especially military boots and equipment such as military uniforms must be produced in our own country. So when the military purchases military boots, they emphasize with suppliers that they must be made in the United States. But those entrepreneurs, who are you stupid, who wants to produce military boots in the United States? The purchase price of a pair of military boots is 150 yuan, but the workers who make shoes in the United States have a minimum wage of $15 an hour. And you also know the efficiency of those guys. It's not bad to be able to produce you a pair of boots in an hour. We have to rest in 2 days, strike at every turn, and march on the streets, asking you to give him a salary increase. Moreover, many of the raw materials for shoes have to be purchased from China, and the shipping costs alone are a lot of money. So a pair of military boots, if they are made in the US, will cost at least 100 meters away. While running for miscellaneous expenses, those bosses are still earning a fart. So in the first few years, everyone was still producing in the US. But after finding out that there was no profit, everyone started to think of a way. For example, I still order and produce in country H before shipping it back to the United States, and then cut off the label and put my own label. Everyone does this anyway, and so do I. Dalton began to tell Xiao Feng the illusion of military boots. In fact, he has been in this business for many years. He has always made 40% of the military boots purchased by DoD every year. Unexpectedly, this time it's broken here. In the past, the military boots we produced in China, after being delivered to the military, usually went wrong within a month. It is normal to open the thread, open the glue, or even the sole of the shoe to fall off. But this time is different. The military boots I ordered from country H are so durable. It has been handed over to the military. They have been wearing it for almost 3 months, but there is still no pair of open lines. www.metalnovel.com Open glue, breakage. So they said there was a problem with my boots. Said that the military boots provided to the military are not made in USA, but Medina. I said I know foreign countries and I am not patriotic. These boots are not made by Americans. WTF. After hearing Dalton's description, Xiao Feng could only curse a swear word. This is okay too? The quality of the military boots produced is so good that it has become a problem. He really didn't understand the brain circuits of these Americans. But this matter is certainly not because those military boots are made in H country so simple. This must be someone knocking on the mountain and trembling the tiger. Using this incident, they are beating Dalton and the California consortium behind him. Chapter 1144 Counterattack Ferocious. It may also be during the previous period when the Donkey faction was in power, which was somewhat overkill. In the past 2 decades, the rhetoric of ZZ correctness has been everywhere in the United States. From school to employment, all schools and companies must pay attention to the correctness of ZZ. Even making movies must be like this. In every movie, as long as there is a white male lead, there must be a black buddy. The same is true for school admissions. You have to recruit a certain percentage of black students. Even the company recruits workers, regardless of their ability. Anyway, you have to recruit these workers proportionally. In the end, the white people in the US have a lot of grievances, especially the rednecked people in the Midwest and agricultural states. So there is the orange hair leader, and the slogan that this boss shouted is MAGA. The most important thing in this MAGA is to bring job opportunities back to the United States. The military naturally has to set an example in this regard. In the past, the military's military boots, uniforms, body armor, etc., can be said to be purchased from country H except for weapons and ammunition. But after the chief executive takes office, these munitions can only be purchased from Made in USA. But to be honest, if you do this, why do you make those suppliers' business conditions uncomfortable? The main suppliers of US military boots are Black Hawk and Dynaudio. 7 brands including 5.11. These boots, the purchase price of the US military, are generally $200 to $300 a pair. In the past, OEM production in China has good quality and low prices. The average purchase price is only more than 100 yuan per pair. But if it is produced locally in the US, the price will be more than $100 a pair. Therefore, even if they are produced from China and shipped back to the United States by sea, the price of military boots made in China still has an advantage over that of domestic production in the United States. Therefore, many US military suppliers are very reluctant to produce boots locally in the US. This is where Dalton sows through the middle. Don't you want MAGA? Isn't it necessary to return to the manufacturing industry? Okay, no problem. I can buy boots in China, but I don't have a sign. Finally, after the boots are shipped to the US, I will set up a factory in US, and I will hire workers to put the Made in USA identification board here, so it can't be said that he is made in China, right? At least the logo of the boots is posted in the United States. In fact, there are not a few people like Dalton. Almost all suppliers of the US military do this secretly. It's just that Dalton didn't expect that the Chinese people were too sincere this time, and the quality of the boots produced was so good. It didn't wear bad even after wearing it for 3 months, and it was widely praised by the soldiers of the United States. As a result, it stabbed a hornet's nest, and there was nothing to set off the peers. You know that there are profiteers like Dalton, but there are many other profiteers. For example, another batch of Miami suppliers. They will not be tricky on the place of origin. The above said that we need to purchase Made in USA products. Then okay, we will set up a factory in the United States, and hire Americans to work in the factory to produce shoes and boots. In this way, although the cost of production has increased, the quality of horses. Anyway, this is an artificial scorpion made in the United States, and the quality is definitely better than that in China. But the facts are very face-saving. The boots made in the United States will often wear out the head of the boots in front of the boots after only 3 months, or they will break the bottom. Do you say this is because these shoe manufacturers are not technically competent? That's impossible, because the quality of their products in the civilian product market is absolutely inferior. But why is the supply to the military so rebellious? You taste carefully. Anyway, soldiers have a lot of training, and they often train in harsh environments. As a result, boots wear faster than ordinary people. And once the boots are broken, do you have to buy new ones? Once there is a new procurement plan, then it must be the supplier and the supervisor of the purchaser who can benefit from both. There are many untellable stories in it. But who would have thought that the 40,000 pairs of military boots supplied to the military by Dalton this time went wrong? Not because the quality is too bad, but because the quality is so good. Soldiers of a regiment stationed in the same camp, one of the battalions received military boots made in the United States. The other 2 battalions received military boots made in China. 3 months have passed, but wearing military boots made in China, they are intact, and they can even fight for another year. As for this regiment wearing military boots made in the United States, their boots either turned around or broke their bottoms. What do you make the soldiers think? What do the leaders above think? So naturally someone wants to initiate an investigation, but the target of their investigation is not those American military boots that are of insufficient quality. It's why the quality of the boots supplied by Dalton is so good. Your boots are purchased from China, not from the United States. You set up a deck factory in China, and you don't really hire American workers. You are not patriotic, you do not have MAGA. So, it's no wonder that Dalton is so angry. These bastards, those guys made bad boots. They didn't check it, but they said my boots were of too good quality. They must not be made in the US. What am I? Dalton felt he was buzzing with his angry head, and he didn't know what to say. Nima, don't bring such a play. Boots are of good quality, but not good. Yes, my boots are not 100% produced in the US, but I have completed 1% of the production steps in the US anyway. I have hired so many labeling workers. What do you say? I have no hired workers, no MAGA. And until now, There is no law in the US that says that everything sold in the US must be 100% made in the US. Even the military procurement standards did not say that. It's just that you want to purchase U.S.made products. But you didn't say exactly how much of it is made in US. 100% is fine, or 1% is fine. Anyway, as long as there are parts produced in the US, you can't say that I am not made in the US. Right? Dalton felt that he was just hitting a side ball, and he didn't expect that the opponent would actually zoom in now. At this time, Xiao Feng was also shocked by the magical brain circuit of the Americans. This Nima is no different from the guys who drink cow urine to cure all diseases. This Nima, forget it. If they send someone to investigate you in Dalton, then you will just make the matter worse and muddy the water. Just say you want to make things bigger, you have to announce everything, and see if the people are interested in boots that can be worn out in 3 months. They want to buy from new boots, or whether they are interested in the boots of China that cannot be worn out in 3 months. Interested. Look at the people who are more supportive of the investigation at that time. Dalton's eyes lit up when Xiao Feng said this. That's right, he was also frustrated just now, and he completely forgot to make the matter worse. The common people are not fools. If you know the farce of this boot, you can add news and public opinion guidance. They naturally know who should be investigated. Let's see if he is more hateful for the sideball, or who colludes with each other, engages in multiple purchases, and wastes taxpayers' taxes. Thinking about it this way, Dalton was no longer as anxious as before. But this side only comforted Dalton, and on the other side, Pompeo called. Where are you? I'm already in San Francisco. Wait for me. Let's meet in the evening and say. Only yesterday in Washington, I finished talking with Pompeo, gave him a boost, and took some reassurance. Why is this guy panicking again? Although Pompeo didn't say anything on the phone, Xiao Feng could still hear the panic in his tone. In the afternoon, Pompey took his private jet from Washington to San Francisco, and then rushed to the Helen's Manor without stopping. Xiao Feng saw Pompeo in the villa. This guy wore thick dark circles and he could see that he hadn't slept well this night. What happened, maid? They want to investigate me. Pompeo was furious, and Xiao Feng also felt a little strange. Which aspect? Taxes? What is there to check? Your money has already been transferred out. They check the fart. Can't find money.mentalnovel.com. What do they say about you being corrupt? Furthermore, our project in Mississippi is still under construction, and we didn't put a penny in it. They can't find any evidence against you over there. However, Pompeo did not calm down under Xiao Feng's comfort. What they want to investigate is not about my taxation. Tax inspection is basically a cover. The place where they want to do it is the CIA. CIA? Xiao Feng was also taken aback when he heard this. Isn't this place your private land? This Pompeo has boasted to himself more than once before, and if anything happens in the future, he will greet him. Anyway, he still has such a big killer in his hand. After all, before he became the first Secretary of the United States, he worked in the CIA for 2 years. In those 2 years, he changed the heads of important CIA departments up and down. After all, the previous batches were all left over from the time of Comrade Guan Hai. To be honest, he still doesn't like Comrade Guan Hai very much in his heart. So I don't like some people left over from his era either. In the current CIA, he actually promoted many people. So don't look at him now that he has left the CIA, but he is still quite influential in that game. But now people want to check him from the CIA? Well, about 2 years ago, there was such a purchase. I didn't ask anyone to bid, so I directly handed over the purchase to a certain company. Pompeo was a bit twisted at this moment, and Xiao Feng wanted to hit someone. This grandson, how many silly things are there that he didn't tell him? Nima, no wonder they are so fierce in their counterattack this time. You are passing all the stone hammers into their hands. Chapter 1145 Lawless WTF. Xiao Feng finally understood why this guy was so panicked. It's no wonder that I comforted him so much that there would be no problems with taxation, and he was still so panicked. It turns out that the problem is not tax at all. Even if Xiao Feng does not understand the procurement process of US government agencies, he also knows that many projects must be tendered. But how much is the project amount? More than 6,000. Over 90 million. Seeing Pompo's hesitation, Xiao Feng knew that this guy hadn't told him the truth. How much is it? As soon as Pompeo gritted his teeth, he and Xiao Feng were old acquaintances, so let's confess thoroughly this time. 150 million. How many? Xiao Feng felt that he had heard it wrong, but Pompeo gritted his teeth. 150 million. Wang differ. Xiao Feng really wanted to jump up and hit someone. He used to watch the news in the United States, but whenever corruption occurred in a certain country, the media in that country were happy. What I said is an exaggeration. But what's so special? They have embezzled themselves, and the little money they are greedy is nothing compared to them. 150 million. It's still US dollars. This guy is bold enough. He did not organize a tender for the purchase of 150 million yuan. He said that he would give it to which company, which is to. What did you purchase? Well, this is. Hey, I can't tell. Fuck. Xiao Feng felt that he was speechless. Sir, even if you want to make money, you have to find a suitable excuse, right? If you do this, it is really lawless. In fact, that was also 2 years ago. I suddenly learned that who wanted me to be the first secretary. I don't think about it, I will leave the CIA soon. Before I leave. Xiao Feng nodded, he understood. Pompeo has such an idea, he can understand very well. After all, the position of the CIA's first brother is a fat shortage. You must know that the funding that this unit receives from the government each year is tens of billions. Except for a small part of it, it is used to maintain the operation of the organization. Except for wages for employees, there are probably tens of billions of other funds, all used to buy intelligence, by the enemy, and provide anti-sophistication funds to certain places. And the whereabouts of the money, naturally, the first brother has the final say. So no one who has been in that position is innocent. More or less, I will get a few pens. It's just that Pompey's actions were too bold, and others would cover up somehow and find some names to cover up the whereabouts of the funds. But this guy is just doing it like this. If you talk about purchasing, you won't even be recruited for bidding. And now, you can't even remember what you purchased. Xiao Feng wants to jump up and hit someone for the third time today. Hi. In fact, it is mainly purchased some office supplies, paper, pen and ink, and some office equipment. There are also some special equipment, such as bugs, remote sound collection equipment, special vehicles and so on. There are also pistols, bullets, etc. used by intelligence personnel. A total of 150 million US dollars was spent, because many of them were small contracts and very scattered. So I did not adopt the bidding model. Actually, there is nothing wrong with doing this. The strict operation should indeed be packaged bidding, but if I do this, it is actually not a violation of the rules. The most important thing is that I also reckoned with the task at the time, and the boss behind me asked me to do so. When Pompeo said this, he also shook his head helplessly. It is true that as a politician, he has done so well in many ways, but why did he leave such a big flaw this time? This is entirely because the boss behind him suddenly put pressure on him. Because he was able to become the first minister, part of the support was given to him by his wife's family at the time, but more importantly, he relied on the main support given by the Octopus family and his boss. The Octopus brothers had already invested a lot in him at that time. This time he can be promoted. People naturally want to recover some of the investment in advance. And when he sits in the position of the director of the CIA, it is impossible not to ask for a return. Xiao Feng also understood at this time. In fact, The bulk of these purchases have been made by the Octopus Brothers business. And Pompeo can't do it even if he doesn't want to agree, unless he doesn't want to continue to mess around in American politics. Then how much did you get from these purchases? More than 6 million. This time Pompeo was very frank, and Xiao Feng also secretly slandered himself. Buying some paper, pen and ink can cost more than 6 million. This is really bad. And looking at the virtue of Marshall Canopy, this guy must have not told himself the truth. The money he hugged must be more than 6 million, but now is not the time to care about it. At this point in the war, Pompeo had already become his top tank to attract firepower, so he must not be allowed to fall at this time. Okay, then I want to know, you came to me, thinking how can I help you? Xiao Feng asked Pompeo. This guy can do where he is today. There must be a lot of dead men under his hand. For example, on the CIA's side, he didn't believe that this guy didn't have a few loyal men. Think about the previous defeat of the commander of the Fifth Fleet. This guy formed 2 investigation teams, one bright and one dark. So whether it is in the CIA or in the government department, he must have a lot of party members. Then he doesn't need those people now. He comes to find himself. What is this for? Well, this investigation was conducted within the CIA. Someone reported it to the top, so the Senate wanted to initiate an investigation against me. The person in charge of the investigation is called Byrd McCarthy and the other is Richard Daley. Byrd McCarthy is from Virginia, Richard Daley is from Mississippi, and they are all senators from the Donkey faction. The problem now is that I dare not call someone from the CIA to help me find out who betrayed me. Because of the people over there, I don't know which one to trust. In addition, in the government, I dare not find someone, because this case is very special. So you are the only one who can help me now. I know that you have a very powerful investigation team in your hands. As long as you send them out, it is often quick and easy to find information that is beneficial to you. When Pompeo said this, his attitude was very ambiguous. Obviously, the special operations team in Xiao Feng's hands had not concealed his eyes. Although Xiao Feng's special operations team is composed of interstellar warriors, fighting skills and qualities are bursting, but after all, they are not superhumans, and they will leave some clues about everything. The CIA elites in Pompeo's hands, naturally, can more or less know something about them. For example, the previous few deaths of Thomas and Jesse of the Naval Criminal Investigation Division later sent by Pompeo to the Middle East. In the end, the evidence to bring down Norfolk was all evidence provided by Xiao Feng's captain of the action team, Owen. So at this time, when there was no other person to trust, Pompeo naturally thought of Xiao Feng. First of all, this case was very special. He was sure that a ghost had betrayed him from the CIA. But who exactly it was, he wasn't sure. So he dared not call his resources in the CIA to find out who the ghost is. As for the people in the government department, he did not dare to call. After all, this case involved his corruption case. He didn't want other people to know more inside information, so only Xiao Feng could help him at this time. Xiao Feng was still very satisfied with this tank. Naturally, he couldn't just watch others destroy him. After all, Pompeo could still keep it. So he nodded. Well, McGee, I can help you with this matter, but you have to know that many things are not free. That's great, Xiao. Don't worry, I know I owe you a favor this time. In the future, if you need my help, just say it. Xiao Feng promised to help him solve the trouble, and McGee naturally knew that he would repay him. For people at their level, nothing is greater than a debt of favor. By the way, what is the attitude of the leader over this matter? Xiao Feng asked Pompeo suddenly, and the senator wanted to investigate Pompeo. Even after some evidence is obtained, a hearing may be held. These are all things that are very harmful to Pompeo's future development. Even if the hearing is not a verdict on Pompeo.mentalnovel.com, it will also leave stains on his files. If he wants to run in the future, there will definitely be someone. Then this hearing will make irresponsible remarks. If the commander really regards Pompeo as his own, then he will definitely dare to take this hearing. At the very least, this hearing will not take shape easily. So at this time the attitude of the general leader is very subtle. That's why Xiao Feng asked, but after Pompeo listened, he could only helplessly smile and shook his head. The commander over there did not give any statement. Okay, this is interesting. Obviously the commander intends to watch the tiger fight from the mountain this time, and he does not intend to reach out to Pompey. Although both of them are members of the elephant faction, it can be seen at this time that the commander really did not regard Pompeo as his own. Obviously, the two belong to two hills. If not, with the temperament of a great commander, he must have come out to protect the calf a long time ago. I blame the Bolton, the book I published before. It says a lot of bad things about me, so Pompeo naturally knew where the problem was, otherwise he understood it. Although he and the commander belong to two hills, they belong to the same faction after all. Even if it is out of political investment or love for the younger generation. Commander, this time should come out to pull him. What's more, he just helped the elephant faction make a wonderful achievement, and wiped out the commander of the Fifth Fleet that the donkey faction placed. Chapter 1146 The birth of the U.S. title party. The Norfolk incident. Although it was announced to the public that it was suicide. After all, he was also a general of the Navy, and he was a war hero before. If he is really exposed, it will undoubtedly cause an uproar. Not only will it discredit the image of the U.S. Army, it will also lower the U.S. government's image by N levels. So in the end, the donkey faction and the elephant faction compromised each other, and the Norfolk incident claimed to be suicide caused by depression. But this time, the California Consortium and elephant faction took a huge advantage. The Fifth Fleet, which was originally in the hands of the donkey faction and the veteran gang of East Coast sects, was going to undergo a major exchange of blood this time. Needless to say, the position of commander must be arranged by the California Consortium. As for many important positions in the fleet, they must also be members of the California Consortium and donkey faction. In the future, the various purchases of the Fifth Fleet will also be partly allocated to the veteran gatekeepers on the East Coast. But how much can it be divided into? It depends on the mood of the California Consortium, and the main hero of this case is naturally Pompeo. Therefore, Pompeo has naturally become a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh of the elephant pie and the veteran gang of East Coast gangsters. This time Pompeo was chased and beaten by the opponent. It stands to reason that the donkey faction should have someone come forward to protect Pompeo. But now the attitude of the leader as the leader of the donkey faction is ambiguous, which is very intriguing. Speaking of status, now the leader is undoubtedly the first person in the donkey sect. Pompeo's status within the donkey faction will not be very low. After all, he is now the first secretary. So now the donkey faction is truly qualified, and there are not many people who come out to help him. But the chief commander is definitely one, and with his status, as long as he says hello, someone will definitely jump out to help Pompeo attract firepower. But now the weird thing is that there is already a lot of noise on the elephant pie, that is, to investigate Pompeo. But the commander here actually didn't make a statement. This leaves many people confused about what the commander means. And everyone is not a fool, knowing that this must be related to the revelations of the traitor Bolton a few weeks ago. It stands to reason that that guy is also from the elephant pie, but he actually jumped to the elephant pie. He also quickly produced a book, which was all about his hard work during his work in the White House. Although there are not too many state secrets involved, much of it involves many people's private discussions about the commander. Among them is Pompeo's talk about the Grand Commander. And as we all know, the leader himself is not a generous person. What do you think he will feel after reading these contents? Although Pompeo and many other people mentioned in the book have come forward to deny the content of the book. But people are not fools, especially these politicians. They all know that the more they deny, the more they explain that the content is true. Otherwise, they can sue Bolton for defamation. But why does no one dare to do that? In this way, it is no wonder that the general leader did not make a statement at this time. After all, through Bolton's book, Everyone knows that Pompeo has said a lot of bad things about the leader in secret. He even publicly criticized certain policies of the ruler of the country. It's no wonder that the Grand Commander will be unhappy. You must know that Pompeo, an Italian cannon, once fired on the commander when the commander just started his campaign, and the attitude has been very unfriendly, until the leader ran for public office. This guy came to a 180-degree U-turn. Later, between him and the commander, although on the surface the previous suspicions were cleared up, everyone knew that there was actually no gap between the two. But now with Bolton's book, the crack between the two has reappeared. I just took a look at the situation. The Donkey Gang guys are likely to increase their strength and speed. At this time, you need the general leader to help you stand on the platform. Even if you don't speak for you in public, at least he must speak for you inside the elephant faction, so that someone will stand up and help you attract firepower, Xiao Feng said to Pompeo. But Pompeo nodded with a wry smile. Do you think I don't know? But the problem now is that the book published by the Bolton has already made the commander dissatisfied with me. Before I came, I asked to meet him alone, but he didn't see me. So how could he let him speak for me? Pompeo also said his current departure. Xiao Feng pinched his eyebrows, and then said to Pompeo. He was silent for a while, then suddenly raised his head and said to Pompeo, "Stupid. Only Bolton can publish a book. Didn't I ask you to prepare a book before? Ah, is that the book we lie, cheat, and steal?" You said. Pompeo asked, and Xiao Feng nodded. When Pompeo was worried about money laundering, Xiao Feng told him he can publish books. Anyway, many former presidents of the United States have done this routine. Once I retired, I began to write autobiography, and many people paid the bill. The royalties alone can make a lot of money, and this Pompeo has not retired yet, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in his career. The most important thing is that this guy still has a lot of stories. Xiao Feng felt that he could refine those stories and paragraphs and then publish a book. Of course, in order to attract attention, it is natural to be a headline party. The more terrifying the title, the better, because Pompeo himself is also a controversial figure. As for the content, it is natural to be simpler, and it is best not to cross the line. This book was actually completed more than a month ago. After all, this kind of autobiography, in fact, does not need Pompeo to write by himself. Just find a few shooters and collect some Pompey's jokes to complete. It was just that because the Elephant faction restarted the investigation of Pompeo's assets, Xiao Feng and Pompeo discussed it and felt that it was not safe to dry clean Pompey's assets in the United States. So he transferred all of Pompeo's money overseas. In this way, the publication of the book was delayed and forgotten. And now Xiao Feng picked up the book issue again. Yes, this is the book. I remember when I was looking for a gun to write this book, I added a lot of content to beautify the chief, right? Yes, it is. Since he is under the control of the chief, he naturally can't make the relationship too stiff. Usually Pompeo doesn't give up on the boss's flattery. If he has the opportunity to publish a book this time, he will naturally not miss the opportunity. In the book, a lot of great achievements of the leader are written. At this time, Xiao Feng asked him to publish a book, which really aroused Pompeo's interest. Indeed, what more effective way to resolve the crisis of the relationship between him and the commander than this? Well, when the time comes for the launch of your new book, it will be in the New York Dominion building. Also recently your wife and their bank have a lot of presentations. Don't they usually like to arrange customers to stay in hotels? Just arrange to live in the leading hotel. When Xiao Feng said this, Pompeo's eyes lit up immediately. Finally, he even clapped his hands with excitement. Yes, why did I forget this? To be honest, after Bolton's book was published, Pompeo greeted Bolton's 18th generation ancestors, and at the same time he was constantly wondering how to repair the relationship with the commander. Speaking of this commander, it is quite special. He is different from the traditional number one in the past, because he himself is a character with his own topic and flow. As the first generation of internet celebrities in the United States, He has a very large influence among the American people, so don't look at him on the stage. Many TV stations and media often attack him, but Pompeo knew that it would not be the foundation of the great commander. This position can be described as stable as a dog. So if he still wants to continue to mess with others, he must find a way to repair the relationship with them. But what method should he choose to repair the rift between him and the commander? He hasn't thought too much about it, and Xiao Feng's remarks can be said to wake up the dreamer. Is there any other way to please him more than staying at the Grand Commander's hotel? As we all know, this tycoon was a hotel industry tycoon before he came to the throne. There are dozens of hotels in the United States. Novel.com, and the reason why Xiao Feng mentioned Pompey like this is because he was before coming to the United States. I also thought about how to improve the relationship with the commander. So I also arranged for Owen and the others to investigate the general leader's preferences, not to mention, really found out a lot of information for them. For example, in the past few years, the Alliance of Manufacturers and Sellers of Electronic Cigarettes, in order to lobby the US government to allow them to sell electronic cigarettes, once organized a team of 150 people and stayed in the Grand Chief's Hotel. The team is 150 people, and 150 rooms have been opened, all of which are top-level executive suites, each costing $285 per day. I also rented the hotel's library and dance hall for more than 10 days. After spending millions in this hotel, their proposal was passed. There was also a certain businessman who was under investigation in Malaysia. He stayed in the leading hotel as soon as he arrived in the United States. Later, the former Prime Minister of Malaysia also stayed in the same hotel, and in the end both of them were gone. The Louisiana Chamber of Commerce and Industry once also stayed at the Dominion Hotel when it applied for the government to allow companies in their state to extract more oil and gas offshore. In the end, their proposal was approved smoothly. Therefore, the operating performance of the leading hotel has also been described as magic. In the first quarter of 2016, their public financial report showed that the hotel had an operating loss of $2.1 million. But by the time of the first quarter of 2017, their public financial report showed that the hotel's operating net profit reached $1.97 million. How amazing! But because was elected, this hotel immediately turned losses into profits. From a loss to a state of net profit bursting. Chapter 1147. One glory is all glory, one loss is all loss. This is the election and the benefits of being elected. If this happens in other countries, it must have been verbally criticized by the US media and scolded by the ancestors of the 18th generation. Then several other cousins in the United States would gather together and mock them. After the final comparison, people only expressed hypocrisy. Seeing that this situation will never happen in our country is the beacon of the world. But Xiao Feng, who knows the truth, never pretended to be a US native. He even sneered at what the US native said. The people in the United States are really brainwashed too seriously. Anyway, after investigating the experience of the leader, he had to sigh that this guy is really too difficult to figure out. You say he is a business genius, but he can do everything in a casino. But if you say he is an idiot, but even though they have smashed the casino, he finally came back to life. If he was able to rise and fall in the mall several times, and finally survived, I have to say that he is a strange person. And the series of sorrows behind the master is even more amazing. For example, after he took office, the tax reduction policy implemented seems to be fair and friendly to everyone. But in fact, through investigations, everyone will find that the taxes he cuts are actually taxes that the rich should pay. The total amount of tax he cuts, in fact, accounts for 80% of the taxes that the wealthy should pay. Then he used a series of methods, such as diplomacy, and allowing allies to increase military expenditures, reducing the living space of foreign companies in the United States, and so on. The US stock market has been maintained at a high level, ensuring the prosperity of US finance. In this way, although his views and methods of governance are disliked by many bigwigs. But because he was able to bring real benefits to the big bosses had to endure it, so that he could continue in the position of chief. Such a technique is actually very clever. Moreover, he also used stately tax cuts to give his own family business an annual tax cut of $30 million. This is only part of the disclosure, and the undisclosed part, it is not known how many. Xiao Feng recommended that Pompeo use this most direct method to ease the tension between them with the leader. In fact, it is the most appetite for the leader. Look at the previous companies and various federations, and finally achieved their goals through this method. And Pompeo, who got the tips and tricks from Xiao Feng, finally left happily. Xiao Feng's reminder allowed him to find a way to ease the relationship with the chief. And Xiao Feng also promised to help him, and was found out by the inner ghost who reported the incident behind his back. Only after finding the two inner ghosts can he formulate a counterattack method based on the content of the two inner ghosts, like the donkey senator who informed them. At this time, it was Xiao Feng's turn to have a headache. Pompey was sent away. He sat in the dining room and asked Helen to pour himself a glass of wine. Then I lit a cigarette for myself, and quietly enjoyed the cigarette after the meal. To be honest, he really did not expect that this trip to the United States would become like this. Originally, he was rushing to acquire Vogelin, to connect with a large U.S. pharmaceutical company, and by the way to open the U.S. pharmaceutical market. How can I think that this time I was delayed in the United States for such a long time, and so many changes occurred during this period? It seems that the United States is really not a peaceful world. There are really too many evil wolves here. Whenever your business is so bright, you will be targeted. Then people who covet your property will flock to you. They ostensibly give you financing, venture capital, and investment banking names. In fact, the ultimate goal is to get a share of your business. If it is really in China, Xiao Feng can completely ignore them. Because his company is a complete industrial chain and is not short of money, it is also deeply rooted in his hometown. He doesn't want to go public, and others can't help him. But the situation in the United States is completely different. In the United States, he is a foreigner, and the evil wolves here are much stronger than those he encountered in China. These evil wolves are all famous families in the world. They have been operating in the United States for many years and are extremely greedy. And they are very tough. For example, it was Jonathan and other representatives of the New Wall Street forces who first thought about his industry. But after defeating them, the gang was unwilling, and finally attracted the real wolf on Wall Street. These guys are much more difficult to deal with. Although he had beaten the guys several times, but the guys have not given up until now. If this was before, for example, in China, he encountered malicious commercial competitors. After being hit by him several times, I'm afraid he would have chosen to turn in or retreat long ago. After all, this kind of struggle is meaningless and it's just a waste of money and energy. But these guys in the US are different. They have stronger fighting abilities, longer health bars, and more wolfishness. This makes them more greedy and more resistant. The death of the commander of the Fifth Fleet not only did not discourage them, but made their blood boil. Now it seems that these veteran celebrities are full of fighting spirit. So it seems that there will still be a fierce battle waiting for him in the future. At this time, Xiao Feng didn't know what it means to go against the current and retreat if you don't advance. People cannot help themselves in the arena. In the business circle of the United States, you can't even ignore those people, because they are thinking about you all day. If you provocation or threaten them, you will always turn a blind eye and ignore them. Not only will they not think that this is your magnanimity, but will instead regard it as a manifestation of your weakness and powerlessness. So you must cut off their thoughts from the beginning, and give them a strong counterattack from the beginning to let them know that you are not easy to mess with. Even if they see you in the future, they have to walk around. The other party's constant attack on Pompeo actually intends to destroy his umbrella in the United States first. The presence and absence of Pompeo are crucial to Xiao Feng's industrial operations in the United States and even in South America. Just like before, the big guys tried to get the Navy to go to Carapag to make trouble. If it weren't for Pompeo to stop him and inform him, the guys might have succeeded. And without Pompeo, those guys can do whatever they want with his Vogelin. This is absolutely unacceptable to Xiao Feng. Vogelin is already a very important link in his industry chain. With Vogelin's channel, the products of his ninth laboratory can enter the United States without hindrance. Because of Vogelin's intermediate lubricant, the test drugs submitted by the ninth laboratory to the FDA are very easy to pass. The drugs approved by the FDA can be said to be unimpeded in many countries. For example, in the European market, even in Europe's strongest Germany and France, drugs approved by the FDA can be sold directly in these two countries without review. In Britain, Australia, Canada and other countries of the Five Eyes Alliance, not to mention it, although these countries are not very large in population, they are among the countries with the strongest spending power in the world. In addition, with Vogelin in hand, he can also catch up with the lines of the major pharmaceutical companies in the United States. Many drugs that were originally in the country and were exclusively represented by certain people can now pass Vogelin. Authorized to open the Heiwang drugstore for the domestic Guangdong, so the price is much lower than before. This has also benefited many patients in China. For such a good thing, Xiao Feng has always given his strength. So now Vogelin is really important to him, and he absolutely does not allow this enterprise to lose. Because of this, he and Pompeo are now in a relationship of both glory and glory. So now that the other party puts doctrine on Pompeo, he absolutely cannot tolerate it. It seems that this is destined to be a protracted battle. The cigarette in Xiao Feng's hand floated from Miao Miao's cigarette, and he was also lost in thought. 2 days later, Pompeo suddenly announced that he would hold a press conference in the banquet hall of the Dominion Hotel in New York. The main purpose is to promote his new book. Novel.com. We cheat, we lie, we steal. As soon as the title of the book was announced, it caused a sensation. When can I write such a sturdy topic when I publish a book? And this book, just by looking at the name, can already attract countless eyeballs. Everyone is thinking about the book White House Trivia that Bolton published before. And then only a month later, this Pompeo is about to publish a book with a more terrifying title. Isn't it possible that this book will have more news bursting out? And just by looking at the name of the book, you can know the content of this book. It will definitely be very popular. That's why the name of this book was only released, and it immediately attracted countless eyeballs. Countless people began to leave messages on the internet to discuss this book. Some people say that Pompeo was completely sensationalizing, and he was hyping at this time. It is to rely on hype to help the leader attract firepower. After all, Bolton's book broke too many things in the White Room before. Others said that Pompeo might have felt it. After all, in that position, he must also know Xinmi that many ordinary people don't know. Moreover, this guy was once the director of the CIA. Maybe he will introduce the secrets of many agents in this book. Anyway, the title of Pompeo's book was only published, and it immediately became the headline news that attracted the American people. After all, the title of this book is really amazing. Even Pompeo never thought that there would be such a consequence. At this time, he was sitting in his Washington office, watching the headlines of major newspapers. Sly. It's a good thing for him to be on the headlines, no matter what the reason is. Chapter 1148. Reciprocate. Xiao, thank you so much for your idea. This time my book sales are very good. The royalty income alone can make millions. The most important thing is that this time has brought me quite a bit of exposure. The book launch event was no accident and was a big success, because the press conference really dominates the hotel, rented the largest banquet hall. Moreover, Pompeo's wife's company also signed a contract with the leading hotel. In the next year, their company will hold any activities at the leading hotel. Sure enough, this series of actions was completed. Just one day before Pompeo held the new book launch conference, the commander sent a tweet, "A very in-depth book. I think everyone should read McGee Pompeo's We Deceive, We Lie, We Steal." Although the title of the book is terrifying, the content inside is very interesting. It is all our diplomatic officials' efforts for MAGA internationally. After reading this book, you will be very proud of being a US citizen. The commander's speech was indeed very touching, but the worldview of the American people was also touching. It doesn't matter how horrifying the title of this book is, or whether American diplomats use a lot of irregular methods in the international arena. Anyway, as long as the US benefits, then they are doing the right thing. Just like he, who promoted carrots and sticks back then. Like Roosevelt, although his words were rude, for Americans, as long as they can take advantage, they are not rude. With the leader's statement, many members of the Elephant faction have also stood up and expressed their views. Many senators from the Elephant faction jumped out and said that the content in this book expresses the simplest patriotism. All Americans should read this book carefully. So these days Pompeo and his book We Deceive, We Lie, We Steal. It has become the subject of frequent exposure in major television stations in the United States. At first, he just held a new book launching conference. But after the new book launching conference, he was invited to Fox Channel to do a show. The content of the program is the same as Bolton was invited to appear on TV. He gave a brief introduction to the content of his new book. Then it was his verbal criticism of the two congressmen who investigated him, saying that they were fighting politically. The persecution of a patriot like him immediately put himself in a position of being wrongly framed. The result naturally won countless sympathy, and on the other side, the two congressmen who wanted to initiate an investigation against Pompeo received countless criticisms. Many people say that these two guys are so good at treating themselves. Sitting in the office every day, I don't think about how to develop the country well, and quietly ponder how to trick my teammates. Such dog officials should be elected to the Senate next time. This makes the two donkey senators from Byrd, Virginia, McCarthy and Richard from Mississippi. Daley is under great pressure. The two had to also be on the TV show and explained the investigation they initiated this time. They claimed to the public that they had also received reports from insiders of the CIA, so they launched an investigation. When the investigation is launched, they are only fulfilling their obligations as a senator. If they turn a blind eye to such reports, then they are dereliction of duty. And they also believed very much in the character of McGee Pompeo, the first secretary, and firmly believed that he was a patriot. Therefore, they even hope that Mr. Pompeo can cooperate with their investigation and successfully complete the investigation to prove Pompeo's innocence. This time Pompeo stopped talking and nodded his head with the commander. The members of the Elephant faction will naturally jump out and fight thunder for him. Sure enough, after the two Elephant senators spoke on TV, two donkey senators jumped out, scream in front of the camera and tell the people not to believe the donkey senators. They are giving the Elephant eye drops for the upcoming election. These do not care about the safety of the country for the sake of the campaign. They just want to frame patriots like Pompeo with nothing. The majority of American people should follow Mr. Pompeo closely and stand by his side to avoid him being persecuted by these bastards. In this way, the various media channels controlled by the two sides have been chattering every day recently. The water was completely muddled now, and Pompeo relaxed. At this time, he also discovered the benefits of publishing the book this time. In fact, he had great opinions about publishing such a book before. He always felt that Xiao Feng was playing tricks on himself. After all, the title of this book is really terrifying. But now after seeing the effect, he has to sigh that in the internet age, it is true that young people are more able to play. Although Xiao Feng is not a giant in the internet industry, he obviously has the mindset of an internet giant. He knows very well how to grab the attention of ordinary people and how to attract traffic in the internet age. And after such a show, his popularity not only soared in the United States, even within the faction, his status has improved a lot than before. You must know that although he used to be the first secretary, His status in the country was second only to the commander. But in the elephant faction, many people just regard him as a rising star. After all, he is only 50 years old, and his qualifications and contributions in PI are not very deep. But this time is different. His exposure this time not only attracted the attention of the whole country, but also helped the general leader to get rid of the public relations crisis chased by Bolton's new book. This kind of trick made many people in PI think that this young man is very aggressive and very capable. He even heard the news that the elders in the faction were already discussing whether to put him on the list of the next election. And this attempt also allowed him to experience the benefits of being an internet celebrity. Only then did he understand why the chief dared to confront so many influential news media in China. Regardless of whether you are a newspaper or a TV station, if you dare to say bad things about the chief dare to say that you are fake news. It's just that, such a number one, it can be said that so far, it is unique in the history of the United States, and that's it. More importantly, no matter how the media discredited him, the people just believed him, especially in the Midwest, the states with the most rednecked stations. Many people didn't understand before why this number one can be such a maverick. And now, after trying the benefits of being an internet celebrity, Pompeo really understands feelings. This is such a big advantage to be an internet celebrity. This feels so cool. Wherever they go, they have their own traffic and have a huge number of fans. Every word and deed will bring huge influence to fans, and fans' thoughts will affect fans' families. In this way, at the time of the election, it will naturally take a huge advantage and have a natural advantage over the opponent. After understanding this, Pompeo also had some new ideas for his future development. It seems that I really have to learn from the general leader. After all, he is also an inspirational person who wants to be the number one. As for the guy like Xiao Feng, Pompeo would naturally thank him. That's why he called Xiao Feng today. Xiao, I have contacted Goan and the FDA to approve Voglin's application to install a self-sufficient medical examination center. Just wait. In just 1 week, you will receive the notice of approval. Don't worry, if anyone who doesn't open his eyes dared to jump out to stop him, just look for me. I'll get him back. Pompeo said to Xiao Feng with his chest lined up on the phone, and Xiao Feng naturally knew that this guy was reciprocating. It seems that my investment is finally beginning to see a return, which is a good thing. Ha, thank you so much. By the way, our Voglin has encountered protests in pharmacies in many cities because of the installation of this 3D fluoroscopy imaging device. Those guys, blocking the door of our pharmacy every day, have had a serious impact on our operations. I hope you can manage such things. Now that Pompeo has patted his chest. Mentalnovel.com. Xiao Feng is naturally not polite. When Pompeo heard this, his voice immediately became serious. What? There is such a thing? These bastards, doing so is simply preventing the majority of the American people from gaining the right to know their own health. Xiao, don't worry, you put together a list of the troublemakers, and the pharmacies that have been obstructed in construction, specifically in those cities. You have compiled a list and sent it to me. I will naturally find the local police station to find out the situation. Don't worry, I will definitely get things done for you. Pompeo's response made Xiao Feng very satisfied. This is the attitude that partners should have, living in peace and mutual benefit. With Pompeo's guarantee, Xiao Feng was relieved. After hanging up the phone, he turned on the TV. At this time, the sports channel was just broadcasting a football game, and this game happened to be the game of the New England Patriots. In the second half, Thomas Brady, who had previously undergone a heart change operation, appeared on the edge of the court. The sudden appearance of the former American Golden Boy immediately caused a burst of cheers in the stadium. It has been 3 months since he bid farewell to the game. As early as 3 months ago, when he announced that he would undergo a heart exchange operation, many people thought that his career was over. And when he stood next to the field again, it had to be said to be a miracle. You must know that this is an athlete who has changed his heart. In the history of world sports, There has never been an athlete who has suffered such a serious injury and can return to the field. At this time, more viewers want to see what kind of performance this guy can perform. Chapter 1149 World New Organ Transplant Research Center. Dear viewers, the former Golden Boy is back now. He is standing on the sidelines, waiting to be played. The guy who had a heart-changing operation 3 months ago showed up on the sidelines at this time. I really don't know if this is good or bad. Yeah? What if he has something accidental on the court? Retire. Brady, we won't blame you. Don't be foolish. If someone can stand on the sidelines, the team doctor must have done a special check on him. If his physical condition is not suitable for such fierce confrontational sports, then the team doctor will definitely not allow him to play. On TV, the internet, the host, and the supporters of the New England team all expressed their opinions and remarks. In Xiao Feng's view, Thomas Brady's return is undoubtedly a live advertisement for the newly established World New Organ Transplant Research Center in China. A few months ago, Thomas Brady's heart exchange surgery can be said to have set off a violent revolution in the international medical community. This operation, like a hurricane, overturned all traditional heart treatments. All traditional heart treatment programs have been swept into the garbage dump of history. Recently, on a global scale, He Fangzhou and his treatment plan for heart replacement surgery can be said to have swept through the army. Give it to Thomas. After Brady completed the heart exchange surgery, He Fangzhou and his team were invited by countless world medical associations, flying non-stop around the world, and gave 100 lectures in a row in 3 months. At the same time, they have performed more than 50 heart replacement surgeries. And now their scheduled surgeries have been scheduled for 3 years. No way, this world is so cruel, and there are too many patients with heart diseases. In the past, these patients with severe heart disease could only rely on drugs to maintain their lives, or wait for the emergence of a donated heart source, and then undergo a heart exchange operation. But now with the emergence of the He Fangzhou team, all patients with heart disease have seen new hope. They don't have to wait for death. As long as they can be ranked in He Fangzhou's hospital, they can undergo heart exchange surgery. If we talk about the traditional treatment of heart disease, it is a headache to treat the head and feet to treat the feet. Cardiac surgeons, every time they perform operations on the heart, stitches and repairs. Just like a car mechanic, when he encounters engine damage, he can only rely on his own skills to repair the engine and replace some parts. Let this engine continue to work. Although the engine can barely be repaired, the power parameters of the engine will be significantly lower than normal, and the later repairs and maintenance are expensive. But with the heart-changing technology of the He Fangzhou team, it is equivalent to when the car's engine fails. When it was sent for maintenance, the repairman took down the entire engine and replaced it with a new one. This greatly extends the service life of the vehicle, and the new engine, power parameters, performance and other aspects are more than the original engine. Do you say car owners are not happy? And their technique is different from traditional heart exchange surgery. In traditional heart exchange surgery, you have to wait for a voluntary donor of the heart, and you have to pair the DNA with the donated heart. For 23 pairs of chromosomes, at least 4 points must be matched for transplantation. Moreover, after transplantation, he has to take anti-rejection drugs for life, and he cannot do strenuous exercise. It's like, your car's engine is broken, and then you have to replace it with a second-hand engine of the same model. Although the car has been repaired, it is a second-hand engine after all, and its parameter performance is definitely not comparable to the new one. And He Fangzhou's heart replacement surgery is different from traditional heart transplantation. They replaced the patient with a new artificial heart, and because the heart is made of pure stem cells through 3D printing technology, therefore, this artificial heart will not reject any human body. After changing into this kind of heart, there is no need to take medicine for life at all, and as long as you recover well, it will not affect your participation in any intense sports in the future. This is equivalent to turning the previous high-risk operation with a difficulty index of 5 into a one-star low-risk operation similar to appendicitis surgery. It is precisely because of Hifangzi that they have achieved such an achievement, and not only for Thomas Brady. Later, he took his team and performed more than 50 operations around the world, and none of these operations failed. In the end, those patients recovered pretty well. The success of this series is equivalent to taking a pill for all patients with severe organ failure in the world. At this time, the country finally came forward and contacted Hifangzi's team to establish a world new organ transplantation research center. The establishment of this research center can be said to be a major breakthrough in the history of Chinese medicine. To be honest, we have not contributed much in the modern medical history of the world. In the field of modern medicine, almost 99% of the various technologies and ideas used are created by foreign medical workers. We have been learning after others. And this time, we finally came to the fore in the field of organ transplantation. Now Hifangzi and the others can only perform heart transplantation, but they have stem cell activation technology and 3D printing technology. They can also make other organs, such as artificial liver, artificial lung, artificial kidney, artificial pancreas and so on. With these new artificial organs, many diseases can be said to have been overcome from another angle. For example, liver cancer that has not spread, lung cancer and other terminal illnesses can be completely removed from the human body through operations such as liver replacement and lung replacement. Reduce the risk of cancer cells spreading, thereby curing cancer. For uremia, let alone a kidney transplant, with the new artificial pancreas, can humans overcome incurable diabetes? It is precisely because of the technology of Hifangzi's team that it has provided new treatment ideas for many previously incurable diseases. That's why the country attached great importance to it, contacted his team, and established such a world new organ transplant research center. And the reason why it was named the name of the world in front is also because it is not only the country that invests in it. There are also many medical institutions in Europe, America, Japan and South Korea, and large pharmaceutical companies. Since the team led by Hifangzi announced that they have overcome the problem of heart-changing technology, naturally, it also attracted the attention of these groups. During this time, Hifangzi took the group to give lectures all over the world and performed operations. But it is not only for treating diseases and saving people, but also for another idea, which is to spread their medical concepts to the world. This will set off a revolution in many medical fields. Many doctors in surgery used to treat various organs. That is, they cut wherever there is a problem, or sew wherever it breaks. And now the emergence of the Hifangzi team has provided them with a brand new concept. That's where something goes wrong. Just change it directly. It's like everybody repairs cars in the past, and the technicians of every house use wrenches and hammers to repair broken auto parts and then put them back in. The doctors competed on real repair techniques and methods. But now, you don't need to repair it. If the engine is broken, replace it with a new one. If the gearbox is broken, replace it with a new gearbox. Although the cost is high, the effect will definitely be better, because the new major parts are always better than the ones you have repaired. The most important thing is that there are many medicines that need to be taken orally for a long period of time, so you don't need to take them. For example, when you had an organ transplant before, you needed to take anti-rejection drugs for life, and you could not participate in strenuous exercise. I'm afraid of catching a cold. I can't go there on many occasions. I can't eat this or that. There are many taboos. Moreover, long-term use of anti-rejection drugs can cause great damage to the liver and kidneys. But now you use Hifangzi's team's medical plan.mentalnovel.com after replacing it with a new organ. You no longer have to worry about the issue of anti-rejection, because the organs used will not repel your own body at all. There is no need to take medicine for life, and no need to worry about strenuous exercise, because the new organ is even better than your original organ. And you don't have to eat food. For example, patients who have undergone kidney transplantation not only have to take medicine for a long time, but also have a lot of things they can't eat. Seafood, soy products, ginseng, wolfberry, and other foods that are high in purine, increase uric acid, or burden the kidneys should not be eaten. But after replacing the artificial kidney provided by Hifangzu, you don't have to worry about such a problem at all. Any food, you can eat whatever you want, open to eat. It is precisely because of the new organ transplant surgery and theory developed by Hifangzu's team. Let the world's major medical organizations see a major change in the medical field in the future. After all, the emergence of this kind of organ transplantation has brought new treatments to many diseases. Many of the original medicines and surgical instruments may not be used. This will definitely bring huge harm to many pharmaceutical companies and medical device manufacturers. For example, they originally had anti-rejection drugs for various organ transplants, which can bring them huge benefits every year. It may be all cut off this time, and for example, the anti-cancer drugs used in the past may not be used at all. Those who are stupid will definitely be very annoyed by the new concept of Hifangzu's team, and may still want to fight them hard. But the clever mind knows that this new organ transplant operation will become an inevitable trend. Rather than being a car, it's better to join it early. Chapter 1150 New Era of Medicine. Because of this, there are many foreign medical institutions and large pharmaceutical factories. They have also invested and joined this organ transplantation research center. Therefore, this center also has a tall name, and it is called the World Organ Transplantation Research Center. The establishment of this center can be said to make Xiao Feng overjoyed. In the beginning, he only planned to fund Hifangzu to set up a special organ transplant hospital for the 9th Laboratory and Sunshine Hospital, and the early stage is also the main heart transplant operation. After all, they are also studying other organ transplant techniques. And from the beginning, he didn't plan to promote these technologies to the whole world at one time, because from the very beginning, he predicted that this technological innovation may cause dissatisfaction among many large pharmaceutical companies. After all, the new technologies and therapies they promote will definitely touch the cakes of many established pharmaceutical companies. But what he didn't expect was that this time the country attaches so much importance. After Hifangzu performed the operation on Thomas Brady, many experts were sent over. The operation was reviewed and evaluated. In the end, the leaders of the health system in the city and the province came to the operating room that was still set up in the Sunshine Hospital to learn about this technology. And they have expressed their supportive attitudes. After all, although they are leaders, people have their lives, old age, sickness and death. But this time, domestic medical researchers have achieved such a milestone in the field of medicine, which seems to be a breakthrough. They naturally attach great importance to it, because the technology Hifangzu brought with them can be said to be a new technology that will subvert the times. Human surgery will move from the previous stage of beating, sew, and mending to a completely new stage of grandeur. In the past, when encountering various organ diseases, doctors could only cut off the dead parts and save the remaining parts. This operation not only tests the technical level of doctors, but also seriously affects the quality of life of patients after surgery. But now it's different. Even ordinary doctors can complete such an organ transplant operation. Moreover, doctors no longer need to beat and sew to make up as before. Now that they find the damaged organs, they can just remove them and replace them with new ones. This not only greatly reduces the difficulty of the operation, but also greatly improves the patient's postoperative recovery. Not only will it not reduce the patient's quality of life after surgery, it can even make the patient live better than before the illness. The emergence of this technology is of great benefit to both the treatment of patients and the extension of human life. Therefore, after the emergence of this kind of technology, from the upper level of the country to the provincial and municipal leaders, Hifangzu and his team have been attached great importance. After all, Anyone who knows how to do it knows that He Fangzhou is very likely to win the Nobel Prize by relying on this technology alone. So now there are experts who have nominated He Fangzhou as an academician of the National Academy of Sciences this year. After all, if such talents are not retained, it would be a joke. The leaders of several major cities in China all sent out invitations to He Fangzhou. Invite him to go to those big cities to open new medical centers. After all, the level of those cities, the various supporting resources, and the leaders at all levels are eager for the He Fangzhou team. But in the end, their invitation was rejected by He Fangzhou. If it were a few years ago, He Fangzhou might not have hesitated, and he would gladly agree to the conditions of these leaders. But now it's different. After he was knocked down that year, he stood up again with the support and help of Xiao Feng. So he has a heart of gratitude. Although Xiao Feng has never told him clearly, in his heart, Xiao Feng has always been his boss. Without Xiao Feng, there would be no where he is today. As for the invitations from other cities, he was smiling on the surface, but in his heart he was actually scolding MMP. How did he get knocked off the altar back then? A few years ago, he was also a high-spirited son of heaven, and in the field of genetics, he is also one of the world's top masters. He was just one step ahead of Western scholars, and he was the first to enter the realm of gene editing. The results of it, what is it in exchange for? All over the world verbal criticism. Western moral gentlemen call him a murderer. The Western Medical Ethics Committee directly sentenced him to death. At that time, these leaders and talented cities, who stood up to support him and invited him, he remembers very clearly that at that time, many medical school professors in these cities, along with the Western media, called him a murderer. And at that time, which of these cities invited him, or was willing to provide him with a shelter from the wind and rain? In the end, even the investors behind him withdrew their capital because of his reputation damage. He couldn't even go back to school to teach. Even his students could not find a job. At that time, he was just a dog who lost his family in panic all day long. At that time only Xiao Feng extended an olive branch to him. After coming to Benqing, Xiao Feng not only gave him money, but also gave him the field and allowed him to recruit people, give him the greatest authority, let him do research and development, and provide him with the best scientific research materials. This is how he has today's success. So at this time, even though the first-tier international cities like Jingqing and Puhai, which are absolutely alluring for talents, sent out an invitation like him, but in the end he refused. The best medical resources in China have been concentrated too much like these first-tier cities. He didn't plan to go where to join in the fun. Therefore, under his insistence, the World New Organ Transplant Research Center finally settled in Benqing. He even settled upstairs in Sunshine Hospital. The Twin Towers A, where Sunshine Hospital is located, is a 68-story building. Now they have used 34 floors, and half of them are empty. Those places used to be the places of the 9th laboratory, but now the 9th laboratory has moved to the island. It was completely empty here, and it happened to be taken over by He Fangzhou's team. The domestic health departments are a little disappointed with the location of He Fangzhou's team. After all, they all hope that such a powerful medical department can be closer to them. But He Fangzhou doesn't care about you. When I was frustrated, why didn't I see you? Now I choose wherever I like. And this center is not only invested in domestic funds, many foreign medical institutions and large pharmaceutical companies have also invested in sponsorship. And these institutions and pharmaceutical factories don't look at the faces of those people. In their eyes, He Fangzhou is their god. Wherever He Fangzhou wanted to drop this center, he would drop it wherever he wanted. Once the center is completed, He Fangzhou and his team can continuously train foreign doctors to learn this new organ transplant operation. On the other hand, He Fangzhou and others can also conduct research and development on other organ transplants. As new technologies are developed, more new treatment guidelines for traditional diseases will also be developed. With the new guidelines, then a new medical revolution in the international medical community will take shape, and those large medical institutions can develop some other new treatments on the basis of these new treatments. In addition, pharmaceutical companies can develop new applicable drugs based on the new treatment guidelines. After all, if you cover your head and develop traditional medicine in spite of the emergence of such innovative techniques that can subvert the traditional medical world, you are committing suicide. So now He Fangzhu and his team can be said to be the latest parade in the international medical community. Even the American Association of Cardiothoracic Surgery ATS, the most wanted cardiothoracic surgery association in the world, is actively contacting them. I hope they can come to the United States to give lectures. Countless medical colleges and universities around the world are vying to give He Fangzhu and his team members various honors at this time. What kind of visiting professors? All kinds of lifetime honorary professors are given to them as if they don't need money, because everyone wants them to teach in their school as soon as possible, so that they can learn their concepts and techniques as soon as possible. It will be able to take the lead in the emerging medical field in the future. This is what the He Fangzhu team achieved when Xiao Feng was busy dealing with various open guns and dark arrows in the United States. Novel.com, and this time they cured the first patient, Thomas Brady, on the field. The reappearance is undoubtedly a live advertisement for their newly established World New Organ Transplant Research Center. As soon as the second half started, Thomas Brady went into battle. The countless spectators and doctors sitting in front of the TV could not help but squeeze a cold sweat for the American Golden Boy. Although He Fangzhu's team has repeatedly announced that Thomas' physical recovery is in good condition and will not affect his future career at all. But after all, that was the doctor's rhetoric. Whether he can actually play, no one can say. After the opening, Brady conquered the audience with his wonderful performance. After the opening, he took the lead in a 30-yard run with the ball. No one thought that a quarterback who had just had a heart-changing operation would dare to make a 30-yard run with the ball. In the end, he was hit by two strong men weighing more than 200 kilograms. But he quickly got up again. He stood up and threw the ball to the ground, roaring domineeringly. People seem to see that the old American Golden Boy has really recovered. The fans were excited, and the doctors were even more excited. This Nima is too awesome. What Dr. He's team said is true. This guy who had undergone the heart exchange surgery really recovered and even became stronger than before. At this point, it only took him 5 seconds to start and accelerate from the spot to 30 yards. Then he got up quickly under the impact of two tanks weighing more than 200 kilograms, and he could see that he was safe and sound. His athletic ability has really recovered, and even his athletic ability seems to be stronger than before.